Liquid have really come together as a team. You know, they look the best we've seen when they 3-0'd COG in that quarterfinal last week. And also, if you just look at the team compositions and the strategies, Liquid may be able to punish Cloud9 in Champion Select. Because Cloud9, they show a tendency to continually go over the same champions once they find things they are comfortable with. And Team Liquid might have the champion diversity to counter that.
They may indeed. Dominate says one player they will have to watch out for is Cloud9's mid laner.
I think High brings a lot to the team that isn't mechanical skill. I think that one-on-one, 100% mechanical skill. I think Phoenix is a better mechanical player than High, but I think High is the brains behind C9. He makes a lot of the shot calls and he makes a lot of decisions for the team, so I think that helps them out a lot. So I think that in a 1v1 CS war, maybe Phoenix will come out on top, but High is normally a really smart player, so he'll normally make smart plays around the map.
Yeah, and honestly, last week was the best Phoenix has looked in the LCS, plus High has had this little bit of extra time to maybe adapt to some of his new picks.
Yeah, not only was Phoenix play really crisp, but also he brought 3 different champions that are very different looks and very different strategies for the team. So he's really enabling that unpredictability factor for Team Liquid.
It's not just Quas anymore for the team. Right now, we're going to check out the starting lineup, see what unpredictability these teams can bring out in Game 1. On the blue side, it will be Cloud9. That's Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, High in mid, Sneaky at 80 carry, Elimination at support.
On the red side, also the number 6 seed coming into the playoffs, it is Team Liquid with Quas, a big threat in the top lane. I will dominate in the jungle. Phoenix coming into his own in mid lane, and then that duo lane of Piglet and X Special.
Well, we can expect Balls to get the champion he wants, as his and Charlie's slumber party last night. Obviously give him priority pick and champion select. But as we go into this, I think it's going to be a huge variation coming from Team Liquid. But will that be able to carry them? Quas, yeah, had a huge diverse champion pool, but those didn't really carry games. We'll see if they can get that in.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about the solo laners, but I think the first thing you got to take off the board is the Lulu, because that seems to be the bread and butter for Team Liquid, something they obviously have used a couple of times already and have put in a lot of time practicing on.
Yeah, you nailed it right there. They also take out Vladimir because Phoenix showed a lot of success with Vladimir mid, solo killing Link last week in the playoffs. There are so many different directions you can take in these pick ban phases nowadays that you really can't totally block out everything, but they definitely do target some strategies. It looks like Phoenix bans, as well as I consider that Lulu ban a Piglet ban in a sense, because it disable his ability to hyper carry.
That's definitely a strategic specific ban right there. And it's interesting how Charlie even said Quas is probably the main strength for this team, yet they target Phoenix with a lot of the bans here. You don't always want to pile on all those top lane bans, but there it is, the Hecarim coming out so quickly. That is a snowbally champion.
And it's actually really interesting to me that they decide to first pick the Hecarim over Maokai. Because if we look at the games where Cloud9 beat TSM and the tiebreaker game against COG last week.
And Team Liquid. They used
first pick Maokai
as well,
all the time. It seemed to be the bread and butter of Cloud9. Reliable point-and-click tank initiation. Whereas Hecarim is more skill shot focused, more prone to falling behind. But it's also 2 weeks of preparation time for Cloud9 and a bit of a new look.
That's something we hadn't mentioned, is that we haven't seen these guys in a while. I have a question mark on my sheet on Shiv and Hecarim for Balls, and it's surprising to see him bring it out here. First time for this split. So we'll see now what Team Liquid answers with.
With a couple of Cinderhawks is what they answer with. Sion is one of the top lane champions that can run TP Smite. He might switch that up because he doesn't necessarily need to take Flash, especially for his engages. And Siobhan is definitely going to go Cinderhawk, so there will be at least one in this game.
I was wondering how the jungle picks would play out coming into this one as well, because both Meteos and I Will Dominate are very willing to pick the tank junglers. I thought Gragas may be a ban or highly contested pick here, but it goes hand in hand with Sejuani. I feel
much solo lane focus,
I feel like they're going to end up going with Gragas if they're doing the tank strategy, but you can never rule out Meteos trying to go AD Vi, because he's done a lot of success just hard farming on that chip.
Well, also remember, one of the really good things against Sejuani is to have another really big tank on your team to take the Sedge ult. Just be in the front line so the Sedge ult doesn't hit multiple people. If you just stand in front, it's actually really hard to get it through a big tank into the back line. Now they've got the fattest of champions on the front line standing in the way to block it.
Nice pick.
The skinny ult dodged by the big champ.
Plus, Morgana Black Shield on top of it. If a single person does take the hit, you can even Black Shield them.
I like this hover here as well from Team Liquid on the Lissandra, something that High has had some success on as well. Those assassins, he says he does love to favor, and his ability to keep safe in those fights is a big deal because he can get himself into some pretty sticky situations.
Taking away the Lissandra from High is definitely a very big pick. Also because it's fairly good against Zed.
And Zed was left completely out of the ban phase here.
Yeah.
Which you have to wonder whether High is willing to pick this clean in to a Lissandra, no matter of the counter matchup.
In a team with 2 Cinderhulks, a Lissandra, and a Janna, they're kind of daring High to pick Zed.
They could also be daring him to pick Jarvan, because he picked Jarvan into Lissandra mid in their tiebreaker match against CLG.
Yep.
There were some differentiations in the rest of the team comp, but that is one of High's pocket picks that he has to decide on within the next 30 seconds.
Draven Jarvan? Are those the next ones?
Yeah.
Is that what happens again? Oh, man.
They need, I think, a little bit of magic damage. I wouldn't be too surprised to see High Corki mid in some aspects of this, since they have physical damage top laner, tank jungler. They want a little bit of a mix of damage if they want to avoid the armor stacking Scion.
Ooh. Oh, so it's Draven Corki, not Draven Jarvan.
So it is. Now,
Corki mid.
Again, taking the double AD there when you're facing a Lissandra and a Scion and a Sejuani. They have a lot of tools for the hard engage, Team Liquid. So Cloud9 are going to have to work really well with the Gragas and with the Black Shield to put up a front line so that they do not just blow up Draven.
They ran a very similar double AD, but with a Nunu in the jungle and a Corki Lucian. So without that, you don't really need Blood Boy on those guys. Kind of switch it out for a Gragas, you got a little bit more.
One of the things that's very rare from a jungler is disengage. Gragas is one of the few junglers that does bring a strong disengage to the team.
Yeah, it's going to be relatively difficult for Team Liquid to engage on that. At this point, Pickett's last pick would just want to bring a little bit of reliable damage because he will be getting dove on by tanks as well.
Yep. Well, we talk about the team fighting from Cloud9. It looks like they've put together a composition to do so. Safety will come to the lanes here of Team Liquid. Scion ain't going to get pushed out of lane anytime soon. Janna shielding Piglet so he can stay safe, and he also can stay on the back line this game, as hopefully that synergy is still there for Team Liquid.
And the most interesting thing to me about this team comp is, while Team Liquid is bringing a lot of lockdown, and normally the Lissandra Sejuani is free reign to kill whoever you want, whenever you want.
Right.
The fact that the mid laner matchup will be bringing Cleanse because he has the freedom to do so on Corki, as well as having a Morgana to block that, Team Liquid could run into some serious issues actually finding the team fights and could potentially get poked down by a Corki and a Gragas.
Yeah, we'll have to see how aggressively High does play this mid lane. If he tries to poke Phoenix down early and try and keep his CS low as well, because that's a problem that Lissandra also runs into. If she cannot hit her item breakpoints, she's very squishy, and then she will have to use her ult defensively sometimes.
Yep, you want to be able to get that out offensively. This is going to be a big one. Looking at these two teams, you ask anybody, they'd probably say Cloud9 coming off the bat, but with the way these teams have been playing, it's a much more even matchup than you would think here as we come into the playoffs. Let us know who you think will be securing their spot in the finals. Tweet at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag C9win or hashtag TLWin, and we'll be updating the fan vote throughout the series. Something I am very interested to see is, with Team Liquid having such a late season surge, will they be able to find where that came from? Will they be able to do it again? Because it did look very good, but can it be replicated?
Yeah, and I'm looking at Team Liquid in the early stages as well, because they've admitted that they do not feel the most secure in lane swaps, and we saw CLG get leads on them with lane swaps. But they're the team that actually is probably looking for lane swaps this time around. If you go normal lanes, a Hecarim with teleport and a Draven in your bottom lane is so scary to play against. If he gets off a home guard teleport gank early and the Draven cashes in, that is one of the most snowball-y comps that you can possibly have here. So it may be Team Liquid actually looking for the deep wards to try and get Scion, who's very good in a 2 versus 1.
And anything Team Liquid can do to try and change this from a normal game they would play against Cloud9. There are so many similarities in this matchup from last year. Team Liquid 3-0ing CLG in the previous round. Team Liquid going through a late season surge and having a lot of hype built up behind them. It all came crashing down last year when Cloud9 3-0'd them in the semifinals. But as Peter said, the curse is gone.
Yeah, right.
They are now Team
Different
Liquid.
team.
New team. Streaks don't count.
New breath of fresh air. And it seems like they were able to find a bit of a second win towards the end of the season. The early game safe for both teams here, as they're not even going to cross for the deep wards.
Yeah, Team Liquid were able to spread out and deny the deep wards for Cloud9, but it looks like both teams calling the lane swap top. So Cloud9 may be able to find the heads-up matchup here. Elimination still hovering around down by bottom.
We need to be able to track the early jungle and top lane starts here. Something super common for Sion is that level 1 suicide camp. That does not look like what Team Liquid is doing here.
Strong side invade for Team Liquid.
Strong side invade. I wonder if it will get spotted, because if this doesn't get spotted by Lemon Nation, then Meteos would be at risk of getting counter jungled, and he's going to spot it right here.
Right now, though, Hecarim is going to get solo lane experience. Let's see, as Meteos does head into the other side of the jungle. As you said, Lemon saw the invade, so Meteos knows he needs to try and grab what he can out of the blue side jungle of Team Liquid while nobody's home.
That was a
blue buff.
ridiculously aggressive play by Lemon Nation. He ran 2 people out of that side of the jungle with no backup. This is actually a pretty big advantage to Cloud9 in my opinion, both for the solo experience they're able to get to balls, and because Meteos isn't meaningfully denied in this jungle, thanks to the spotting by Lemon Nation.
Balls is slowly taking that wave down too, making sure he gets all of it, and it's not pushed to the turret here for Quas, so he could have a harder time than usual. Piglet going aggressive in the top lane onto Sneaky with a bit of that storm shield on, helps him out. A good aggression here already as Cloud9. A little bit of vision in the early game for knowledge, but not able to work anything off of it.
Yeah, that is the one advantage that Team Liquid gains about that strong side invade, is they did get Piglet a guaranteed early level 2. Elimination slow to rotate, and Piglet next special doing as much as they can to punish this. And that has been one of the big keys to Team Liquid's resurgence, is the focus in early game strategy to make sure Piglet gets a good start.
Yeah, we'll see where Meteos decides to go early on. Because Gragas is one of the few Cinder Hulk junglers that has a really strong early presence. Plus the ability to hop walls means that he can come at you from different angles. Up early on in the top lane there, only 1 ward so far. Meteos already level 3 and fairly healthy. Looks like he is just going to continue on with his jungling though.
And a completely unpredictable jungle route. He did bottom side of his own red jungle, stole blue, horizontally across the map, back to the other blue. As far as guessing where Meteos goes right now, there's no logical path that Team Liquid can take to figure out where he goes.
Plus, since he spent so much time walking around, whenever Gragas is just covering distance on the map, regenerates a lot of HP due to his passive. And he's got control of both blue buffs, so he can just spam spells. And the early game really should be dictated by Meteos. We'll see where it looks like right now he's just going to continue to hard farm. Lemon Nation and Sneaky all on their own up in the top side here. Evening it up, getting a little bit of lane presence themselves. But man, the Hecarim that we talked about, again, this is such a snowball-y combination. Hecarim plus Draven.
Cloud9 is absolutely winning this early game.
Yep.
3 buffs, 4 Meteos. Ball's got the early experience, so he is actually able to lane 1v1 against Sion, which if that was a straight-up 1v1, could not happen. Plus, Meteos will get the first chance at a gank.
Yeah, on list.
Whoa!
Nice
Right on the list. Level 5, not 6 yet, not close. Not going to be able to hit it, but dominates there. He's going to be able to counter. Permafrost doesn't keep him in range enough. And a nice counter engage to that jungle gank.
Yeah, a lot of HP loss for both solo laners, so probably both return after that wave. Very good counter gank there, though, for Dominate to be in the right place. Just clearing his wolves and head straight up the mid lane. Fortunate for Team Liquid. But again, the importance of Quas keeping track of balls, he definitely has to alert the top lane when the Hecarim goes missing after home guards are concluded. Right now, though, it's just a rush to level 2 boost. Nice binding.
So a lot of Draven damage right there.
Yep.
And a lot of Lucian damage.
Piglet's completely taking advantage of every time there's a catch, he's getting that Q right through a minion onto sneaky damage. It's almost telling him where to fire each time. He's taking full control. Very nicely done by him. X Special always on the back to get the shields in. And 45 to 37 in that bottom lane as well. Charlie was speaking to you, Kobe, and said Quas is one of the factors they need to shut down. So far, so good.
Yeah, we haven't
Can still get big though.
We haven't gotten to see balls in a 1-versus-1 situation in such a long time.
That's true.
Ooh, very good tornado. Not only does it stop the back, but a little bit of extra harass. We'll see if Piglet tries to push it any further and continue to harass Sneaky as he CS's under the turret.
Yeah.
That's one of the biggest advantages of pushing this early in the game, is trying to harass your opponent while they're under the turret trying to CS. And Sneaky just misses one right there as well.
Balls now on the roam.
They know that there's no flash on this mid laner.
Oh, thing is, there's no flash on either mid laner. It makes it a bit of a battlefield in that mid lane when both guys burn flashes as well as the jungler's burning flashes. It means the next engagement, if it happens within the next 5 minutes of those flash cooldowns, can end up being a lot more bloody. Meteos has a bit more freedom, in my opinion, than I Will Dominate Sejuani, just because river control and I think a little bit tankier of a champion rather.
There's definitely focus around mid. Already Pink Ward still going down. Dominate's going to be hovering that top side.
Such
Sandra as well. Where
Level
did they decide to
6
go
already,
from
though.
this one?
All right, focus top lane here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be
both
good. Both
teleports are available. Sneaky still low under
They
the
could
turret.
get
The
something
constant
here.
harass.
They're ahead of Meteos on this rush, and the Black Shield's burned.
They sensed it so far ahead of time. Sneaky!
Oh!
He gets out of the ultimate. He thought he was going for the brush, and Dominate just huffs it over his shoulder. Whiffing that one. And they only get elimination on that one for first blood.
First blood pretty big there for Team Liquid, though. Up until this point, dead even between the two teams. So, in response, of course, mid lane shove, trying to deny at least a minion wave. Quas also canceled his teleport, as did Bo5, so they're also still even on teleports here. Incredibly close game still.
One kill could have easily been two, but I can't criticize Dominate too heavily for missing that Sejal because Sneaky was waiting for the jukes with both flash and heal for extra move speed.
Very flashable skill.
Very flashable. The wind up on that thing.
Also
Quite
Adrenaline
long.
Rush. He had all the means. Everything to get out of it. Back and forth in this wet noodle fight here in what is the top lane, but we're on the bottom side of the map. 8 minutes in, 70-63, so Quas has done a very nice job of keeping himself relevant in that lane.
Because Meteos was chasing around Dominate right there, a very delayed level 6. He actually just got that by taking the small golem by the blue. And Dominate is doing a very good predictive job of this. Lemon, what's he doing in mid lane?
That does not look like he's going to be living very long. That's what is happening right now. High offers up a Frost Bomb, but it obviously isn't enough.
All right.
Very peculiar move right there. It seemed like Lemon was trying to do a bit of a rotation mid to get pressure on the mid turret, but they didn't keep track, actually.
Well,
Yeah.
it's so common for the supports to start roaming after your first back. You'll almost always see the supports roam after their first back, but
Not the AD
Piglet also roamed. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Piglet was backing up X Special in his roam, so Piglet with a huge lead now for Team Liquid, just where they want their money early on this Lucian. This is actually very good news here for Team Liquid to get such a good early lead. The BF sword to try and keep down this Draven. While Sneaky didn't die and lose his adoration stacks in the early dive, he is definitely outclassed in the lane right now. Pickaxe to BF sword and longsword.
He is behind by so much. Even just the straight attack damage is 150 on the side of Piglet before the Janna shield, and 113 onto Sneaky. That is an untradeable lane. Even if they landed Dark Binding, I feel like Piglet would just turn and fight.
Yeah, it did not work out for them this time. Going with the matched up lanes, it seems like the duo of Piglet and X Special has definitely been getting stronger throughout the season.
All right, well, we are still looking for that wild card, the early Hecarim home guard teleport.
Yeah,
Balls does
it's
have it
still alive.
available, but teleport cooldown, as we said, was used in the top skirmish, so once that comes back up, we'll see if he can make any moves. As of right now, though, Team Liquid also a lot of turret pressure up in this top lane because of how oppressive Piglet and X Special have been.
Yeah, Piglet is looking really comfortable right now.
Tower shot on his way out, though. Gonna help out Sneaky a little bit here.
Use this to get another gank in the top lane. Fortunately not in position for it. You see Balls getting solo farm in the bottom. High could look to open up the map here. Good pressure from Phoenix in the mid lane. Phoenix been playing very well on a versatile amount of champions lately. You can't really tell what's going to come in from him in Champion Select. He is down 20 CS in the mid lane right now as Cloud9 loses their top turret.
Yeah, this duo of Lucian and Janna can murder turrets. Outer turrets at this point in the game are butter for him. If they get that duo roaming, they can easily knock down a few more. Cloud9, though, going to open up the middle of the map. We'll see if they can get some more ward coverage for themselves.
Yeah.
Try and keep track of Dominate, because Dominate's got the Sejuani ult as well as Flash available. Looks like they're going to turn their attention towards Dragon after the top lane was taken. Sneaky solo farm. Cloud9 may just have to give this one up. Their AD carry is not going to join this one. Early Dragon, not quite that big of a deal at this point in the game, so Cloud9 probably not going to try and fight it. Let Sneaky solo farm.
The question will be now whether Team Liquid can turn this into pressure outside of the Dragon. Piglet rotating down with the huge item lead. Now will Team Liquid be able to go elsewhere and take more turrets, because they have the potential for a really big power spike soon. Quas completing that Frozen Heart before Cloud9 has any magic penetration on High's Corki. They're pretty much just doing physical damage for the most part, and Quas could really become part of a great roaming turret-taking squad with the Janna Lucian to take down turrets and the Scion to basically protect the wave with his body from any wave clear that Cloud9 might have.
See where they go after this Dragon. Dominate getting big now. And with Quas getting just as big, they may want to start starting their own fights here if they have eyes on balls and he can't get that home guard teleport in. They have actually switched back to regular lanes with Meteos now starting to hover the bottom. They want to try to maybe get Sneaky going after having a rough early game.
I must be sitting on a huge amount of cash as well. Yeah.
You'd say?
2,600 right now. He's sitting on only Sheen in lane.
He wants Triforce.
He's going to go back and buy a full Triforce when he does base here. And that may be the power spike that Cloud9 are looking for, you know, to get back this 1,000 gold that came from the extra 2 kills here from Team Liquid. Let's see, though. Sneaky still stacking up the Adoration. He has yet to die, so he can still cash in if he gets a lot of help.
Wow. Yeah, he needs a lot of help, though. It's remarkable how Piglet and X Special have stuck with this 2v2 lane, because it is not a winning matchup for Sneaky right now.
No, and one stand aside, one binding, X Special's gone, and Piglet would be left alone. That's what you expect to see.
That's what they'd hope. But the thing is, if you land a binding, Piglet's just going to go right at them. Yeah. And with his... he has had some superior attack damage, but the shop gold is actually quite different right now. The power with those two is as close as it's going to get.
So when you sweep a ward like that in Tri-Bush, that's got to alert Team Liquid that Meteos may be in the area. So Cloud9 still have to be fairly careful here. Dominate snuck his way into the brush, and because he has the Raptor buff, he knows that Cloud9 have no inkling that he's down here. Their bottom lane playing so aggressively, though, that Dominate is pretty much just there for counter-gank insurance since the Tri-Bush ward was cleared.
Well, it would have been good timing. Piglet's out of mana if Meteos did decide to make himself... Oh, maybe he will now. I was going to say make himself part of this fight, but
Piglet
he waits.
Can go back and get an IE, which will be long before Sneaky will have a chance to. It's a 1,300 gold lead on the 80 carries. So that's basically the entirety of Team Liquid's gold lead is Piglet over Sneaky, which is pretty crazy. Sneaky's the most consistent, best player on Cloud9 all split. And because of a little bit of an early game lead with Lemonation being behind in experience and a nice 4-man roam that Team Liquid did earlier, giving Piglet a huge edge.
Ooh. I think it's all going to be about the double Trinity Force spike, because just having one on Corki is good for Cloud9, but it's not enough to overcome the lead that Team Liquid have right now. So they may actually even wait longer for Balls to grab his as well. But again, the teleports are still up. We're still looking for these top laners to impact the rest of the game rather than being on their own island. Scion can very well do the same thing. I mean, we're talking a lot about the home guard teleport, but Scion Ultimate also can force things, especially in the long lanes when all these outer turrets start to go down.
I was going to say, they're taking a little bit to group the amount of power that they have, but it looks like they finally headed towards mid here. Team Liquid looking to take down one of the final turrets as High is just left soloing the bottom one himself.
Dominate on full HP, looking to invade here. Backed up by Piglet. Infinity Edge completed.
Like to get out of that one safely. No vision, I think, from Cloud9 on that one either, as Team Liquid has had the top side of the river the entire time. Able to counter gank Meteos as well on his ganks towards middle, trying to take down Phoenix. He's gotten himself out and 2 assists for his troubles in that mid lane. Piglet still wreaking havoc here, putting pressure wherever Sneaky is, and he has to respond.
I'm actually really surprised.
The Vamp Scepter?
The Vamp Scepter.
Yeah,
from
I was
High.
just looking at that too.
I thought for sure he'd be going Luden, Zeko, Corki this game to differentiate their damage and increase their poke, but he is going for the AD carry Corki build. Not even Sorcerer's Shoes to go along with his Trinity Force Pike against a team that has 2 heavy armor stackers.
And I think that does signal that Cloud9 are looking more for the mid-game win because...
They just want to push turrets.
Yeah, because the Luden's Echo actually seems like it scales a bit better than standard AD Corki build.
I would say that's true.
And it may want to make a really hard mid-game push there when they do get the double Trinity Force.
Well, what they're doing right now could put them in a position for some wards at least. They did put one down by blue. That could be a teleport for balls a little later. Meteos here now towards the bottom line.
Oh, good poke there, landed from high.
Going to back off on this one.
Luden's Echo or not, the level 11 for Corki is ridiculous. Level 2 on those rockets, taking their toll on the mage, who cannot lifesteal off of creeps. Piglet though, protected by shield.
This game
can lifesteal.
This game is definitely stalled out.
Yeah.
There's some very questionable things happening with the Cloud9 item builds as well. Sneaky just picked up an Avarice Blade instead of trying his best to finish the Infinity Edge, but that kind of signals to me that they're hoping they don't get a real fight anytime soon.
Well,
there's a
Liquid
chance
has
that
given them so much breathing
can
room.
help. Maybe.
Plus, it makes you question: is he going to go Ghost Blade Infinity Edge, or is he going Static Shiv? Because Ghost Blade seems like it would be less effective since there's early armor stacking already. Flat penetration isn't going to be that great.
It's just Cloud9 going in a couple of unorthodox directions with item builds, and especially with this Dragon 2 coming up, they're in position to maybe contest. This would have to be a teleport in for balls. He can't even charge his home guard.
I actually like trading the top turret here for Dragon 2 for Cloud9. Dragon 2, they're not that worried about... Whoa, he goes in for the steal.
Close.
Almost gets it.
Oh, Sneaky. Sneaky way too deep on that one. Didn't know Phoenix was just above him. He does not cash in on that. Lemonation's about to take one more Q from Phoenix. They can clean this one up as Piglet arrives. He heals Dominate. He stays alive for just a second longer and long enough for the fight to go Team Liquid's way. High running for mid.
High's really got to get out of there.
Woo! Yeah, that was very strange for a number of reasons. Team Liquid was doing the right thing, positioning with their power spikes, going for Dragon, knowing they had a Frozen Heart against an AD team, and that they can win any fight that they take. And then Sneaky gets bloodthirsty trying to cash in his Adoration, hoping that he gets that, finishes an Infinity Edge, and goes to snowball the game. But everything goes wrong. They were the weaker team at the time. They did not have a home guard teleport to come back in, and they pay the price.
Yeah, that's why I really thought Cloud9 were going to opt for the trade there and trade that top turret.
Yeah.
But Meteos goes in for the steal, and then they have the Draven initiation. Now, there is a good... Dominate locks up balls with the Sejuani ultimate early on, but really, X-Special flashing in for the Janna ultimate is what turned the tides of this fight. When Quas does not go down, Cloud9 get demoralized. They can't clean up the rest of the fight here. Sneaky's already down. All their damage has been broken at this point. And X-Special comes up with a huge reset for that fight, saving Quas, disengaging the members of Cloud9, and allowing Team Liquid to pick up some extra kills there. What a huge swing for Team Liquid. Plus, with Sneaky going down, that big cash-in that they were waiting for gets cut in half.
He was around 350 Adoration stacks before that fight, which would have been a very generous cash bonus. And we've seen him get success before by flashing in just to get a kill. We saw it in the COG game where he flashed in to kill Double Lift, but he was trying to flash in and kill a Frozen Heart Scion that time, so that did not deliver.
Yeah.
One does not look good for Cloud9. Definitely thinking about what happened in picks and bans, how that could have gone better. Great picks taken by Team Liquid, thwarting what a Cloud9 could have done in this one. Hi, my name is Piglet, and you are dead. He dies so fast, he actually takes the aggro off of Lemonation. Now they can't save him after that one. He went a little too hard that time.
Piglet just establishing his dominance.
Yeah, I guess so.
Taking down the Adoration stacks again.
Yeah, honestly, it seems like a bit of a foolish move by Piglet because he did have a bounty on him, but there was a very high chance
it was. You can still call it that because he uses Flash as well. So
most of it was the play of Lemonation, though, landing the binding and then locking up with the stun. Otherwise, Piglet could have gone in and out. Plus, they end up getting a turret and they cut the Adoration stacks. I actually can't say it's that bad of a play by Piglet.
Worth.
Definitely calling worth after that one.
Mostly worth.
You can make the argument that it is worth.
Well, right now he may have gotten the argument of, all right, calm down a little bit. That was a little too hard from the team, and we'll see if he corrects the play there. Still a good push on the bottom lane and an immense amount of wards for Team Liquid on the bottom half of that map, giving up Cloud9, because if Cloud9's also not on that wards, they know they're on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and you know, they picked up the double Train Force right after that disastrous Dragon fight.
The timing just wasn't there.
It really depletes the... Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Another Sigil, another Flash Burn, plus they may even still pick up the kill.
There's only so much you can do, Hi.
And they also gave it to Piglet. That was really nice discipline by Team Liquid overall, knowing the Piglet is in position to carry this game with their tank team and crowd control. Team Liquid is abusing their power spikes very well, and Cloud9 disregarded them, which they are paying for.
Yeah, and remember how much the first game of the series was talked up, how much it means for both of these guys with Team Liquid being such an emotional team and riding high on the confidence of taking down CLG. Everyone's like, oh, you know, Cloud9's a completely different story. Yeah. Don't get overexcited, but Team Liquid with a really strong showing here early on, and we've seen how much momentum really does mean in the best of fives. Liquid, though, gonna have to do some work to get Phoenix out of here.
Oh, Sneaky just can't catch a break.
They really wanted to give it over to him, but time to hightail it out of there. Quas doesn't have his ultimate or his flash. So
still wants him. He's still going for it.
He's just limping along.
You don't always get what you want.
He drives right by.
What's interesting to note is even though Team Liquid has been dominating the pressure in this game, Cloud9 is picking up enough stuff on the backsides. Their CS numbers are very high. Balls at 211 CS to 160 loss. Turrets are only one behind for Cloud9. The two Dragons at this point in the game aren't that meaningful until they stack a little bit later, or they can continue to deny Cloud9. We've done a lot of talking about what Team Liquid has done right and what Cloud9 has done wrong. But what Cloud9 has done right is keep the trading in this game alive.
Doing it under our nose.
And they're not dead yet.
They're 113 from Meteos to the 87 of Dominate, so he's going to be a big factor in the fights as well as that tank we were talking about.
Yeah, Cloud9, they're not dead yet, but they're facing a map that's littered with Team Liquid wards. So Team Liquid have done a very good job of getting those deep wards after they got their lead. Plus, this front line from Team Liquid is going to be so troublesome.
Massive.
A double Frozen Heart front line against the double AD team. And this is not a looted Echo Corki either. This is the Blade of the Ruin King early on.
We're so far away from Cloud9 picking up Armor Pen as well.
It's going to be very difficult here for Cloud9 to pull off the win, but they would have to, you know, catch some sort of fight here with a numbers advantage. Maybe get somebody out of position.
Maybe like that.
Good start there for Cloud9. See if they can capitalize on it, though. Dragon's up, Baron's up. They have a pink ward on Baron.
Baron will be reaching, I feel like.
Mito's going to clear it out.
The back
that's
for
about it.
Teleport Home Guard possibly here from Balls as well to start things off. He's backing with 400 gold. So just to get that health crystal.
Surprising to me that Cloud9 doesn't run down and at least try and force Dragon, but they did just catch a support. They still have to respect the double Frozen Heart tank line that is Team Liquid. 24 minutes in with double AD carries and Gragas, they have a lot of control on that area. Maybe this is the Home Guard TP X Factor.
They were waiting for it right onto Piglet. They get the fear as well. It's only going to be a few more swipes as he copters around. High is diving in just to get Piglet. Blocks from Quas as he's the meat shield there. Now back on to Dominate in the mid lane as they chase Piglet down. He's going to burn. The true damage drops him. Sneaky finally cashes in, but there wasn't even that much for him to get an adoration. And that becomes just a chase. Does Cloud9 go for Baron?
It's all about how much Cloud9 can take off of that one catch of X Special. It is all waiting together.
Now they try Baron, but no teleport. So he can home guard up there, but it's still going to be a little bit for him.
No. This is
the Monsoon steal.
Phoenix has no ultimate.
Yeah, but look at how low Cloud9 is. There's no mana on Sneaky. This is disaster.
Oh, the claw goes in, but the claw's not taken by Phoenix. That means his initiation is kind of thwarted here. He stays on the back. Meteos in by himself. Get out of there, man. No, you can still get attacked back there. Get out. They're still going. Baron's hitting people all the way outside. Ball takes the last shot. Quas, again, on the front line. A huge meat shield for the team is leading the charge. Phoenix, once again, wastes the claw. He's still now with the back line of the team as it is just a back and forth scrap skirmish.
Now is it going to be traded off here? Piglet jumps up the Baron. Now this is how you keep it
Dominate's
excited.
coming out.
Yeah, okay, so Team Liquid pretty low from this. The ultimate
out of mana, though. I think this is...
Dominates here. No ultimates on pretty much anyone because the fight has been continuous.
Balls gets hit. He still has Ignite for that top lane, so it could be a kill factor. It's going to have to be the disengage, though. Sneaky's going for the bottom wave. It looks like Team Liquid's going to go for the push.
I think it's Dragon, though, because Hai's out of mana and the rest of Cloud9 are really low. I think that's going to be Dragon. So they chase them off Baron, but they are going to give up the Dragon. So, yes, hindsight 2020, but Cloud9 opted for the very impactful comeback play.
Yes.
If they could have pulled it off, if they had more damage, but they didn't really take into account their low mana bars, and they cede over another advantage here to Team Liquid. Number 3 is actually fairly important for them. With the move speed of the double Frozen Heart front line, things get very tricky for Cloud9.
Some incredibly bold shot calling, I would say.
But, I mean, you can tell that they felt that inkling of desperation with their backs against the walls, and having fumbled the early power spike, they really wanted to make a big impactful comeback play, but again, kind of overreaching.
They have everything right after they need it.
Yeah, the CS lead from Balls is also pretty big. The gold in this game is incredibly close. If Cloud9 could have finagled that pick from X Special onto a Dragon instead of that extended Baron fight, they would be substantially more in this game because then they would have access to the bonuses. Now, Team Liquid is faster, they're closer to 5 Dragons, they still have the armor stacking. We're still a long ways from Cloud9 picking up Last Whispers and meaningful teamfight wins without a catch.
I mean, Sneaky has gone for that Ghost Blade. It's a very late Ghost Blade to come in, and there's not many people that have low enough armor for that Ghost Blade to have a really big effect. If he does get into a situation where he's got some alone time with Piglet or X Special, then yes, maybe he can cash in and make it worth, but we'll see if they can actually pull off one of those plays, catch Piglet out of position. That will take some better ward coverage from Cloud9.
They're just pinged out by the Raptor camp. I'm pretty sure they did not see Dominate back there. Balls cleaning up in the mid lane, almost level 16. He's the only 15 in the game, and that would be a huge factor in the ultimate realm for that next fight. 30 minutes coming up on the clock. As you were right, Jack, Cloud9 is stuck very strong in this game. The Righteous Glory now finished for Meteos means they're going to be in the face of Team Liquid much more.
And Team Liquid needs to control the map right now. Cloud9's done a lot to split them up and then try and find catches, even though Team Liquid has pretty good ward control. So Team Liquid now, wards around the Baron area. Their side lanes aren't pushing heavily. At this point, Team Liquid needs to deny, sweep, and get the vision at Baron so that they can force Cloud9 into them and potentially win a team fight. They're just still a little desynced on all of their recalls. Look at that. One guy goes back while Quas tries to push top. They're almost playing catch-up to Cloud9's map play.
Yeah, it's true. The small advantage means nothing if you don't perform in the team fight. And the first step of getting that good team fight is trying to gain control of the middle section of the map so that you can actually have the initiation on your terms. They would love to have Quas started off with his ultimate, and chain the hard CC from Dominate and Phoenix. But Cloud9 have done a pretty good job of wrestling back that vision control, getting some true sight up around the mid lane here.
See if they can get to that turret line. It'll be a nice surge in gold for them as well to keep coming back even stronger. And that is what Piglet and the rest of the team is trying to stop. Piglet, 4 kills on the board.
Here it is.
Everybody else has 1. This could be that initiation. The dinner bell goes off. Sneaky gets the black shield, so he doesn't really get too much off of that. Just the slow on the end. Then he gets the glacial tomb. It is going to be all onto him. And Balls now on the backside. Liquid is nicely on the Monsoon. They're getting all the heal that they need, and Cloud9 can't really dent him now. Piglet has hardly taken even any damage in this fight, and they are gonna once again push Cloud9 out of the middle, out of a fight, and High dives in, trying to throw down that equalizer we all know so well.
Even with the desynchronized initiation with Quas not landing spells and a pretty good start by Cloud9, they could not break through the tanks of Team Liquid.
Yeah, Piglet free firing from the back line here on Lucian, able to follow up on the front line from Team Liquid. Piglet has built the pure DPS build for AD carry, and because Sneaky had to spend so much time retreating and backtracking, not a lot of damage output from Cloud9 after they're able to at least peel the initial wave there, and it was a good job there by Balls to actually get the ultimate off for peeling. and try and get Phoenix out of there.
Started this fight, Team Liquid realized that they had Cloud9 corralled once, so they figured they get a 5v5. They didn't really care about how sloppy the initiation would be as long as it's all 5 people right there. Yeah. Again, look at Sneaky at the back of the fight. Can't contribute. High, throwing those little missiles into the tanks doesn't do much, and it's Piglet with the Janna shield free hitting.
Yeah, he dashes into the center of that team fight at the very beginning, constantly firing, and High here trying to pick off X-Special from the back line.
Nice jukes.
That's just, they were outnumbered at the end and can't pick up the extra kill here for the support. Team Liquid, huge momentum swing there.
You can see the bit of going for broke here by Cloud9, kind of throwing it all on the table for that that last fight there. In this first game. I mean, it's the game you really got to kind of pull out all the stops. You have the most room to stretch your legs if you're going to do something, so why not try it when you have more games to play with? But hopefully it's not too demoralizing here within this one, because the fights, they're missing slivers of health on some of the champions and then losing the entire fight.
That's why I kept saying it really looked like Cloud9 were going for a big mid-game power play, because in the late game here, this is the problem that they're running into. Yeah, and right now, Team Liquid very securely holding on to this mid-game advantage and actually pressing it fairly well.
And Cloud9 also has item leads in the right places. Not only do they have the strong tank line, but also they have Piglet with the most gold on the team to bring the damage behind the protection of the tanks. Dragon 4 on the way. It's something Cloud9 would love to be able to stop, but it just doesn't seem possible.
Yeah, I mean, with Balls having to use his ultimate to peel Phoenix off of Sneaky rather than dive Piglet, that was the main difference there. The last time we saw them fight, Balls actually singled out Piglet and had him on the run for the entire time. If he can keep Lucian running, or if he can actually score a kill on them, then maybe Cloud9 claw their way back in. But Piglet here, full offense, Lucian is bringing too much to the table with this very safe front line that he has to work behind.
Well, let's see if Team Liquid can kind of ace the next test here, which would really play on the minds of Cloud9, is how fast can they close out the game with this lead. It seems like a fight could go in their favor pretty quick and be over very fast, but those death timers aren't too long. Let's see, Team Liquid setting up for those mid-fights. They're not actually too worried about engaging their own. They're letting Cloud9 kind of work into a position, and then Team Liquid takes the fight.
What a good start for morale for Team Liquid too. You know, 18-1 Cloud9's record against them. Really, really intimidating to even go into a best-of-5 series with that kind of score. But again, they've got new players on the roster, and they got
fresh blood
resurgence. Yeah, against the after the win there against CLG, huge confidence for Team Liquid coming into this.
And the difference with the way Team Liquid is playing from the regular season, Piglet in particular, and the team playing around him, from regular season to playoffs, it is night and day. Piglet had awful regular season statistics. He played 2/3 of the game, so 12 games, only had 33 kills overall. He had 25 kills last week, 6 in this game.
All right, here we go. This is going to be it.
This is the fight.
They go in, the vision's not fully there. Dominate gets locked up, so it's going to be Quas now on the front line. They have those Bass brothers to keep going in, though. Beautiful positioning by Phoenix, X-Special, and Piglet as they enter this one. Piglet off to the side, do the explosive cast, but he dies right over the wall. A double kill to start off the fight. It's going to be High jumping out. Balls is already retreated on the fight, and they're going to be chasing down towards Meteos. He's just going to give them a run for their money as Team Liquid wins another one.
Piglet actually got knocked out of the fight, and he flashes back in point blank to kill Sneaky right there.
There's no threat on them in team fights right now. Cloud9 is trying to initiate scatter tactics now. The team fight game is over. Let's see them run around.
It's the guerrilla warfare strat. Hit and run. They try to get mid-turret. Obviously, Baron goes down, which means the side waves are going to start pouring in now. If Team Liquid wants to push the minions, Cloud9, they're getting pushed up back against the wall here, but they're still trying to squeeze out whatever advantage they can. Lost a few members on that one, but they do get away with mid-turret.
And it wasn't like it was a horrendous misplay that caused the game to go this direction. Remember this slight, it started off very slowly with slight leads for Team Liquid in the laning phase in that top lane. Let's take a look at the fight though. Once again, Cloud9 able to land a little bit of poke, but it does not matter. Quad head right into the middle of the team, calling on Balls. Piglet chases him right out of the team fight and then flashes in to finish off Sneaky. and point blank into elimination face.
Dominate with that Sejuani ultimate as well. Right onto the face of Sneaky. There's no Mikhails on Lemon Nation since the Black Shield was not applied for the Sejuani ult. Nothing they can do to protect.
I think if there is one big play that Cloud9 really regretted this game, it's that Dragon fight, where they could have traded for the top turret, but actually decided to force it and had Sneaky initiate with the Draven. So I think that is maybe their one regret.
I think that's...
Look, going into game 2 here, but...
That has to be the biggest regret of all, because they did not have the itemization to take that fight. Sneaky, he sold out for a kill and didn't get it. You know, when that happens as Draven, he loses the game to the other AD carry. That was the turning point of Team Liquid taking over this game. The rest of it has been Team Liquid avoiding Cloud9's catch potential, getting their own catches. And I mean, at this point, Piglet would have to make a catastrophic error to die in these fights. Janus Shield, QSS, and a whole ton of damage.
Yeah, he's literally dashing and flashing into the middle of the team fight, and Cloud9 cannot punish it.
Yep.
He's only 3,600 gold over Sneaky. He's kind of rich this game. So another 1,300 gold sitting in his pocket that he doesn't really have time to spend all just yet, because he's farming more in the bottom lane. The team comes to meet him as they gather here.
1120 crit on the creep.
They're going to push in this turret not long for this world here. We'll see what Cloud9 can do as they put their dukes up, most likely one last time here in game 1. Ball's going to back off.
It's crazy.
No engage for him.
It's only a 4,000 gold lead. But because Cloud9 is so heavily physical damage, Team Liquid has itemized so heavily armor, and because the gold is in the damage dealers for Team Liquid, it feels much worse.
Oh, right over the wall, coming from the fog of war practically, and it's going to be the hit that Team Liquid wanted. Cloud9 and the rest of the members looking for the fountain, and the Nexus turrets in the eyes of Team Liquid here. Game 1, 38 minutes in, a 14-6. Like you said, Jet, the gold isn't that spread, but the map domination, the team domination, and the composition domination here coming from Team Liquid as they try to put the finishing touches on Cloud9 and push them off one last time.
I don't think they can finish. Piglet went too deep at the end of that fight trying to pick up the last few kills, and it will delay the game. They actually can save these Nexus turrets.
All right, Cloud9 gonna hold on here. 2 inhibitors down, though.
With the anti-win. God.
I know. They were so close. Honestly, Piglet, if he just focuses the Nexus turrets while all that stuff is happening off on the side.
He's got a GA.
Sold his QSS.
Very rarely do we see the defensive item GA for AD carries. But Piglet just gonna pop right back up if they ever do catch him out.
Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't just go Blade of the Ruin King.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like it's optimal still, but at this point, it honestly doesn't really matter.
Especially if they can get this 5th dragon with 2 inhibitors down.
Yeah.
They're waiting for Piglet in case a fight breaks out at Dragon.
We're talking about Team Liquid's confidence earlier, and I think trust, especially hearing that in the videos today, was a big thing. That was a big wall for them, because Piglet said, they trusted me, but then he said, then I trusted them.
Yes, that's the biggest part. We heard so much early on in the season when Piglet was trying to make his way into the team, how he would almost make other players second-guess some of their decisions. Because Dominate would want to do one thing, Piglet would want to do another. They'd have a lot of noise in their communication, and you can't have disagreements like that in the game. You have to default to trust. And that's what Team Liquid is playing like. When Dominate goes in, Piglet goes in with them. There's not that second-guessing in this game and in the COG series. 5 dragons now, 2 inhibitors down. Team Liquid pushing inhibitor number 3.
This one will be tough. The stranglehold now onto Cloud9. If they can thwart this fight, they may have a good chance of bringing it till they can scale hard enough to really win the fights. But it is going to be tough as they pressure the last inhibitor turret.
All right, taking that one down very quickly, but Balls goes in.
Oh, he does.
AOE.
That's a lot of damage. That's a good binding as well. So they cannot get to the back line. Sneaky, however, is now in the eyes of Piglet, and it only took 2 of those passive shots to hit him out of the fight. Meteos on the back line. He can only live for so long. The Guardian Angel keeping Piglet safe. He goes deep. The crits are hitting. The crits are counting, and he picks himself a triple kill here as they end the game now. Finally getting to the Nexus turrets without any Cloud9 members on the map. And the Rift is theirs in game 1, 20-7, 40 minutes on the clock. Team Liquid bring it to game 2.
been stopped enough recalls that they could go for like a super late level 6 mid laner dive. But like all that was from the level 1 and getting a minion wave pushed in.
Yeah, and basically a ton of that, you talk about the potion getting used, was Piglet getting those Qs through the minion wave and lining them up perfectly. So they created a huge advantage off of Piglet. And this was a very different style from Team Liquid than we saw during the regular season. I know, Zion, you talked about that, where it's like they don't really play to Piglet during the regular season. And now it's completely different Team Liquid that Cloud9, if they were looking at the prep coming into this game, they were looking at a completely different Team Liquid.
Yeah, like the Team Liquid at this end of the split, like they came together, but what they came together with is they're not controlling Quas's lane anymore. Quas isn't the carry, Piglet is the carry, Piglet's the star. They're setting up the whole game for Piglet to get ahead, and then C9 has this comp where they need Draven to get ahead. And then Gragas is starting bottom side, Gragas can't help them. Lemon's like invading blue buff and trying to like stop, give balls a little bit of an advantage, but it's not doing anything because Piglet is getting ahead. And you look at that double tank comp with Lucian and Janna, the only way they're winning the game is if Lucian gets ahead, and Lucian got ahead, and C9 didn't do anything to stop that.
That's the next thing I want to talk about is the way these team comps worked out, and Cloud9 being so heavily AD against this full tank comp, relying on Sneaky needing that early lead that they can kind of bulldoze their way through them and not let the tanks get to power, but they did regardless. So do you think that's a little bit of hubris, a little bit of cockiness? They're going for the Draven pick early along with the Corki?
The idea is that you snowball the Draven with his passive very early and you crush that lane, and then he just is so much further ahead of everybody in terms of power spikes, but he didn't get to that point. He didn't get to cash in, and then he fell behind. And to the credit of Piglet, his spacing in team fights around his tanks is incredible. The way he's playing that 500 range Lucian, he's basically forming an Illuminati triangle with him. He's like, you two in front, I'll be right behind you at this perfect range the entire time.
And shooting everybody out. Yeah, I mean, to touch on your point about the team comps, C9 relies very heavily on their mid game going well, right? Jack talked about it on the cast. It's a massively AD team against a whole bunch of tanks. Big surprise, eventually the tanks outscale when they only have to buy Thornmails. But they've got 2 Triforce users in Hecarim and the Corki. They went for AD Corki and not like the Luden's Echo Poke style, so it's like really about that first 2 items coming in there. And it almost worked. Like the team fights are pretty close actually. C9 had the ability to use this mid-game power spike to actually win a couple of fights. And in fact, we have a dragon fight that sort of illuminates that, where C9 like say, okay, we're spiked up. This is the time we're going to go for the battle, and we're going to flip the game around, but you know,
Speaking of which, let's pull that up. We're going to get that on your screens. Dragon fight, where yes, you're right. It's kind of that mid-game position where they can totally cash in on the Sneaky stacks. However, there's some slight mispositioning.
Yeah, Sneaky's positioning in this fight is a little questionable, and Phoenix is stalking him before this even starts. They're pinging him out, saying that they're going to be able to collapse on him. So as soon as they get this dragon, Team Liquid decide up and out, and then Sneaky looks for the flank here, but his positioning right there, he goes for the extra auto instead of ducking into the bush, which is unwarded. He would have been able to avoid the Lissandra ultimate if he had just gone inside the brush after throwing the E.
And just, I mean, obviously, like, really great flankability by Phoenix. And the thing is, C9 should have known about where Phoenix was coming from. He came from mid lane where there's minions, and, you know, the lack of awareness there, it's really unfortunate seeing that kind of misplay. You typically see players this caliber aware of where flankers are coming from, aware of what champions are on what side of the map. And that's the big risk of playing Draven. It's why we don't see him often competitive is, look, he might be really good and he might snowball really hard, but you have so little room for mistakes that if you make that mistake and you die and lose 150 stacks on Adoration, well, guess what? The entire reason you picked Draven's gone.
Yeah, Zion, I want to ask you because C9 is now in a bit of a deficit there. They've lost this mid-game fight that they maybe expected to win, which is why they engaged it. We later saw them win, or not win, they got a pick, rather, Onyx Special. And we saw them instead hover around the top side around Baron as opposed to go for the dragon that was up. Talk to me about what you would have done in that situation with your team in terms of communication, because they seem to stall out, and it's something that normally Cloud9 is so decisive, right? Normally they get a pick, they know exactly what they're doing. They kind of ran in circles for a minute, and what would have been the better outcome there?
Well, the thing I love about C9 is, like, more than any other team, they are so good at playing from behind. You know, they, like, find those picks, they get the vision out, and they're just split pushing all the time, like forcing you to group, forcing you to make that decisive, like Baron call, decisive dragon call, and push down. So C9's always splitting them up because that's the only thing they can do. They can't win these straight team fights, and looking for picks where they can, getting the vision they can. And, you know, they got that catch on Janna. They got, like, some good poke with Corki, but they were just so far behind. But that's what I love about C9 is they're always fighting and they're clawing their way back in, like getting those inner turrets when they can. And I think that's the kind of play that allows them to, you know, come back from games where, you know, honestly, most teams would probably just, like, caved in at 20 minutes when Piglet's 2-0. But C9 is trying to like find their way back into the game, and that's what I just really like about watching them.
All right, finally, I want to touch on what we might see change here, picks and bans, real quickly. I know, Zyrene, you had mentioned before that if Cloud9 win, they probably keep things just about the same. If they lose, maybe get rid of that Sejuani, as it is such a comfortable pick for Dominate.
Yeah, now they give over a lot of different things because they banned the Vlad, Lulu, and Urgot. Those are pretty much all first pick worthy by Team Liquid, and so is Sejuani. And so if you're going to run a double AD composition again, I want to see the Sejuani taken off the table in favor of one of those picks.
And as far as things I think that did go well, though, I actually like the fact that we saw Hecarim come out here in the top lane for C9. Now that we know Liquids are playing very Piglet-focused, it seems like C9 are aware of this. They're like, oh, Quas on an island. Let's pick up a lane bully. Let's get a lead here in our top laner. Unfortunately, Hecarim does this and then kind of comes down after the Triforce power spike. So maybe something that has even farther reach into the game. I still like top lane Vlad, for example, if they can get that through picks and bans. Obviously, they banned it here, but something to that effect where Balls can beat up on Quas, he knows it's an island, and then scale from there.
All right, speaking about the top lane, Zion, you've gone up against Balls. What else does he have in his pool aside from Hecarim? We heard Jat mention the Maokai, not necessarily a carry, but a different playstyle that they've definitely preferred before. What would you go for?
Balls can like really play anything, honestly. I've seen him pull out the Gnar, the Maokai, Rumble, anything. I think what C9 really needs to do is kind of choose their identity and style that they're going to go with. So you saw Team Liquid, they went with the tanky Sion bottom, and they're like, okay, we're going to pressure Liquid's lane. C9 was like, let's pick Draven, let's pick Hecarim, but we're going bottom. They have to choose, like, are they going to play the tank bottom and pressure topside so they have a safe lane bottom when they're pressuring topside to stop Piglet? Or are they going to be like, all right, let's get Balls going against Quas. Let's set them up on Hecarim again, but this time we're not going to go for the Draven pick top so that we have, like, a safe AD carry, like a Corki or something.
All right, well, the teams have a few more minutes to lock in their strategies. Keep it tuned right here, because after the break, it's on to Game 2 between Team Liquid versus Cloud9. You're watching the North American LCS.
Just above him. He could. No, he does not cash in on that. Lemonation's about to take one more Q from.
He's slowed. I can tank. I can tank.
Corgi to the back. Corgi. Piglet is they
and take on more responsibility within the team, showing that even after all these years, you can still teach an old support new tricks.
Special has always been one of the best supports in North America, and right now, like in the playoffs, like in that game with Piglet, I just saw them playing so well together, and he's always been like one of those great like initiators and laners. But I think his greatest attribute is when he has his confidence backing him, and if you've been watching like his like vlogs and stuff like that compared to before, he just sounds so confident, and he plays with that confidence so well, and I think it's really showing.
Yeah, I think it's really cool, like, seeing him here. This is his first playoff win over C9, like, ever, right? Lost with Curse, lost with TSM. And, yeah, him playing with confidence, him wanting to actually come out and say, look, I want my best part of my career to be ahead of me. I want to go farther. I want to go win Worlds, have an amazing season here with Liquid. And right now, they're poised to break the curse with Xpecial.
Yeah, still has that strength, still has that strong laning phase that they were able to take advantage of, and the part that he's able to give really intelligent calls to the team as well from that lane. I think that he's still got that huge amount of confidence backing him, but what I want to see this game is him take over team fights too.
All right, a theme of confidence there, and he's got to have more of it after, as you said, that first playoff win against Cloud9. Now, as we send it over to the casters for the call, Piglet considers this matchup their biggest obstacle to Team Liquid claiming the North American Championship.
제가 생각했을 때는 지금 가장 잘하는 팀이 C9이라고 생각해요. 근데 뭐 무섭다거나 뭐 질 것 같다거나 그러진 않고, C9이 뱀픽을 좀 잘해가지고 좀 뱀픽으로 좀 많이 이기는 것 같은데, 우리가 뱀픽만 짜면은 실력적인 면에서는 저희가 우선 이길 수 있다고 봐요. 그리고 만약에 C9만 이긴다면 저희가 우승할 것 같기도 하고.
Well, so far it seems like skill has been the thing to put them on top. It was a small mistake by Cloud9 last game, but it definitely looked like Team Liquid came out of the lane strong, and it does look like they have what it takes to take down Cloud9.
So far, so good for Piglet there.
Yeah.
Really, really high spirits. And I'm actually kind of worried for Cloud9 because of the signs of desperation that we saw in that game, which we don't usually see from them. Right. The calls, especially like the Baron call, it really showed that they felt the pressure, and so maybe this time around I expect them to take a team comp that's less gated by a timing window and doesn't, fall off so hard, because right now they definitely are feeling the pressure.
It wasn't to the same extent of kind of craziness they went to at IEM, but we definitely saw tendencies there of making those mistakes and not repairing them, but making more.
And what's more interesting yet is if they don't switch up their ban strategy from the prior game. It looks like we're getting identical bans on both sides. So the sides have changed for the game, the bans have not. I really wonder if Team Liquid, they take the Hecarim away.
Grabbing that right away. We know Quas can play that quite well. He will take it to the top lane. He had a pretty safe lane as Sion last time. He was down a little bit in the beginning, but he came back strong. So this should be nice and ready for him from the get-go. What will Cloud9 answer with? They know it's going to be a lane that really kind of won't be won, won't be lost if Balls can play it strong. And with the champion he has been using, maybe Maokai, and it will not be.
Trayton picks.
Couple of Ice Queens.
Yeah, it's actually interesting here. They switch sides, and that means do they just assume each other's team compositions from the previous game? Lysandra and Sejuani, both things the Team Liquid succeeded on, and even though Gragas is good at face-tanking the Sejuani ultimate, that did not work out last game for them once they started falling behind because Meteos never reached the point of tankiness to do that.
Whoa.
And now will we see some
attack
differentiation.
speed Azir comps.
Yep.
These are something, before Azir got nerfed, these are something that was really on the rise, but we didn't see a whole bunch because the nerfs came in fairly quickly after people started adapting to us. But you can Blood Boil Azir or you can Blood Boil your AD carry. So I'm still curious where they go with Piglet because Phoenix will also be a huge force this game. Very interesting start here for Team Liquid with starting off with the Hecarim from the top lane, which is a little bit more volatile, but the Nunu Azir pick, much better, more siege-oriented.
They have played Azir on a couple occasions before the nerfs, and it can be a very good protection strategy if you plan on going with a strong AD carry as well. Strong Azir attack speed as well as strong AD carry attack speed for sustained team fights that can work through some burst.
Ooh.
We have seen Azir come back, after the buffs. He got nerfed a little too hard, then he got buffed back up. Seen him a bit in Asia. We'll see Team Liquid's take on it here.
This might be the real stand.
Very quick.
Speaking of point and click,
this is the point and click.
Cloud9 going with a ton of hard CC, tanks, and then sneaky on Lucian as a damage dealer. This was kind of their bread and butter when Cloud9 made that late season run. Sneaky on Lucian with a bunch of point and click tanks. And Team Liquid is bringing out something new again. When they 3-0 COG, 3 different team compositions, this is very different from their Game 1
I also really like that they've shifted Piglet over to the Sivir. Since he doesn't have to be the only damage source this time around, he can be a little bit more utility-oriented on the Sivir. Plus, Sivir is really good against things like point-and-click Lysandra, like the Sejuani ults that are going to be coming through. Sejuani ult is really easy to spell shield.
Yep.
Lysandra ult is a bit more difficult, but it is a telegraphed ability because it's fairly short range, and there is a window between the cast and before the stun hits that he can also spell shield that. So shifting him to a little bit more safe of an AD carry, since Phoenix will be shouldering a bit more of that sustained damage burden. These two guys, as we said, very close coaches.
Very close indeed.
I agree with you, though, as far as this being a pretty good pick, Sivir. You would expect maybe a higher damage AD carry, but because of the spell shield against all of the crowd control, and as well as it being kind of an AoE team fight, Sivir fits that bill in multiple ways.
Yep, really nice wave clear as well on both sides. It's going to be interesting once we get to the turrets. Always going to happen. Remember to share your predictions. Tweet LOL Esports, at LOL Esports is the one that we use. And use the hashtag TLWin or hashtag C9Win. We'll check back to see how you're calling this game shortly as we call the game as well. Everybody here in the crowd is ready as they get back from getting some nice popcorn and drinks at the concession stand, because we're ready to get into game 2, and we are on the Rift.
All right. I almost wish that we could jump right to team fights because I'm so excited to see Team Liquid have so much push back.
That's what you're saying is Earth mode.
Cloud9 have so much dive, but look at that. They've got Alistar the bodyguard who's knocking somebody back. Phoenix is going to knock back maybe the whole team. And Cloud9 are going to do their best to climb over all these obstacles.
Quask gets to knock someone back.
I mean, they have all these knockbacks, and
Nunu gets to slow him down around there.
A lot of zone control. Let's see here, though. First, we're going to start off at level 1.
Woo! Do you flash?
Alistar, no.
Paul flash?
No.
Any combination of flashing and pulverizing? Because that's not too.
He hasn't leveled up a skill quite yet.
They could have easily traded support flash for Maokai flash and maybe even gotten a kill. If Xpecial had decided to do pulverize flash, that would have been very hard for Balls to react to. But they get the deep ward. They were just mainly going for lane swap scouting and didn't want to exchange Summoner's Face.
Weighing those two is fairly difficult. It is nice to have the top laner burn their flash if you're going for a 2 versus 1, because then you really threaten the dive, but at the same time, roaming Alistar support with flash is also a strong tool, so I don't know here which one would be better, but Team Liquid spotted out by the ward. They'll be seen going bottom, 2 versus 2. Looks like we will see heads-up play most likely.
Yeah, so last game, we did see the early game slightly favor Piglet, and Cloud9 was not putting the AD carry in a position to succeed.
They definitely are this time around. Meteos gives him the smite. He takes the Gromp up for himself, so Meteos is probably not going to go with an early gank. He's going to hard farm it out with a route where he gets a bit lower on health in the jungle, and
big
it just
sacrifice.
goes back to buy. But he got a really, really good advantage for his bottom lane. They get to lane first. Didn't quite see if they got an extra minion worth of experience for getting there first, but Piglet and Xpecial did take those Krugs, so not really that far behind. Lemonation, though, and Sneaky.
Yeah, Cloud9 should still be in position to hit level 2
They should get it first.
Yeah, right.
Will he go for the hook?
He should.
It's going to be on to Xpecial. The passive to come through does not. He gets out of that one safely. Piglet's able to trade back a little bit of damage. We also saw High taking a little bit of pressure in the mid lane from Phoenix with his bottom lane. Still great pressure from Lemon as he keeps him out of that farm range. Didn't lose too much as the wave will be getting to the turret for Piglet here. So definitely a different start to the game, at least for Sneaky. He's the one piercing light through the minions here and giving Xpecial and Piglet a hard time.
Yeah, and again, calling back to what it costs Cloud9 to get that early level 2 for the bottom lane, it costs them early jungle pressure because Sejuani is a jungler who can...
Speaking of early jungle
Oh, you don't need to go that far to ward it!
This could be a lot of trouble for Lemonation. He's waiting for his hook so he could flash the wall for distance. Could be okay.
Flash Pulverize could come into play now, but does not. Only level 2, he holds. Good pressure from Dominate there to get Lemon in. That's big. Piglet was just getting pushed into his turret. They have a little room to breathe now.
How quickly the tables turn.
Yeah, I feel like if Team Liquid really wanted to go for a kill and be in an aggressive mindset, we would be seeing those flashes from Xpecial. Even just to trade or try and get in front of him to block the Nautilus hook. But the mindset they're in does seem substantially more defensive. They're a little bit worried of Meteos' presence because they didn't have knowledge that he would have done the late early jungle, and they are kind of playing this lane to farm it out.
I feel like Xpecial has always been one of the more defensive supports. No matter what AD carry he's been with, you know, he was with Top for a very long time, and they were notorious for being extremely defensive. But I feel like a lot of that also came from Xpecial, and he definitely does have that better safe than sorry attitude.
Yeah.
Not quite like the double lift Afro combination where they're both looking for those aggressive plays.
Well, we did hear Xpecial say that hole he had to fill with more shot calling, not as much initiation as he was on Team Solo Mid. So the tendency's still there on the cow, but he definitely plays it for the AD carries.
And Lemon doesn't even have his shield broken, so not much exchange there. But again, what I was about to talk about was the jungle pressure sacrifice. Sejuani is a champion who can go for the 3-minute, 10-odd, 15-odd seconds gank if he wants to. There's a flash. She can go for that if they want to, and it is nice to apply that in the Hecarim versus Maokai lane where Hecarim does not have an escape early, but there was no chance of that because he gave away the Gromp experience to the bottom lane and had to go for the more hard farming route. We'll see if that does cost them top lane because Hecarim, fairly easy start here so far versus Maokai, even CS.
I'm also wondering, I mean, Team Liquid had the deep wards to try and scout the lane swap, yet still ended up in this 2v2, which I do not think is to their advantage. Just theoretically, the Nautilus Lucian against Sivir Alistar.
Trying to even it up here. There's the flash.
There's the flash, though.
That's what they needed, especially that sneaky Lucian as well. He knows how to get out of those sticky situations, and he may still be able to provide a lot of power for the game. A failed attempt by Team Liquid bottom as they go for a second run there.
They also both burned heals. I think the heal was burned from Piglet for the speed boost. So they actually go pretty much draw even on summoners as well. Now Meteos has made his way to the top lane, though. That's the pressure we were looking for. Maokai sets it up.
Level 5s here. Doesn't look like anybody's going to be hitting 6 just yet. Quas bumps Meteos as well on the Arctic Assault, but it looks like they have enough to freeze the horse, cut him down, start producing a little bit of...
Wait a minute! Oh my god, he leveled as the minions were dying around him!
Quas!
And he gets first blood before he goes down.
Whoa, and a dive bottom.
This is Sneaky going down. That was the ignite that ticks through. That's the one hit as the tick still there. He's forced to flash as well as he drives his anchor into the back of Piglet. Now to High in the mid lane. Phoenix with not enough mana to chase in into the dark would be too much of a risk.
Oh, come on, High. Everybody else is doing it.
Yeah, everyone fought.
Honestly, though, that was such a good play from Quas to go back into the minion line, spamming Q to get level 6. What a heads-up play from Quas.
And Spirit of the Dread
level
damage as well, healing him.
The entire time. He goes, you know what? I'm out of here. Oh, I'm not getting away.
Yep.
Immediate decision. You can see how quickly he makes that decision. He auto-attacks the minion as well as going for the Q. Boom, instant level 6, level up, and the Ignite gets the counter kill there. Best he could possibly hope for.
And then in the bot lane, they knew they had 2 summoners down, plus they still had Ignite, so they go for the dive. But because of that hook from Lemon Nation, Piglet takes that 1 extra turret shot, ruining basically what would have been a clean dive. Both supports ended up getting the kill.
Yeah, but because Sneaky's so far ahead in CS at that point, he's the one coming back with a BF sword.
Right.
The drawback is no potions on top of it. He had to stick around a couple extra seconds in Fountain for the last couple scraps of gold, so he won't have sustain. The sustain advantage definitely going to be for Team Liquid, not only with the potions, but also because of the Alistar. Let's see if they can, really take advantage of that within trades, or if Sneaky will actually make use of the extra AD. Right now, though, Team Liquid objective focus. They have the Nunu dominate. Definitely one that likes to stack dragon buffs early on for the team. We'll see if they can keep it up. They do have the timer.
Yeah, and with an Azir on the team, someone who's great at zone control, getting the early dragons, because they can make the threat of more dragons such a huge team fight magnet, is very important for this Team Liquid match.
You see in the top lane, Quas bullying balls pretty well. He's starting to chug his potions and try to get healthy once again. The second tier boots already finished from Quas, so home guards to follow next, and those plays to be made if Team Liquid can keep this up. Looking back at that bottom fight, it was a good thing Sneaky was up in CS to get that BF, because the assist also went to Piglet throughout the kills there. So each lane still staying pretty close in that sense. And we still see Team Liquid confident to make the plays. And Quas doing a damn good job here in the top lane. Balls can't offer too much, trying to go for a little bit of aggressive play and maybe change his mind and say, hey, my jungler's here, but Quas isn't buying it.
He's doing a good job of threading in his auto attacks too. Watching his passive there, as soon as he got it up, threads 1 int for the heal. So comes away very well on that trade, even though Quas is the aggressor. But that's kind of the way that you play top lane Hecarim. Once you get to the point where you are able to purchase home guards, you can go for constant trades and then try and home guard back the lane very quickly.
Right.
Lemon with the aggressive exchanges on his newfound love, Nautilus.
Always an often.
This lane is going in the favor of Cloud9 pretty heavily. It's the swap of what we saw last game. This time Sneaky with the Lucian and Cloud9 with the early game strategy to get him going.
Yeah, I really like the way that they're playing this. Because Sneaky didn't bring potions and he doesn't have sustain to this lane, they have Lemon tanking the damage. So he pops up his shield, he is the one to initiate. Sneaky's able to trade extra damage from the back line, but all of Team Liquid's answer is damage onto Nautilus, which is exactly where Cloud9 want them to focus it. So Sneaky not coming away any worse for wear.
Uh-oh.
Maybe he will.
They know he's alone.
Ooh, they get the summoner healed just because Xpecial closes into combo range. He does have flash available, but once again, the better safe than sorry play here for Xpecial.
So we haven't even talked about that mid lane matchup, Riz.
No.
Hyde not necessarily out CSing Phoenix in any meaningful way.
Literally
getting
not.
this much farm, I think, is a little bit dangerous. A lot of times you'd want to try and do that reliable gank mid lane, Sejuani, as well as the Lissandra trying to lock down, maybe try to kill him through the cleanse, but it's just not been in the cards with the pressure this bottom lane is demanding.
And we also haven't seen the full power of that as well. Looking for the Blood Boil to go on to Phoenix later could really make the factor in these fights. So the bottom lane still go a bit aggressive, and mid lane starts to get a little bit of pressure finally from Meteos here. This could be the first attack on a Phoenix, but he's also running that cleanse, so it might be hard for them to get him.
Meteos grabs the Raptor buff, goes in for the gank, but Phoenix is wearing a ward, so...
Yep.
Whoa!
Shifting Sands into depth charge. There's a lot of long-range spells here. That's going to be it. They can't get past the Emperor's Divide, and he keeps it safe. Dominate gets it from the other end. What a beautiful absolute zero. High is going to be stuck in this one as well. Everybody's getting chilled down to the bone in this fight. Meteos back in. Can he do enough as he puts the permafrost down? One last soldier hit. Oh, it's Quas coming through. The teleport home guard is now ready for use.
Yeah.
All the things that can knock you backwards. How hard is it going to be to initiate on this Team Liquid team? That was a preview of how difficult it's going to be.
Alistar coming behind him. Here comes Xpecial. He still has all summoners as well. Xpecial has level 6 too.
He beat Meteos is close as well. Not a lot of mana, but the presence of the bodies is all they need.
Great cancel.
Yeah.
He cancel.
Teleport started channeling before Xpecial dealt any damage. So Xpecial did not draw any tower aggro there, and they're able to get, even though it was a cancel teleport, bit of the cooldown out.
Just cutting trees down. Nothing big.
Chop, 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 chop.
Oh, gets the flash. Definitely shorter cooldown for Quas. Wins that engagement, and he has been now. Starts to get just a little bit of that gold lead. Starting to press forward and get his wards down. So he'll be safe, and now be very troublesome for Cloud9 to take down.
While the home guard teleport did look a little bit unnecessary to pick up that kill because it was only the last hit, they'd almost rather have the kill onto Quas. We keep talking about how snowbally Hecarim was last game. Never mind. Let's take a look at the zone control here from Team Liquid because
So the knockback on those soldiers goes a little bit beyond that animation. I thought he'd be getting in beneath the soldiers, basically, but he was still in range for them to push him back right there, which is why he couldn't get through.
Lemon thought he had backup, so he flashed over the soldiers, but he was left on the wrong side of the shifting sands, and really good play there by Team Liquid to pick up a kill off of the overextension from Cloud9.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by Balls' build order right now. It looks like maybe, as Quas is a god with that kill, it looks like maybe Balls is going for the Righteous Glory and Glacial Shroud in his item build because he's sitting on a Mana Crystal as well as having a Catalyst. But against a physical damage dealer this early on in the game, you have to wonder why he wouldn't just start with the Cloth Armor, unless he just accidentally completed the Catalyst when he had enough gold and it just ran into base with an extra Mana Crystal. It affects that 1v1 matchup. He's not nearly as strong as he could be.
Especially with the kills Quas is picking up. This is going to turn into the Oh!
No cleanse.
No cleanse indeed. Emperor's Divide still goes out. Oh, the tomb! No way! Shifting sands! He gets out! No ignite! He's good to go.
Wow.
Even without cleanse.
Phoenix was one of the few players that we were impressed with the early
adopters of Azir.
Early Azir play. And he definitely has not lost his skills.
No, he's quite at home right there. That was the guaranteed gank. Sejuani ult, Lissandra ult, no cleanse up, easy kill, right? But because he knocked Meteos back into the turret, he lowered the sustained damage. Meteos could not stay on that side of the Emperor's Divide to secure a kill because of the turret threat. And then when he jumped back over, Phoenix just played that so perfectly.
Yeah, both ults from Phoenix have been really strong.
Well, once again, we see the kills for Cloud9 kind of walking away with slivers of health, just like last time, and maybe they may start going a little too hard for these kills once again, putting themselves in scary spots right now.
It's so difficult to work around that. Phoenix, he's continually drawing the line in the sand, and Cloud9 choosing the wrong side to stand on.
Yeah, literally.
All right, Lemon continuing to look aggressive, though.
That bottom lane is really equalized, too. That was a near 20 CS advantage for Sneaky earlier on in the game. Again, Sneaky picks up an early Avarice Blade, and lo and behold, Piglet's gone for damage, and they can start pushing that lane in fairly well.
New Dragon Train right here off screen. They're about to start it up again.
Yep.
They already called Quas down because he doesn't have teleport either, so the Dragon Train continues. 2-2 for Team Liquid. There's number 2.
So Cloud9 really hasn't even looked at this game.
Yeah, and we have to start wondering in Cloud9's head, are they entering desperation mode once again? We need to kind of look at the way these team comps are going to be reacting in the mid lane, because, Kobe, you wanted to jump to those mid-game team fights at the start of the game. Well, right now, Team Liquid is in a winning position.
They're the ones jumping to the team fights,
Yeah, they're going to be forcing Cloud9 into them at a certain point, and I don't know if Cloud9's ready to do that.
Well, they're starting to lose map control. Whenever you start to see the ward line initially creep up into Cloud9 territory, it's a very good sign for Team Liquid. They've got the workings of the deep wards there, slowly moving them up, a couple on the blue side for the Dragon. They've got the Dragon objective down, top lane turret's already down, Quas just goes and puts a deep ward on the other side. So Team Liquid already starting to take their small advantage, slowly work it in so that they can see where Cloud9 start their next strategic moves. And dominate on the Nunu, going to supplement Quas's ward with that Sightstone that he's got. Goes in for an invade, and he'll drop some extra wards. Now, they do lose out pressure on bottom because they're going for this play up top with the red steal, and Cloud9 trying to punish them, get some tower damage.
And one of the big differences between last game and this game is how much more reliable Cloud9's pick is. If they do find a catch on some point of the map, they should be able to punish. Because they do need to punish this at some point.
Top lane
this game's
focus,
about
though.
how many catches they can get and how often they can kill Phoenix.
Nunu's still up there. They were just counter jungling.
I'm guessing this is going to be fights across the map, gentlemen. As soon as they see this happening up here, we may see something in the bottom lane. Balls back and forth.
Got flashed off,
himself
though.
alive for a little bit longer here. That's good. Will the pressure from Cloud9 be able to take the bottom turret? Maybe some Surge and gold. For
now,
them.
diving this combo is actually fairly difficult. With the All-Star ultimate and the spell shield, not getting a lot done here. And let's see if they decide to go for it anyway, though. Meteos jumps right in.
They've been here for quite a while. They finally ring the doorbell and enter. Piglet could be going down. He flashes. A point-blank hook, chooses the right direction, and they're just going to get it special. Piglet trying to do what he can here. That home guard TG will come in. Quas starts flying through. I don't know if he wants to be there anymore with Balls being in the fight. Here comes Phoenix from the top side. Tri-brush. He goes after Lemon. He's going to be chased out in that, and everybody's a bit split on their focus. I don't know if they finalize any more kills here.
Phoenix wants it. There it is. Doesn't even have to flash on Azir, considering the investment for that dive. Oh, because of the turret, it's real close.
I mean, Hai did shove the lane, but usually we see Hai, the mid laner, getting off the roams. Hai is the one making plays, sacrificing farm. So Cloud9, maybe they are having a little bit of problems here in the mid lane. Not quite sure. Hai deviating from the normal style. Let's see if he can hold the mid lane in response. Team Liquid looking to answer, but Hai is fine. So Cloud9 will take that turret to equalize a little bit there. Also, I do want to give props to Sneaky. He didn't just run away from Hecarim mindlessly as an AD carry. He got the tag off to take down the home guard bonus, greatly reducing not only the mobility but the damage of that teleport in from Hecarim.
This game is really starting to take off as well. Quas about to hit Trinity Force. I think that's a huge moment for the power spikes of Team Liquid. They're actually hitting item breakpoints at a really opportune time as they continue to force these dragons and basically try and stop Cloud9, who's going to be making substantially more aggressive plays as this progresses. Cloud9 has all the initiation tools. Team Liquid has the disengage and counter initiation tools, and this is shaping up to be a great game.
It really is. Team Liquid are delivering with the strengths that we were looking for them to continue with.
That's true.
Hai making one of his roams.
Quas is in trouble,
can answer.
Three people.
Kind of answering a bit of my question.
Meteos wants to pop an ult as well. They just have so much. I think Quas is probably dead at this point.
He still goes in. He's going to ulti out on that one. Missed the ulti.
Not dead.
They still have a lot of crowd control into this turret and a lot of beef to take turret shots. They're going to be able to get out of this one safely. More turrets down here for Cloud9 as they start to grab a bit of a lead. Still down in gold, though.
It's all about how Team Liquid responds to that. At that point in the game, Quas was a little bit too far up in the turret because the rest of the map did not have pressure, so Cloud9 was free to send 3 up there without being punished.
Bottom wave was pushed by Piglet. It barely reaches the turret, though. Sneaky not going to lose out very much. Now, one of the strengths I was about to bring up that we were talking about for Team Liquid before this was the ability of Phoenix to bring out many different champions and keep Cloud9 guessing. The Urgot, the Vladimir, drawing bans, yet still a huge presence. His Azir,
His Azir is going to be helping to start fights with Xpecial here. And that turret behind them doesn't really allow Cloud9 to go hard even if they wanted to, because Liquid has a place to go safe.
Yeah. And as we have a pause come in, talking to your Azir point, Kobe, it seems like his Azir may be an even larger presence than some of those other things. Up 60 CS to high, as well as having the roam kill.
Plus, he was the recipient of a lot of pressure as well. He dealt with the pressure. Meteos visited mid several times, wasn't able to get anything done. They turned around a gank even. Just all around, Phoenix in playoffs, way better than Phoenix regular season. So
Phoenix
one of those guys
equals Scrim Phoenix, apparently.
He's really showing up under pressure, which is not something that you always expect from these guys, moving across regions. He has had experience before, though, so he's not one of the newbies.
Nope. definitely giving Cloud9 a hard time. Everybody here is from Team Liquid. Quas able to get himself out and just hitting level 6, first blood for himself in the top lane. Every time it seems like Cloud9 tries to do something, it backfires a little bit, and they're not able to kind of push a turret as they usually would, or take something else, or just beat Cloud9. Seems difficult for them at this point. High definitely having some trouble in the mid lane there as he goes against Phoenix. And how do they consider this if teams that they haven't, or I'm sorry, champions that they haven't played against recently keep coming into these games? Do they stick with their bans, or do they just try their own thing? Does Cloud9 pull out all the stops?
It's going to be something they have to react to as the series progresses. But in this moment, Cloud9 needs to focus on what they do in this game.
Yeah.
I mean, we can see in the gold lead right now, High down 1,000 gold. Sneaky up 400 gold, but Ball's also down 1,000 gold. There's a lot of really strong players on Team Liquid right now, and this is a team comp with Piglet in a more supportive role. This is the Sivir who carries by pressing the R button, and then Phoenix and Quas end up running in after them. It's not only a different style, but a different priority in game from Team Liquid.
Right. How many kills did Piglet have at this point with the team feeding him those last game? Quite a bit.
Yeah, and if we're looking at damage output as well, for Cloud9, this is a full tank Maokai. This is not the Rod of Ages first Maokai that does a surprising amount of AoE and can really affect those longer team fights. This is full tank Maokai, along with full tank Sejuani, and they've got a more control-oriented mage in the mid lane. So it puts a lot of pressure on Sneaky to be the consistent damage output for this team. Yes, they do have a lot of lockdown, but it kind of puts more importance on using the lockdown well on someone who's out of position, because you need to make the damage count, and you have to focus your damage when you have a team like this. The target calling is actually really important for the Cloud9 squad.
Yeah. And who do they target call on? I say it's Phoenix at this point, even though they may be tempted to try and lock down Piglet. Phoenix is the one that at the moment will do more sustained damage, has more disengaged potential. If they could somehow lock down Phoenix before he can get off that Azir ultimate,
ult is so big.
Then it's a one fight. But if they fail to do that, or if they burn some of that stuff into a spell shield, it all goes out the window.
Phoenix is also not building the early Zonias that we sometimes see from Azir players to pull off those plays where he jumps in, so that may give an opening for Cloud9.
Yeah, I need to update right now. The pause is because High and Sneaky have been complaining of lag. They did a client restart, and they tried it again with the new pause. I can only assume that they're still complaining about the same issue, so just to keep everyone updated on what the delay is for.
Absolutely, we'll get that sorted out in just a few for these guys. Having that Phoenix pick, as we were just talking about Azir, you brought up the Zhonya's there, and that ultimate, you said if they can get that ultimate before it comes out, or even if it comes out, how do you bait out an Azir ultimate if you can? Because it has literally changed 2 or 3 fights already in this game. You only use that if you're going to die, right? If everybody's on you, so you kind of
so
guaranteed.
the thing is they can't really bait it out because Cloud9 have to commit very hard when they catch somebody.
Yeah.
So it's going to be about can they actually take down the target. But usually when we see the Zonias come out from Azir players, it's when they're trying to use their ultimate offensively and they're doing these crazy flash plays and dashing in. That's not how Team Liquid want to use this Azir. Their zone control, their Nunu, and their Azir are for defensive use of that terrain control. So he doesn't have to really worry about diving into the enemy team because they're trying to rebuff the onslaught.
Yeah, this is a strange thing. Just to while we're in this delay because of the High and Sneaky client issues, I want to talk about Zhonya's on Azir only because it's not the same as Zhonya's on a lot of different mages because it's so much about the soldiers trying to auto attack for sustained damage. Azir building a defensive Zhonya's really cuts down on his team fight potential damage. Yes, there is that moment where he can ult backwards for the rest of the team, but it is one of the less optimal mid laners to build Zhonya's on because you cut your damage so immensely. It's almost like an 80 carry in a strange sense, building a Zhonya's. When you're there, you're not doing anything. You're not maximizing your damage potential.
Kind of like an 80 carry building a Bloodthirster early on instead of Infinity Edge.
It's overly defensive. That's a apt analogy for the relative power.
You don't get as many style points, but...
Well, seeing the change in carries for Team Liquid this time, definitely not putting up the kills for them. Looking at Dominate as well in the jungle, kind of in the past, in history, we heard a lot of things in him changing his style this time, being more vision controlled, being more peel controlled, protect the AD carry. It's been pretty incredible to see these guys with so many changes now kind of, and now find it is the best time to do it. But yeah, find that organization, find what they need, and come out with these wins. He was very vocal about that being difficult on him in general as jungler as well. So with the meta changing, he's done very well to keep that strong. And now back on the Nunu.
Time for the tank junglers.
Time for the tank. We heard Saints tweet recently about that dominate play on Nunu. Oh, look, dominates ahead, just walking there with Nunu and...
Say, yeah. That's a lot what you feel like when you're on Nunu a lot of the times. There are he was also complaining about PBE notes because there are booming Nunu nerfs coming. Those two guys, Dominate and Nunu, two of the biggest lovers, or Dominate and Saint Vicious, two of the biggest lovers
of Nunu
in the North American LCS.
Absolutely. Looking back at the oh, go ahead.
If he can get the snowballs down on Sneaky, like this team is already hurting for damage from Cloud9. If you can just sneak a couple snowballs in there, it really does a lot for their team fight.
Yep. All right, so while we work out the issues on the stage, everyone, we are going to send it over to the guys on the analyst desk.
Thank you, Riv. So we have some time to take stock of this game midway through, which is kind of an interesting approach because we can critique how we think maybe the game should move forward from here. So let's set the stage, which is that both teams are kind of taking a similar approach to this game in that Team Liquid putting a lot of focus on their bot lane, Sneaky and Lemon having a better time in the duo, but Dominate putting a lot of focus there. Meteor still choosing to put a lot of focus into the top lane, so not a whole lot of changes there in terms of jungle pressure.
Yeah, which surprised me a little bit because C9 went the opposite way I thought they would go. We're like, okay, they're trying to get balls ahead. Cool, they're going to play something aggressive like a Maokai. And the thing is, Ball's a good Maokai player. It's fine. Like, they like his ability to flank. And the thing is, they're picking Maokai because he's got this single target lockdown. This comp, by the way, is almost identical to the one they played against Liquid in Week 8, where Maokai, that time Vi, Lissandra, Lucian, Nautilus, they're just trying to kill Piglet. And you can see that CC chain does work, so I understand the reason they're picking the champion for the comp. But as far as the interactions of the teams, I'm just still not quite sold. And what this overall does, though, is it puts a lot of pressure on Lucian, on Sneaky, to actually deal the damage now in team fights. Because it feels like that single target lockdown, that single target burst that C9 is going for with this comp, doesn't have a good target. You've got Azonius Azir, and you've got Sivir, and you've got Alistar to bodyguard here. And there's so much zone control that, like, you actually got two DPS champions on Liquid that can kind of deal with all this, and then, you know, re-engage and actually have DPS.
Right, so their sustained damage actually takes a bit of a hit if they can't burst somebody out with this with the Lissandra, as you mentioned. And then Lucian being a spellcaster ADC that generally has a fair amount of burst coming out at the beginning of a fight. Sejuani being their really sustained damage, and Lissandra, if she has enough cooldown, right?
I mean, Lucian still is pretty good as far as total damage output. Like, I feel like Lucian's like, if Graves is here, Lucian's over here. Where, like, yes, you have some burst, but, like, it's fine to have Lucian be like your carry, AD carry. It's not a Kog'Maw, but it's not crap. But again, I think they need a second damage source somewhere, and it doesn't seem like there's really anyone here on the comp for that.
I want to jump in on the top pick that you mentioned, 4C9 being Maokai, Zion, Maokai into Hecarim. They saw the Hecarim get picked up. You would have thought maybe they picked something a little bit more punishing for that 1v1 matchup when someone picks up Hecarim.
Yeah, I mean, he could have even, like, if they wanted to run that tank, they could have went for, like, the Scion, who, you know, you saw Quas do the same thing last game. Even though, like, Ball's got that early advantage, he was still winning lane, he was getting ahead. Like, he got down a lot of CS later on, but he still had that pressure with, like, without any jungle help. And this game, again, you saw Team Liquid, Nunu's bottom lane, constantly, like, Sneaky is up 20 CS at, like, 6 minutes, and he's freezing. So if their jungler is there, like, they're going to win the game. Like, Piglet couldn't do anything. And then what happens again is Dom just walks up, and then he just pushes in the lane and blows flash, and then there goes their whole bottom lane advantage. And Team Liquid is playing to their strengths and what they need to win a game, which is getting Piglet ahead and making sure that Sneaky doesn't snowball when he's that far ahead. And you saw, like, Meteos going top lane, and it's not really paying anything off. Quas just completely outplayed them 1v2, and they didn't get any advantage off pressuring topside with Sejuani. And then mid lane, Azir versus Lissandra, that just isn't a good time for Lissandra. And, like, you saw C9 going for that, like, desperate play where Lemon, like, 3 people tried to like flash over the wall.
Flash, the desperate flash over these.
It was just brutal to watch, and I don't really know like what C9 is trying to go for there with pressuring a Maokai lane when they have that Lucian getting ahead.
Yeah, the allocation of jungle resources by C9 has been very questionable. First it's top, then he goes middle, and all the pressure is completely deflected by Phoenix, and then their ultis are on cooldown. They're blowing summoner spells to get him, and he's really, like I said, he's deflecting it. So all the pressure is gone, and it gives away so much because then they know where the jungler is, and then Dom's free to move around the map and do whatever he wants.
All right, I got to interrupt you there because we've got the technical difficulties solved. The teams are ready to head back into the game, so let's send it back over to our casters for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash. And we are ready and raring to see a bit more league action here as we sort out the problem. We are going to get the guys playing through and see if it is sorted. This is a quick test as well, but if they play on, then we play on. They are going to be testing the minion waves. They were saying the lag was with the minions, and that's what we're sorting out. So now 21 minutes into this one, 5-5. Really, as we've been saying, no lead really to either side. Turrets have gone to Team Liquid right now, so if they can get the wards forward, they pressure that, that's where we're going to be bringing it from.
An interesting thing to have to adapt to is these mid-game pauses in the middle of these long series as well.
That's a really good point.
Both these guys pretty experienced in the LCS though, so no major changes. They also don't get to discuss strategy during these long pauses, so immediately Cloud9 trying to get a Dragon. This is the fight Team Liquid might want, but Team Liquid does not have the zone control right now, so it's hard for them to initiate.
Dominate has, doesn't go for it.
Great Dragon right there by Cloud9.
Let's see what they gave up mid-positioning, though. Can they get back to defend this turret? Cloud9 forced around the outside.
Team Liquid is a zone control team, so they need to find the spot where they can set up shop. But Cloud9 made it all the way around before Team Liquid could pressure that turret. Brilliant rotations there by Cloud9.
See, they have the pressure here for the turret. They do not. Cloud9 with a good amount of wave clear, and they pick up Dragon number 3, something Liquid went all the way to 5 last game without even any contest. So definitely a change of pace here for Cloud9, but still down about 1,000, actually 2,000 gold here as Team Liquid continues to push the waves.
Cloud9 just got away with highway robbery right there. Clean take of the Dragon. Liquid had immense vision control all over everything leading up to the Dragon as well. But Cloud9 in position first, burn it down, and get back to defend mid. Really crisp play. That's the type of stuff that we're used to seeing from Cloud9. Maybe they're starting to pull it together.
It'll be tough. Team Liquid has been organizing well, but if Cloud9 can layer that CC, get those point and clicks down we were talking about, Liquid will not have a chance to react to these fights. Breakpoints around as we have that Triforce for Quas finished a bit ago. Nothing else on top of that just yet. See, the Frozen Heart and the Glacial Shroud was built by Balls and Meteos. Balls finally got that Mana Crystal into something else, and they're starting that cooldown, so these fights hopefully go their way a little bit as they get to their items.
Remember, too, that a lot of the extra gold lead here is coming from turret destruction. Cloud9, if they can find that pick, if they can pile on somebody, get a numbers advantage, blow up Team Liquid, they could chain a lead into a lot of extra gold by taking down another outer turret or two. So there is possibility for sort of a bigger comeback swing for Cloud9 if they can catch somebody out of position. But right now, Ball's just trying to hold on to the bottom lane there. He does have teleport available.
And it becomes very difficult to set up a wave control move. Team Liquid actually initiating onto Cloud9 right now.
They get the teleport out. Xpecial still has ult.
Trying that just out of brute force. He knew the team was behind him, but Cloud9 is able to collapse way faster. The choke point is not allowing Liquid to get over to Xpecial. He goes down, flying into the fight. Hyde throws down the ultimate. He's now the focus. Zanyas is on. The focus is him when he comes out. Quas is able to cut him down as he comes through with the onslaught of shadows. They're still going. Now an Iggy. Quas is gigantic right now with Piglets down the back line. Meteos in between two. Almost gets Piglet. The true damage burn. He stays alive as he gets some more minions. He steals the house back, and Quas is able to swing it and take the fight for the team as Piglet gets the safety.
Right,
what a bloodbath
They get a
right
tower
there.
after that as well.
Yeah, Team Liquid's going to try and push this turret, I think, with the Sivir very low on Piglet.
Going for a blue steal.
Strange start to that fight for sure, with Xpecial basically walking in there and tanking. It gave Cloud9 a lot of opportunity, but because the fight was so extended, eventually that sustained damage of Team Liquid started to pull through. that was a very close to being the Cloud9 fight they needed.
Also, take a look at how tanky Xpecial is coming from a support role. Look at Ball's health bar and Xpecial's health bar. They're basically dropping at the same rate, and Balls is a solo lane tank.
High was doing a great job zoning over the side here. This time he waits a little bit longer with the Lissandra in so he doesn't get knocked off by the Emperor's Divide.
Yeah,
effectively a useless Azir ult in this situation.
That was actually really good play, Lissandra play from High.
And we're going again.
Right on to dominate.
They burned the list. Oh,
it was the heal. He tried to get the triumphant roar out, but the follow-up is too much coming in from Liquid. They're still going on the fight now. Lemonation's gonna go down. A triple kill. That's the blood boil Azir coming through, baby. And they're gonna hit him. Oh, of course Quas has the blood boil, but Quadra for Phoenix.
So that was a much better Azir ultimate, right? Redo on the fight. Use the Azir ult properly. Huge kill there by Phoenix.
Also, literally, Cloud9 used all of their Heart C on Nunu, and they even after that, they had to have their AD carry commit forward to finish off the kill. Because they have no damage besides Sneaky, he hesitated, and they're like, you know what? We already put so much into killing this Nunu. We got to finish him off. So they also throw a Sedge ult and have Sneaky dash forward.
Yeah.
That is everything for a Nunu kill, and they have nothing left.
They think they have the catch. Look, there's only 3 people from Team Liquid here. Sivir and Hecarim are gone. It's close to being a 3v5. This is the power of Azir. The soldiers are indiscriminate of who they're hitting. Full damage, full AoE. The Emperor's Divide crushes them. Then Quas comes in. But this was Phoenix in a 3v4 versus 3v5, killing all 4 of them, which is ridiculous. That is the potential of Azir in choke points with zone control.
If the soldier can poke you, it will poke you.
Yeah.
Indiscriminate soldiers.
He will poke all of you.
He will poke all of you. Yeah, that's right. Very true. Get that line damage going through.
9 kills for Team Liquid in the manner of about 2 minutes.
And 6 of them are on Phoenix now, 5 on Quas.
Yeah.
This is the solo lane carry game. It's so nice how Team Liquid are able to pivot. You know, Piglet, you're on the Sivir, a little bit more utility oriented. Don't worry about it. We have 2 ridiculous solo lane carries playing extremely well.
And it's so safe for them to get these pushes in. The Azir turret goes down. They got a partial base outside on the side of C9's map, and it's hard for them to do anything.
And a dragon they can get very easily. Who is this Team Liquid team? Honestly, they had so many struggles in the regular season. They had to play a tiebreaker game to even make it into the playoffs. And then you look at a team like Cloud9. This is somewhat the story of their season, because every other week we say Cloud9 is back because they look great the previous week. And then they go and lose a game they weren't expected to lose beforehand. Well, everyone said Cloud9 was back after they got the number 2 seed.
Grab the number 2 seed real quick.
But are they really? There's been so much inconsistency from Cloud9 this entire split. Yes, they got the number 2 seed, but they look more vulnerable this split than ever.
Yeah, you can have some questions about Cloud9 this series. You could definitely say that this is the best that Team Liquid have looked all year, though.
By far.
By far.
Good.
Indeed. They don't want that 4th spot. If they were to lose this game, it could be the same 1, 2, 3, 4 we had last year, but it's not the same cursed team. It's Team Liquid, and they're pushing on. They're looking to get a lot more out of this season.
Cloud9 almost has to initiate right here. The Baron buff is still on this Team Liquid team, and they have the zone control. Those Azir soldiers just poke High to half health.
Yeah, not much they can do, especially if he puts the soldiers on the turret, does a good amount of damage, so they can just hit these things down immediately. Balls can't even stand tall with the fight. Lemonation gets bounced out for a second, but that could be their engage. There's the Sivir on the hut, and they're going to be going for this fight now. Piglet in the backside, a little bit of control to him, but he is free to run and free to roll over Lemonation here. Meteos now heading for the fountain, and Team Liquid has Cloud9's base to themselves.
Yeah, nobody died there from Team Liquid. The Baron buff is gone, however. It'll be interesting to see if they back away, but boy, they really have control of this game now.
Team Liquid, another victory over Team Tanks inside the base. 1 inhibitor down, that will be a huge, huge opening. Because Team Liquid, as we've gone over, they can...
Yeah. Do they even have the damage? Yeah. It's like, yeah, that guy's
you
pretty
know what?
Nah. Oh. Going back to that last fight, though, it was an example of the fears we had about this Cloud9 team composition and the strengths from the Team Liquid team. Unless Cloud9 can close on Phoenix, basically, and instantly kill him, they're going to have a bad time. The ultimate, you see how thin the Sejuani ultimate is right there, not getting the stun on anyone. That's a failed initiation. Phoenix is still alive. High sells out for him, but the Cloud9 damage was spent on not getting a kill, which means Team Liquid can continue to churn that damage that their team provides and get 2 more kills.
That Azir ultimate proving extremely useful. It's not a lot of times you get to play against walls that are going to path you in different ways or really stop the team from initiating, and it seemed to throw Cloud9 completely off here and them trying to get into their fights and overextending way too much.
What an upset this is, and what a good story for Team Liquid. I mean, they are the last team that snuck into playoffs. They take down CLG in a huge set, just sweeping them, and now they're looking to try and sweep Cloud9. A dominant performance. I don't think anybody predicted a 3-0 in Team Liquid's favor. They're making a strong early case here, but this is still game 2. Gonna try and finish it off here.
Well, one of the teams with the more internal problems than most, but I think now that they've righted them, they're even closer than they were before. Or closer than they could ever be, rather.
Yeah, no Baron buff this time for Team Liquid to try and push down, but they still have the Azir, who makes turrets melt just by placing his spell on him right there. Sivir not the best sieger, thank goodness they have Azir. Look at Hai, he is done for before the fight!
Meteos goes for broke, the rest of the team has to follow for this to work, but again, Emperor's Divide is keeping all of Cloud9 from getting to Team Liquid, and they once again surgically remove Cloud9 from the map and move into the base.
And just for good measure, Kwa sends a message.
One last bump.
He has to stay in the base. That's going to be the game.
What a great set. The second one coming out here from Team Liquid. They move it to match point in a best-of-5 series against Cloud9. This one just took 32 minutes as opposed to the 40-minute matchup last time. 21
I know I didn't. That's the beauty of being the host. I know. You don't have to make a prediction.
What's your prediction for the series? We'll get you in. You can even, after the first.
Now I get to get in?
Yeah, go ahead.
3-0 for Team Liquid.
Oh, wow. What a prophet. This guy is amazing.
I could still be wrong.
Yeah.
Right? So who knows? Anyway, okay. I want to talk about Phoenix, and Kobe was hitting on Phoenix there right at the end because, we've talked about Piglet being a big carry there and Quas with the outplay in the top lane playing solidly. And Zareen, I know you're a big fan of Phoenix and the way he stepped up here in playoffs and what he does for his team.
Yeah, it's not just the in-game stuff. It's champion select too. They're throwing 2 bans at him already, and he has more in the champion pool. He picks things up so quickly, and he's so good at them right off the bat. And this is an old champion of his that he was playing. I mean, his name's Phoenix, for crying out loud. He's going to play the Azir. He's going to play the Bird champion. Like, he loves that champion. And the fact that he's having such great team fight play in choke points with the Azir ultimate is just beautiful to watch. So he is somebody that I'm focused on in this game and have been this entire set because up against High, he's 70 CS up in the late game. He's dodging these ganks, deflecting it, and causing pressure. So Phoenix is a huge point of strength here. He got player of the series in the CLG match too.
Yeah.
So he is somebody that you cannot leave unchecked.
Oh, no, I absolutely agree with you here, Aiden. And you talked about actually the very, very, very beginning of the series, the beginning of the day, saying like Phoenix versus High is a really important match because Phoenix is on point right now. He's probably going to win. And they give Phoenix a carry mid laner, something he can crush team fights with. And what's amazing to me here is, first of all, he's in the playoffs, facing the second-seeded team in North America, right? Pressure is on. And Azir is worse than he was back when Phoenix was playing him back in the day, and yet his old Azir scoreline is like, 5-3-13, okay, 6-7-4, kind of bad. And here he's running a 19 KDA Azir game. Like, here, what more evidence do you need that Phoenix is showing up so hard in the playoffs? And it's been really fun to watch him play.
Yeah, Zion, we talk about the depth of his champion pool. In Azir, the Vladimir and the Urgot were banned out both games by C9. A possible Azir ban coming through here because I don't think you want to deal with what you just had to go through. What is the advantage of having a player like Phoenix on your team that can stretch the champion pool so much that he's allowing you to get the champions you want on your other laners?
Well, I just feel like Phoenix is getting exactly what he wants to play. He's getting his best champions. I feel like Azir is probably like one of, if not his best champion. And I feel like Team Liquid just got like the way better like draft in terms of team comp. Like they have Lissandra coming in, they have Sejuani coming in, they have Nautilus like coming in and Maokai, and they can just kite back on Nunu ulti, on Azir like Emperor's Divide, and they have the Sivir ulti for all the movement speed. And they can just focus these people coming in. You see them spending like 10 seconds killing like Alistar and the other like tanks, and they just can't even do anything in these team fights.
Yeah, I want to jump over to Cloud9.
Yeah.
With basically, what can they do here now, right? Cloud9 is not used to being in this position. When we talk about Cloud9 and their dominance in the North American LCS, they're walking into the semifinals of the spring playoffs down 0-2 in a best-of-5 series. They've never really been here before. So as we see on your screen right now, they're strategizing, but Freak, what's going through their heads right now?
So to me, if I'm their coach, like, one thing I want to point out is C9 are still playing the overall game pretty well. The rotations are on point. They're getting out of the laning phase more or less close to equal. Like if one lane wins, the other lane's losing. And so it's fine. More or less, it's fine. The problem is I feel like they're getting out-comped every single time. Game 1, full AD, team against double tank. Well, guess what? You hit 25 minutes, you lose the game. And unsurprisingly, it happened. Game 2, they run a single damage threat, right? And like, okay, look, Lucian's cool and all, but Azir outranges you. Sivir has the same range as you. Like, you're not going to get any free hits on here. And you can't burst a double tank team down in the first place. I want to see Cloud9 run another threat somewhere. And it's so smart that Team Liquid comes in and bans Nidalee, the carry jungler, Kennen, the carry top laner, Rumble, the carry top laner. Balls is now playing on tanks, he's a non-threat. Media's playing on tanks, he's a non-threat. Oh, look, it's just sneaky. Surprise, you're not winning team fights anymore.
Yeah. Does that mean they go for, then, the Zed that has been left unbanned so far? Because when you mention how many carries are left for them, Balls only has so many that are left available.
No, that's the thing about this, though. This is what's so even more smart about Team Liquid is they put the priority on Lissandra. They don't ban the Zed. They say, hey, if you pick Zed, we pick Liss. That's a pretty much a free matchup that you can never kill her. She can split push against you. And so High falls in the trap saying, oh, they're taking Liss. I'll take the Liss. And he's like, great, good job taking Lissandra, buddy. Right, and gets to go push him around. Like, I want to be able to see Team Liquid, or sorry, C9 wait until the last pick, get an advantageous mid matchup that High can actually do something on, because he's not able to roam. He's not making plays, even though he's like, Lissandra, she's the point-and-click stun queen, and isn't making plays.
Yeah, I think this is going to be all about C9 and how they adapt with this pressure and the fact that they're this far in the series, because this is the evolution of the series that we're going to see in this Game 3. because all their prep pretty much has to be thrown out the window because it's not working for them.
Yeah.
And this is a different Team Liquid, and we talked about it previously, that we've seen during the regular season. You're prepping for a completely different team, so they have to use that time very wisely to come up with a strategy to shut down Piglet and not let Phoenix run away with the game.
Zion, at this point, down 0-2, you have so many things swirling through your brain as a player about what's going wrong, what needs to change. How do you, as an individual, parse for yourself where you need to make adjustments, as opposed to just kind of attacking everyone's play on the team as like everything's going wrong and not having really a direction?
Well, I mean, if you just look at like the jungle matchups and how they're putting the pressure, I think ideally you don't want Dom on Nunu. You get like Meteos on Nunu. You get Meteos on those early game pressures where he can make the moves. And you get Dom on Sejuani, so he's farming in the jungle where Meteos can make the plays. And I don't think he should be looking for the plays top because they're putting balls on tanks every game. If you want to put them... Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I like this point because we've been talking about carries for Cloud9. We've actually been ignoring the jungle as a place where they can carry from. Granted, the Nidalee has been banned, but Meteos as a player usually is so commanding, and I don't feel like he really has had that presence so far. So I kind of like the idea that maybe they put him on Nunu or somebody else. I mean, Vi, you know, go back to the Vi and build the Brutalizer early and go ham.
Yeah, or like play Juggernaut or something, right? Like find something else for, you know, if they want to play just as sneaky the threat. There's comps that are built around that, and that comp is called Pick Kog'Maw. So, you know, there's a thought here that there's even other adaptations where if they do want to play Maokai every single game. I think back to game one, they grabbed Hecarim early on. Hecarim had the chance to impact the game. Like, that comp was fine if they had a magic damage mid laner. Like, if, you know, round two for Team Cloud9, they had just grabbed the Lissandra when it was still on the table instead of grabbing a jungler when, like, Sedge was already picked. Like, then there's magic damage, and suddenly the comp's going to work again. And you probably don't pick Draven in this case, but, like, the first pick Hecarim might still come out, and then, okay, look, you have a damage threat in the top lane. There's so many things that C9 can do. They just keep shooting themselves in the foot at some phase during pick and ban.
It's going to be a little risky, too, if they do go for the Juggernaut, because they'll have to leave the Lulu unbanned. They'll first pick it. It's a dead giveaway. And then Team Liquid, they play it themselves, so they know what you play against it to kind of counter it, because they've had flaws in their own.
I think you can play that without picking Lulu, though. Like, Hai can play Orianna. You can still go for, like, a Nami support. You can still go for a Nunu jungle. Like, there's still the pieces there that you can make, maybe not like the strictly optimal Juggernaut composition, but we've even seen, like, double tank plus Kog'Maw. There's actually some really good comps. GE Tigers ran one last night.
It's a little different than Juggernaut. It's a protect the Kog'Maw at that point. Yeah.
Either way, like, if you're relying on Sneaky for all your damage, how about give them a better damage dealer, protect them?
Yeah, I mean, even the Maokai top lane, right, has some sort of appeal for a Juggernaut.
And that's fine for Kog'Maw.
Yeah, I want to jump back over to you, Zion, because you just recently played Team Liquid in their new state of awesomeness, right, and power and potential. What would you poke at as a hole in their team, as either strategically or mechanically, that you think Cloud9 might be able to exploit in order to get back into the series?
Like I said before, it's just Meteos shouldn't be on that passive farming Sejuani jungle when they have all that pressure going on bottom lane. Bottom lane, you see them constantly fighting. And then mid lane, you can't have Hai in the matchup where he's getting bullied. Azir versus Lissandra, that's brutal. Get Hai in a matchup where he has pressure. Get bottom lane in a volatile matchup, that's fine. Keep top lane safe because they're not really getting much done top, so that Meteos can be on that early game jungler. There's a reason Nidalee is always banned against him. He makes those plays on Nidalee. He carries because he just has so much pressure. And when he's on Sejuani, he can't do that. Put him on even Nunu, he can pressure. So if they just do that, then I think they'll be able to win this game.
Would you put him on a fighter jungle like a Vi or a Rek'Sai or a Lee Sin? Is that worth the risk?
I definitely think so. I think that they can pressure and snowball from the early game. I don't think Team Liquid plays that well from behind. They've been doing great getting these early leads, and Dom has just been working well pressuring bottom side and getting Piglet ahead. And then Phoenix did great the previous game, but I think if Meteos gets the early game jungler and he gets the pressure, then they can get something going.
Well, I definitely think Cloud9 might have to make some drastic changes in Champ Select, as Team Liquid has had it on lock so far through this series. Team Liquid are one game away from securing their spot in the finals. We'll see if they can get it done with our third game against Cloud9. Stay with us. Everyone, you're getting a look at the fans in New York. They've gathered at Playwrights Pub and are cheering on the teams in this action-packed semifinal. I bet you most of them are wishing for a Cloud9 win here just to keep the series going, if anything, because I bet...
Happy hours longer.
Exactly. Keep the drinks flowing. Anyway, we're going to jump into round 3 between Cloud9 and Team Liquid in just a minute, but first, we're going to click over to Twitter and see what you've been saying. To remind you, earlier in the day, we wanted to know who is the most clutch player in the North American semifinals and why. Our first one comes from @AlexD1891, and he writes, Bjergsen by far. He has constantly shown jukes and solo kills even when he is alone and near death, taking the lead. And @NPronga says, Cloud9's Meteos always pulls out the plays when the stakes get high.
Yeah, and I think I want to see a lot from Meteos here. You were talking about it a whole bunch. Early playing from Meteos. Want to see it here. Pretty damn high stakes. Got a 3-0 from this one. See what happens.
And the last 2 times that he played against Liquid during the regular season, he played Vi and had a 10-2 score. So he can carry, and it crushed them in the early game. We've seen it before. See if he steps up again.
All right, will he come through this game? Our final tweet comes from @88ostrichfarm, who says Piglet is definitely the most clutch player. He pulled through, putting up big numbers for great wins when it mattered most. And I don't think anyone can disagree with that.
And that's what being clutch is all about. When it matters most, you pull out the wins.
Yep, absolutely. Well, thank you to everyone who wrote in. Or if you're looking to share your thoughts, tweet us @LullySports and use the hashtag LCS. But now let's get into the round 3 between Cloud9 and Team Liquid. First up, Team Liquid has so many threats. Cloud9, I don't know how they necessarily deal with them, because we've talked about, there's all this farm funneled onto Piglet in game 1. Well, game 2, Phoenix comes flying out the gate, quadra kill, triple kill, all these things on Azir, and then we've seen the Quas outplays in the top lane. How do you attack this as Cloud9?
I mean, you have to think about the lane matchups. You were telling me off camera that Azir is really only great against like Lissandra. Maybe we'll see other matchups come out well, but you're saying like that's the really big one there. I mean, he's still pulling Vlad and Urgot bans. Maybe you have to shuffle these around and figure out what really high impact champions you do want to give Phoenix. Clearly, in certain matchups, he can crush this game around. Quas is being ignored, right? He can have some good lane matchups, whatever, but he's not really carrying these games. But you got to figure out like who you're actually going to pin down from Cloud9, because right now, gank pressure isn't working, and even though they had a lead in the duo lane, they're not following up on it.
So it seems like it's time now for Cloud9 to abandon some of the stubbornness in their bans here. Right? We've got that Vladimir, the Urgot, and the Lulu. Okay, yeah, I mean, they do great with those champions. But if anything, I think you need to switch it up now and say, all right, well, if we leave everything up, now what are you going to do, Team Liquid?
Yeah, I think they have to throw a lot of their prep out the window. And the Lulu, Vlad, I want to see those bans dropped, especially since it's going to be Team Liquid on red side, so they'll get the counter pick no matter what. So just let Phoenix pick whatever he wants. Just ban the Urgot still. I think that's an extremely powerful champion in the mid lane that he can pull a lot of pressure with. But leave the Lulu up. First pick it for yourself so that you don't have to deal with that from Quas. Even if you want to throw it down to support, that's fine. But just free up those bans, use them on other things that you think are going to be more threatening, and also allow yourself to dominate the early game if you get some of their late game champions off.
I mean, I've been in this exact scenario too, where you're down 0-2 against Team Liquid, and they're probably telling themselves now, how are we going to win this game? And what it usually comes to for players is, what's my best champion? How am I going to carry the hardest? Who's going to win us the game? And right now, I think that's Meteos. You know, they played the same way both times, where it's like Balls is on a tank. They've been doing that all season with Balls on a tank, so they should probably just keep that way. Put Meteos on something he can pressure with, and then really shove in the mid and bottom side, because they're just playing really aggressive over there, and that's basically their chance to win. Get Meteos in that like carry champion to really take control of the early game.
Back to what you know, back to what you're comfortable with. Well, as we send it over to the casters for the play-by-play, Cloud9 have had a rough start to the series, and Xpecial says one player on Cloud9 will be looking to is Sneaky.
Last year, I would say Cloud9's strengths were team fighting and shot calling, but this split, it's pretty much Sneaky. Can Sneaky carry his team hard enough, or are they just too heavy? And I think this split is really showing Cloud9's big weaknesses once you take away their shot calling, decision making, and team fighting. It's just their reliance on Sneaky. And if we can shut him down, we can beat him in lane. If we can just make sure he's not huge, we can definitely beat Cloud9.
So shutting down the Sneaky guy. I guess picking away Lucian has been pretty good at doing that as well, since that's where he carries so hard.
I mean, Xpecial really hit the nail on the head right there. Cloud9 have been using Sneaky as almost their only damage source.
Yeah. It's their crutch in some of these games. That's what happens when you run those CC-heavy compositions with Sneaky as a damage dealer. It can work, but they have to be able to snowball those, and they cannot afford giving up early dragons and early kills in laning.
And that's a very specific thing. When Sneaky is carrying the game, he's in every lane immediately. We saw it at Worlds going through those playoffs, those quarterfinals. We'll see if he can get it going here. Teams approaching champion selects very differently. We see Zed, one of High's best players, being left up on one side, while Cloud9 saying we need to ban those top champions for Team Liquid. Maybe Darshan's right, Zion's right, and they need to go for their comfort and not worry about Team Liquid, just play better.
Yeah, if you're talking about everybody just play your best champion, then that's what High goes to.
Yeah, you have to. He's had it open.
Shurima finds himself in the ban phase.
Yeah, after that game, that's a pretty good ban. But you also have to recognize that Cloud9, while Zero wasn't played in the first one, they're reacting and have to these bans now.
They threw 3 bans at Phoenix. He has played, not only has he played the best that he's ever played this year in the playoff games, all 5 playoff games, he played a different champion.
Yeah.
5 different games, 5 different wins, 5 different champions. Let's see what he pulls out.
Rising from the ashes.
Balls though,
if there were any.
Balls back on the Hecarim this time. This is not a pure tank right here. This is a champion that can carry the game. This is a champion that can snowball for you. This is a champion that can affect the bottom lane. This is a good start for Cloud9. Oh God, I don't have the Lulu. What are you doing? Okay, so
it's the Lulu ban.
I would definitely not leave up the Lulu because
too late.
This is the Team Liquid. Yes, they have a lot of strategies. This is the one that they hold closest to their hearts. This is the one that they put so much practice into. The comps where you buff up an AD carry, and they have Piglet now. They've got this is
arguably Team Liquid's best team comp.
Exactly. This
is with early pick Lulu and the Janna to peel.
Piglet's like, you know what? Piglet never AD carry. Don't even.
How important? Honestly, how important is an Urgot ban or Vladimir ban when you were giving Team Liquid Lulu?
So
it's what Quas feels best on. It's what Piglet feels best on. It's what Team Liquid feels best on.
They're bleeding out of their legs, so they chopped off their own head here. And it's just gushing out the top now.
Graphic.
But a flesh wound.
I feel like
but a flesh wound.
What? Okay, the floodgates have opened. That's better.
Maybe they're picking Headless Hecarim and it'll be okay.
There you go. All right. Well, they do have the potential, though, for carrying from multiple positions. The Hecarim, you mentioned, is going to be a big part. Obviously, they're going to continue on with a buff the
Kog'Maw Corki
comp right now.
Corki will be their mid laner, but they'll counterpick it.
This is one of the scariest comps to go into in this meta right now, though. And Team Liquid are one of the teams that have put in a lot of time practicing it.
Yep. It is the perfect team comp. None of this is being blocked.
They want Bard
right now.
This exact team comp, if they lock in Corki, was played in Game 2 against CLG. Everything they're locking in right now, and Piglet went 10, 1, and 8 in this game on that Kog'Maw.
Yeah, and they get to counterpick whatever High decides to go in the mid lane with a twist, since Phoenix plays so many things, as to what would fit best in this team comp.
Oh my gosh.
Corki was a great pick for Team Liquid last time right there. Cloud9, they got to make up their mind here. Do they do another hard CC? I feel like if they do something like Nautilus Corki, that's their best chance at blowing up the ball of death the Team Liquid is putting together. And that's what they'll end up doing.
There's the Corki. They take it.
So, yes, Team Liquid giving them a Juggernaut or buffed AD carry or Death Ball or whatever you want to call this is scary. Cloud9, though, again, they can go with the double Trinity Force. They had this combo in Game 1. They didn't use it correctly. They can go double Trinity Force. They can force an engage with a Nautilus Sejuani. They have the ability to try and head off this team before it gets out of control. Maybe Cloud9 can have a stronger early game, can snowball this.
Yeah, there's obviously ways to beat this Juggernaut.
It's not an unbeatable set of champions.
I really feel like Team Liquid was hoping to get Corki there.
Lulu mid. Is that where that will go?
That would be an interesting wrinkle and would really lower their damage overall.
Absolutely.
Also, it would give Team Liquid point man to absorb the Sejuani ultimate. That's
I think they just had to call an audible on their own strategy here with what happened in those last few picks of Cloud9, and that may have thrown Team Liquid off. This could be a very flip side game here. If Cloud9 wins, that's huge momentum for them, and Liquid loses on one of their best compositions.
Speaking of sources of damage, very, very, very few here. It's all about the Kog'Maw. So
What was the best composition?
Lulu, yes, is going to add a decent amount, in the mid game. and buff up the Kog'Maw, but
Yeah.
Cloud9, if they can, punish some mispositioning.
Single point of failure now for Team Liquid. They no longer have... They also really lower their poke damage with the Psy on top overall. It definitely makes them a harder tank ball to cut through. I mean, Sion is hard to kill in the first place. You add the fact that they can jugger Sion on top of that, or however you want to call it, and he's even more unkillable.
Well, a little more of the same picks we've been seeing. Not as much flavor over in EU. Those guys were spicing things up all over the place today, but still the players feeling comfortable with these champions, and Charlie to leave his team on the stage for what could be the last time here as we go into Game 3. A possible final hug from the coaches, and this now, because of Team Liquid's hard work, their cohesion, and team organization now surging at the end of the split. They have Cloud9 against the ropes for match point. As the teams load onto the Rift, be sure to let us know how you think this series is going to play out. Tweet at LOL Esports and use the hashtag C9win or hashtag TLWin. And we'll be updating those throughout the game. We are in the third of this best of 5 series with Team Liquid looking to close it out. And we're about to be on the Rift. Cloud9 fighting for their LCS title lives here. See if they can get it. Now into Game 3.
All right. This is kind of what CLG did when they were backed into a corner, down 0-2 versus Team Liquid. They tried to plug up the other holes and gave away the Lulu. Let's see if Team Liquid can execute. Once again, Cloud9, they do have a set of champions that they are strong on as well. They have important moves. Interesting from Team Liquid here, though. An odd level 1. 5-man down bottom. Sneaky will get the early warning.
Spotted out immediately.
Yeah. So pretty much foiled that plan.
Well, they're just brute forcing their way into getting lane swap wards. It would seem like Sion can be immensely good in 1v2s. Kog'Maw also not someone who is super strong first 3 to 5 levels of a lane.
Yeah.
Lane swaps is actually something that Team Liquid desperately wants this game, but they are trading lane swap scouting. So at this point, if Cloud9 really wants to get the scouting information, it's available to both teams.
All right, yeah. So remember, these Kog'Maw compositions, they start to come online once your Kog'Maw has maxed the W and built a Trinity Force at least. Then you can start making moves. Before that, not so much.
It requires,
Cloud9,
requires a lot of patience.
It does require patience. It also requires good positioning when you do move towards that mid game and try and group up. Sion and Nunu do have pretty strong zone control.
And a lot of the early game will be about whether or not Cloud9 can make the right preparations to split push this game. That's one thing that hurts when you're running such a ball of death here for Team Liquid, is if they do start getting pressured by a 1-3-1, how well will they actually be able to engage? Because we know the Team Liquid has the ability to disengage. But as they're disengaging, can they poke? And can they deal with Cloud9 splitting high on Corki and balls on Hecarim and just making it a big old runaround game?
Yeah, definitely have to watch your flanks as well. A home-guarded Hecarim can ruin your day if you're trying to protect a single champion. See though, it all starts in the laning phase. Standard laning phase for Cloud9. Sneaky and Lemon getting some early strong positioning here.
Lemonation loves to take control of that brush.
Took the Krugs.
I think they'll be able to keep it safe. Obviously, Sneaky on the Lucian was able to push out Piglet each time that he's had it. Piglet obviously offering the same medicine as he gets it. Just a very aggressive early AD carry, and he's playing it nicely to keep that wave just in front of the turret as well.
At the very start of this lane, actually, Piglet was going to lane to set up the freeze, whereas Sneaky and Lemon were taking the Krugs. So as far as the battle of who gets the early experience in this series, this time it goes to Sneaky, and both times previously, the team that takes the early camp has had a pretty good time in the lane.
The other thing about running these protection compositions is that with the Nunu jungle, you don't exactly have a lot of early jungle pressure.
Is he gonna be all right?
Yeah, he's fine.
Close.
He's fine.
All right. He's fine. 40 health. He's fine. one more hit from the big Raptor.
They nerfed the damage on the babies there.
Well, that's what we usually see from Meteos. Going low, getting as much farm as he can before he tries to make an impact there. Still on the tank jungler, not something aggressive, which we saw a few times towards the end of the split from him. So still staying in that safe realm of coming out of the jungle for the team and being good for fights.
So I'm very curious to see if Meteos does try and focus bottom lane. Even if you don't get kills on Piglet, if you can delay the power of this Kog'Maw, if you can deny him CS, gain an advantage for Sneaky in the lane, try and bully this Kog'Maw around the map, then it does a lot for opening up that window for Cloud9 to try and take home some advantages.
Quas really dominating this lane, just being there 1v1 so far. 26-19 as he goes for a ward. Looks like he knows he's going to be pushing into that turret a little bit since Balls is letting it happen. Trying to stay safe all around the map.
Oh,
Maybe a little jungler intervention here for Meteos. Arctic Assault will apply that red buff if he can get the hit off. That's going to be under special, forcing a flash here. That's a dead special and Dominate. Too little, too late, was not able to offer assistance.
And that's going to heavily deny Piglet's farm moving later into this game. That's exactly the start that Cloud9 wanted. And as far as single points of failure going, if you're going to be playing Kog'Maw in this composition, even just in laning phase, Piglet had poor positioning right there for the ward control that the team had at the time. Easily capitalized on by Cloud9, and the best start they've had in the series.
Yep. Maybe cheering up Bjergsen a little bit there after that tweet as well. Another pro kind of giving insight into what we're seeing on the cameras in between games here from the teams. Looks like Cloud9 had a pretty good talk, and so far have righted a bit of the early game. Not out of the woods yet. As Team Liquid wins this one, it's all over. Good push in the mid here, high. Very aggressive within the minion wave.
Houdini.
He's gone. Boots. Okay, so we got Boots looking for that Phage as well. Make sure that home guards come nice and early for him in the top lane. He also gets himself a ward here, knowing he'll push back on Quas as he backs, tries to deny some of the CS, but so slow. Can't get pushed up after the roll.
So it's not a home guard rush, because definitely you would rush to your level 2. Interested to see what Boss has in mind for this lane. He's bought items to have a better lane phase for himself rather than have that really high impact teleport home guard. Because he was probably planning on using his teleport to get back to lane anyway, and he knew that he would not have the cooldown anytime soon. Back is against the wall. You either play your best or fall. Dyrus with the rhymes.
He's a poet. Let's see. Their backs are quite against the wall. We're looking for big plays from Sneaky here. Both teams kind of looking for big plays from the 80 carries out of this one.
This lane is really in the favor of Cloud9 right now.
Yeah.
A BF sword.
CS-wise and further positioning for how this lane's going to go.
Yeah, as far as protecting Piglet, he is nowhere near carry status, and he's not in a position to succeed in this lane.
So is the window that I was looking for. They opened it with Meteos. Now, let's see if Sticky and Lemon can... Now, this is the line that you have to tread, because they want to play very aggressive. They want to deny as much CS as possible while they have the advantage. However, they cannot afford to have a Scion teleport in behind them and turn something around. If you coordinate that with a Nunu, even running down the lane, Nunu runs down the lane, blood boils. If a Scion is behind you already,
no escape,
then they can close the distance. And the constant snowball spam is enough to chase you down a lane. So that's one thing that Cloud9 do have to worry about, is clearing the brush behind them. They do not want anything to upset this early lead that they have over Kog'Maw. They want to continue to punish him.
Yeah. And the laning phase early on in this game is really favoring Cloud9. Hecarim over top of Scion. Phoenix, not the dominant player he was in games 1 and 2, despite, because of the Scion pick, getting to choose to play Lulu in a sense against Corki. But I really wonder how set Team Liquid was on having Corki mid lane, Lulu top, and that last picks of Corki Nautilus for Cloud9, whether or not that threw off Team Liquid's strategy, because honestly, I can see the logic behind the full tanks with a bunch of support, but that is so much more narrow of a team comp than having a Corki in the mid lane And I don't know if Team Liquid got thrown off with that last pick, because in the laning phase, it's not
that last pick. So you trying to do that?
With the what?
Never mind. Freak understand.
I'm not trying to say it last pick spot.
But yeah, you're right. The Corki is a bit of a takeaway from Phoenix.
Seems like it.
It definitely, for locking in Sion, Nunu, Lulu, Kog'Maw, let's wait the entire time, right, to lock in that or lock in our last champion, rather.
He's doing just what we said. Hey, Pink Ward in both rush behind them. Good job, Lemonation and Cloud9.
Denying the side teleport.
All the suggestions for bottom lane. They've got their heads in the right space. Meteos comes early. Pink Ward behind us. Oh, doesn't matter. They're lined up. Like, okay.
The wave's pushing the wrong way, though. That would be...
Well, the thing is, Sion's much more threatening if he's already behind you. If he comes down
He's
the lane,
going, though.
Coming. Oh, good knock.
Boom!
Not that hard to miss a knock.
JK.
Who needs
Run
Nunu?
straight down the lane.
The power of Quas.
The power of Quas, indeed. Look at him, stone cold right on the camera.
Well, now Cloud9's got to try and take a turret for these Dragons. Instead of contesting the Dragons, get turret trades. How well can Team Liquid stop them from doing this?
A little bit of deja vu here. Teleport top lane from Quas will stop the turret from fully going down. Dominate, as usual, gets the Dragon with the team for the first one. And they get themselves a good bit of ground there with the early game going to Cloud9. That was good for them to pick up and hopefully can start to kind of filter into their lanes and add pressure there. We're seeing this composition of Phoenix not do well in the mid lane, who's supposed to be the guy that's going to buff up Piglet, so that's all kind of falling apart for them really early.
Well, let's see what Ball's answer will be, because now he's got a teleport advantage. He knows that he has a teleport advantage because he saw Quas teleport back to his lane. Even though it is on the turret reduced cooldown, he is at the point where his next purchase, he could get home guards and try to even up the influence on the bottom lane. Let's see, decides to try and move across the map and make some plays, or just stay in his lane.
We have to remember as well how difficult it is to beat a team 3 times in a row. Team Liquid last year in the 3rd place match against LMQ was up 2-0. And this was before a string of best of 5s would go 2-0 on one side and then end 3-2 for the other team.
Yep.
Obviously, Team Liquid has the built-up confidence of beating COG 3-0 prior, and they're still technically in hold of the momentum, but that will be in the back of their heads that the series is not over until you win that 3rd game.
Especially more for the players that were in that experience. 3 of them still remaining on the team here. Quas dominate and pick special as they push out the lane, keeping themselves safe, and they still hold the bottom turret. With Quas going back to get that top turret and them grabbing Dragon, very nice move to stop Cloud9 getting any early advantage. This 2K gold sits in their pocket right now. A Phage also finished up on high here. See if they can start using Triforce spikes within the next 8 or so minutes.
That'll be the moment where Cloud9 wants to turn on. We know that the Team Liquid team composition needs a lot of patience before they can get to protect the Kog'Maw going. But because of the 40 CS lead that Sneaky has on Piglet, there's a good chance that Cloud9 can actually get 2 Trinity Forces done before Piglet gets his first. And if Cloud9 can force during that window, they could take complete control of this game.
Very aggressive trades as well towards the bottom lane. You can almost see on the minimap the icons just laying on top of each other the entire time as Quas balls go head-to-head. Looks like Hai's getting some free time in middle. There was a lead in CS by Phoenix from the roaming being done by Cloud9, but that seems to be evened up on both sides now as Dominate gets himself into position. So Liquid's doing all the right things, getting back into position to stop Cloud9's pushes here. But neither team's getting too much out of this lull.
Yep, Dominate early sights on Nunu, no surprise there. Tries to get vision down for his team, tries to provide that early warning system so that none of the side lanes fail. Trying to ensure an easier income for their Kog'Maw on the bottom side.
It's all about the waiting game. But Piglet is a time bomb in this one.
He is. Most of the wards are being used fairly defensively so far for Team Liquid. And they still haven't been able to completely clean their jungle. That's not really a big problem for them because, as we've already seen, Sion with the lane ganks or Sion with the teleport is what the real issue is going to be. And they don't really have a heavy ganking jungler, so the moves coming out of the jungle won't really be that surprising. Cloud9, interesting move here from Meteos. He does have ult available. Trying to, ooh, he's gonna catch Phoenix in the pinch here, but High's not in position to capitalize. Wants this cannon minion.
He's going pretty deep. Seeing these two here could definitely allow Cloud9 to try and force something. You see balls all the way pushed up, trying to just suck up some minion turrets in that top lane before they can even get to Quas. Looks like gonna give him trouble, make him stay. We'll see balls start to rather deny that jungle farm. It looks like they're the one making moves here as Team Liquid's gonna try to figure it out. Cloud9's gonna try to give themselves an advantage. Ever so slowly though, nobody wants to really make too big of a move.
Well, Cloud9 is making sure not to jump the gun before they are legitimately powerful. They definitely want High to get about 500 more gold so he can go back to base and buy that Trinity Force.
Yeah, Balls just rushed into
with
it.
Dragon.
So Balls rushed into the Trinity Force build instead of grabbing the home guard. So they're actually going... Ooh.
He might just be trying to beat up. Whoa, Phoenix took a lot of damage.
Whoa, doggy. Don't think he expected that right away.
Let's see what Balls can do with this completed Trinity Force, because at the moment, Quas is already heading to the bottom side of the map. He just changed directions here. I feel like Cloud9 are making the call to have Balls just split push and grab the money from the turret rather than the dragon. I said that last time though, and they tried to fight the dragon.
There's a distinct difference in this game though, where they have the edge almost either way.
He actually has the Trinity Force this time, so
yeah,
that's the big difference here. And he's level 11, so Balls is Cloud9's biggest tool at the moment. Sneaky's also got an Infinity Edge though, so the bottom lane...
They've hit their power spikes for the most part.
Yep. Let's see here. Knock down mid turret instead. So Cloud9 actually not going to give up Dragon number 2, it looks like. They want to take down mid turret, try and get that vision around the Dragon area.
Something they can do fast. Once Hecarim, that Triforce, Balls with their rather High with his Sheen get there on Corki, those turrets are not going to be standing very long. So Cloud9 finally open up the middle of the map, maybe some forward wards to come in now for some Hecarim teleports. He had about 80 gold to himself, so I don't think he has the money to get the home guards just yet. Now,
with
as
Donna
you're saying,
there too,
Kobe,
they should definitely be.
Liquid looks like they could push mid, but Meteos is here.
Solo wave clear from Sej, and they all back up. They have no deep wards. That may be a small instance where no deep wards cost them. They don't know that's only Sejuani, but good defense there for Cloud9. Yeah. That's actually very important for them because Balls also was able to shove another wave into the turret, and he's got position on Quas. Looks like it'll just be for some more proxy farming here behind the turret.
Yeah, Team Liquid is having their cake and eating it too right now. They have lane pressure as well as not giving up dragons. It's because they just finished that double Trinity Force, so not only do they have the power in lane, yes, Cloud9, but also they have the power over the potential dragon fight.
Yep. Really surprised this Kog'Maw has not seen more pressure towards the early game. They tried a few times, were able to get special, but nothing out of that Cog. With the dragon alive here, we see Balls on the rotation down, even with that teleport up.
Team Liquid know it's coming. Dominate had dropped about 4 wards in the river here around Dragon, so you can sweep out a couple, but they're everywhere down there.
Cloud9 total control of this dragon area. Now, and they can even teleport back to the top lane if they want to save things off. This is Cloud9 really taking it to Team Liquid in the early game.
And it's a good choice for Team Liquid not to drop more by trying to contest that dragon before they've actually completed a Trinity Force for Piglet, before he's been able to max, and just keep Quas up top. So Team Liquid, good choice to seed. Cloud9, good choice to force it and take some advantage here. Let's see if they can knock down this turret with something else. Looks like everybody from Team Liquid backing off, so it'll be just the turret. Balls has not opted to teleport back to the turret at topside though, so Quas able to hack it down.
This is a good lead for him in the top lane. Keeps it strong. That's 1-1 now on the kill board. 2-1 in those turrets. It's finally one that Quas was able to pick up. If they can do the outer line, that's a huge surge in gold for them, but that could be the 3K difference they're looking at right now.
What I want now for Cloud9 is for them to force more objectives. That was a good start.
Right.
But they need to continue to press their advantage right now.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Kog'Maw off in this side lane, potentially freezing. It looks like he's going to push off the wave a little bit. Cloud9 basically has to go top lane or hard 4 to 5 man push mid and just start taking the turrets in a chain of events. They need to keep pressure on multiple locations, one guy shoving the lane, probably balls, everyone else farming and pushing, and never letting Team Liquid group up with power spike.
And I think that they have that idea. That's why they had balls hold onto his teleport. They want it for a cross-map play. They want to make a play soon. They don't want to have to wait for 4 minutes. And so they're going to have him, position him bottom. He doesn't have the home guards completed, so he can actually just be in the lane and teleport up.
Right.
He's not going to have to base to the fountain first.
This can be an extended push from Cloud9. They're making the rotation that they might want to try and get 2 turrets.
There's the one in the top. Quas not going to be able to do much here, and Cloud9 is finally putting their foot down here. The advantage is able to be kept. Moving the wards forward, it's only Balls that's really getting trouble, but this means with the resources here from Liquid, you have to expect Cloud9 is going to get something in the top lane, and that could be Quas along with that second tier turret. He could go down quite fast, ulting to get out. Depth charge is going to hit that up, but they may not be able to chase all the way under. Meteos going a little too deep here. They should already be on that turret with a minion wave, and they may not get much more than damage onto Quas.
Do not forget the priority of objectives right there for Cloud9. They commit so heavily onto that kill. They don't even get the turret out of it, but it costs them a turret of their own on the side.
Strong plays
Big
there.
mistakes.
Quas got big fast. That Giant's Bout keeps him alive with a 15-minute frozen heart that he built 5 minutes ago.
The fact that Cloud9 has an Infinity Edge, a Static Shiv, and a pickaxe on Lucian, the pickaxe just now, versus Piglet, who didn't even have a Trinity Force, and Team Liquid gets an advantageous turret trade, it speaks to the level of that mistake of trying to kill Sion.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. It's the choice right there. Piglet and Xpecial focus the turret. They only deal damage to Balls when he comes out for CS. The dive there from Cloud9, definitely more than they could actually capitalize on. Let's see though. They still are riding this spike, and they still have the teleport. They do not have these ultimates though from Nautilus or Sedge, so they probably have to wait for those to come back up. That might really be a problem.
A 1,700 gold lead for Sneaky over Piglet's Kog'Maw is rather immense at this point. But if you compare it with the protection that he will be receiving, you add the Blood Boil, the Lulu picks, and the Janus Shield, Kog'Maw would still be stronger as an individual.
Right. It's all about saving that Juggermaw. Can he be kept alive? Right now, Meteos actually doesn't get tagged there, so they don't have follow-up vision on the entire C9 team. And they don't have the wards either. Those are being cleared out quite nicely by Cloud9. Team Liquid only sees their half of the jungle now, and that means C9 can start to make these moves. Looks like they're going to get Balls to split push in the bottom lane. Still yet to finish those home guards, so it's just going to be regular TPs.
Already 1-3-1 from Cloud9, but immediately Team Liquid is ready to push down mid lane. They have the Trinity Force on Kog'Maw, which is the moment they want to start protecting, and that's actually the moment Cloud9 could have won a fight, I feel like, because they have the power spikes on the appropriate champions, but they're trying to pressure these side waves. Cloud9 has to make the turrets count somehow.
I feel like if Balls had upgraded home guards instead of getting the mantle or the cowl there, then the play was possible for him to teleport in behind at that mid turret. But without that purchase, you can see he's just going for the team right. He's not looking for home guard plays.
All right.
Speaking of plays,
they don't even have the Blade of the Rune thing yet, just the Cutlass. This could be difficult.
He's going to try for a steal. That's a real low Baron.
Dominate flash is over. It's going to be going to Meteos though on the smite. Dominate couldn't get the bite off. He only got his smite.
He bit it really early when it was at like 2K.
He did bit it then. Okay. Not working out for him, and it is going to be still Team Liquid that can organize and micro themselves back into the fight, figuring out the position that they need to push Cloud9 off. They have Baron, and they're going to have to work the minion waves well. It's definitely not going to be coming from Lemon Nation, though. He goes down trying to throw that last bit of shield on.
Mid lane as well.
This could be big. It could also be Balls going down if he can fly fast enough up to the team for safety, and it looks like Balls will just try to get a push on. What a call for Baron there.
Yeah, 3 kills for Baron. Not exactly worth. We'll see if in the ensuing push, if Cloud9 are able to recoup some of that gold.
Cloud9 was going for a home run right there, hoping to sneak the Baron. But you could see if they overcommit to the Baron that time, it is a little bit tricky for them to go down there.
It could have been much worse for them. If Dominate had actually...
disaster.
If he had actually added up the consume and the smite, see, he jumps in here, he actually consumes it at like 1,700.
Okay, so he did it immediately.
So he did the combo, he just did it way too early. So...
Yeah. The thing is, I think he had to flash in blind there.
Yeah,
they
there's
didn't
no
have
vision.
wards on
You're
the
right.
inside.
Yeah.
Even so, the follow-up team fight was pretty strong from Team Liquid, even without Piglet being there. But now, because of the Baron and the extended nature of that fight, Cloud9 picks up another Dragon, and I still feel like they have control of this game for the most part.
Yes, sir.
Fights going the way of Team Liquid has not pushed down Cloud9 off their pedestal that they've worked up to this game 3. Still a bit of a gold lead, and the second Dragon going their way. Makes number 3 for one's Team Liquid might want to pressure, being the team that loves dragons.
Cloud9 definitely need to keep up the pressure, that's for sure.
For sure.
They want to use this Baron buff. They've got, how many times, I'm going to stop saying it, but teleport from Balls is ready.
He's going to home guard sometime.
Go for going to home guard.
He's not going to home guard. He's going to teleport, though. Cloud9,
really slow.
Let's see how many turrets they can take off the back of this Baron buff.
Ooh, hello. That's not going to be fun for him.
So, here's a maybe problem.
All right, maybe problem.
For Cloud9 is they have no way of killing Quas unless they've killed everyone else first. Because even just Quas sitting there with a Frozen Heart and Randwinds is difficult for Cloud9 to take down. If they commit any shielding to him, no way he dies in a 10-minute fight. He will stay alive. Yeah. So therefore, Cloud9 has to work completely around Quas. And the gold lead may not be as impactful as we thought, since Team Liquid can be so efficient in their itemization. They only need one person to get the kills in order to maximize their damage, and they only need to build one type of resistance in order to minimize Cloud9's damage.
Well, they were talking about those threats on the analyst desk for Team Liquid. It seems like they've organized those threats cleanly this game. That High is looking for the Blade of the Rune King, but we just saw him getting ice-balled by Nunu, then the Frozen Hearts. He's not going to be able to do much anyways.
Baron's falling off there. I don't see them getting any more turrets
Quas
now.
just 2v1ing. No worries.
He wants to kill him. Oh, that Randwinds would have prepped an ult.
There's the roar. He's going to have to get the flash out of Sneaky. Still has a bit of a gap closer with his relentless pursuit. And there the team comes in. That's going to be the teleport from Balls here. No home guard still for him, but he's going to be in the middle of the fight and able to go with the onslaught of shadows immediately in place. Hit by Quas coming in. He's going to try to do as much as he can in that passive, and it's not going to be much. Cloud9 find a pretty decent fight, 1-for-1. Will they get more out of it, though?
They got a minion wave to crash into the top turret, but I mean,
no, I think Team Liquid comes ahead in that fight. The supports weren't there for Quas at the start, but the fact that Quas can still build tanky right there, and the fact that the kill went on to Piglet, as well as stopping a potential split push, it is a trade in the slight favor of Team Liquid.
Yeah, they did get the teleport out.
Clawing their way back.
They got the teleport out from Hecarim, so.
And they saved all the turrets.
That's really the surprise move that Cloud9 had in their pockets. And surprise, 1-for-1, because Sion passive is ridiculous.
The strangest thing to me about this game is that Cloud9, with this double AD carry and a Hecarim, they are a split push, objective-focused, turret-taking team. Yet, decision after decision throughout these 27 minutes have been Cloud9 peeling back for fights and going for kills. And they only have 3 kills, so those kills they've been chasing, they're not even getting for the most part. Cloud9 could easily have 5 turrets in this game. And that would translate to a 7,000 or 8,000 gold lead if you count everything else they could have gotten from that. They're misplaying their hand a little bit, and it's leaving the door open for Team Liquid to take this game from behind.
The top turret that they aggressed under previously before is still at 75% health, so you are correct. The objective focus a little awry right now for C9, but the defensive focus, that's being dictated for them by Liquid now as they push them towards the mid turret. Just a quick tidal wave to clear out.
Do they have the flanks? Watch for Sejuani.
Well, Hecarim's pretty far, and Hecarim also
the hesitation. What a grouping that was. Now he tries to follow up. The Arctic Assault is only going to push Dominate a little bit here. The teleport comes in from Quas. That could be ringing the dinner bell down the mid lane. Looks like he's going to hold on to it. Quas does not ult.
That was actually a very good collapse from Cloud9 to draw the teleport out of Team Liquid.
And patience will be the name of the game on both sides right here. Meteos needs to have patience with the Sejuani ultimate so he can land it on a priority target. And as well, Team Liquid needs to have patience to not over-engage before those
buttons are close.
They're real close.
A little fumblerooski.
You never know. The crab just sometimes he'll just
he'll
run
just
away in a
juke you.
random direction. You got to stay on top of that sucker.
It's a tricky one.
Nobody fools Dominate. He missed the flash consume on Baron, but he'll get that
He'll
grab
get that
every
grab.
time. Every time.
There he is. Yeah. Oh, clearing wards too. He is versatile this game. Trying to be omnipresent, stick with the team. He's participated in 3 of the 5 kills with those assists. And he is also the owner of a Frozen Heart as well, as they stack 2 of those. Phoenix picking up a Luton's Echo to help out him with speed, and definitely a lot of clear coming from Lulu now if Cloud9 can approach these turrets.
We did have that soundbite from X Special about how heavy is the rest of Cloud9 for Sneaky to carry them. Well, Sneaky is doing extremely well this game, and he's going the right itemization build.
Yeah.
If he finishes Blade of the Ruin King with Last Whisper being completed, there's a chance he can start cutting through some of these tanks and shields from
Yeah, how heavy are the tanks on the front line of Team Liquid, though? He's got a lot of meat to move. He's got so much work ahead of him trying to push those guys out.
Oh, this is a lot of people close to each other. Maybe we get a fight here.
Party in the Bramble Pit! The Big Balls flies in with Onslaught of Shadows. The Monsoon kicks back Cloud9, but can they organize and assess who they want to kill? Yeah, it's going to be Dominate first. They melt him down. Meteos over the wall now, and this is Cloud9 not following, not going for the fight. Can they get something out of it, though? Unfortunately
Their
not.
HP is very
Ooh,
low.
that was a big, big one.
They are going to ping Baron right now.
Yep.
That's very risky just because the shields from Team Liquid, they can oh, okay, they're just going to go.
Well,
They're just gonna try and burn
it's
it
not
down.
a 50-50 smite, so
Boss
they
would have to
don't
ultimate right
worry.
now. There we go.
Boss hits it. Oh, he makes it into the pit, threads the needle, the Baron entrance. He gets in. Cloud9 is all tanking that Baron before it went down. Ball's going hard on the Piglet now. Phoenix and Special very low. They clean up Quas, but his death body is going to be very scary. They leave Lemonation in the pit by himself. Great shots from Sneaky to take down Quas, and Cloud9 have completely put themselves in the lead here, without a doubt.
This time, they put it all on the line for the Baron. Take it because Nunu's down. No threat there, even with Quas jumping right in. Ooh, it paid off for Cloud9. This Baron buff, they really, really need to make count.
Oh yeah, and you could see the lack of damage there from Team Liquid at this point in the game. The Scion not contributing, the Nunu not having a Blood Boil to help out Piglet, and everyone on Cloud9 getting away with slivers. The diving from Balls as Hecarim and the sustained damage from the double AD carries is doing its toll right now. Cloud9, smart take for this Dragon.
Using those advantages very well now. The map is obviously going to be clear of Team Liquid bodies for the time being. Easy breathing room here for Cloud9 to extend that lead even more. The third Dragon now, 4 and 5 are very close, and they'll probably be theirs. But they got to get these waves pushed out first. This bottom wave was gigantic, so Sneaky could be going for another one here.
How many swords can Sneaky buy? Because he needs every single kind. Now with the Bork, he actually has the means to chop up some of that frontline meat. He's already got the armor penetration. He already has Infinity Edge crits. If this is the push that Cloud9 take inside the base, they really, really have to focus this one. Because after that last fight, crucial part of that last fight, Piglet is down both summoners.
Yeah, and it's not like Balls' Hecarim is an easy target for Piglet to slice through.
No, this is a guy...
He doesn't even have his third major completed item.
And Quas has been building for these team fights the entire time. He
still
doesn't even have home guards. He's going full on, sit on Piglet's face with the Frozen Heart. Try to deny his damage. Try and contain all of that throw up from Cogmar.
Yeah, the poke coming in pretty heavy from Cloud9 here. They're making this Baron count, finally focusing on the turrets. Top lane split push, mid lane take it down.
It does not look like there's much that can stop this Cloud9 team.
Yeah,
where's
Piglet
the hook?
low from
Piglet
the poke.
at 33%.
They're just brute forcing their way in. Lemonation doesn't even really throw the hook on that one. He's just walking around being Nautilus. Ball's going to tank the turret for the team as they head to the top lane here. Most can make it through the wall, but Lemonation can't. Oh, they leave him out to dry. He's tanky enough, however, to keep the fight going. Lemonation is still fighting as the team, is taking the turret, and then they might be helping him. Priorities getting all switched around, but it looks like they still have enough of the advantage that priorities don't even matter at this point for Team Liquid. They run into the base, so close to getting kills on Piglet and Phoenix. The guys who have been the carry for Team Liquid are running for safety.
But a single point of failure, low damage. You're seeing this Cloud9 lead, and the tanks that they have accumulated are too beefy for Team Liquid to cut through. 2 inhibitors down for Cloud9.
Cloud9 look like they've pulled it off. They really are not done here. This would be the lowest that they have ever placed. This would be the first time they haven't gotten to the finals.
Yep.
They weren't able to make a comeback. And Team Liquid got to hold it together.
Yeah, Cloud9 in big position. I mean, just looking at this fight, you think, all right, they got Lemon Nation caught. Easy, right? Piglet is in the back, though, can't immediately damage. And Cloud9 says, you're going to waste time with the support. Time to kill the turret. Sneaky is a huge damage threat. Piglet is immediately in retreat mode because of the Sejuani ultimate that Meteos was able to extend onto Piglet.
I feel like that was a late Mikhails. Does he I think he also needs a QSS or something.
Yeah.
Piglet did not get off almost any auto attacks that entire fight.
That'll hurt your damage.
So, you know what hurts your auto attack spacing? Not being able to auto attack.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna remember that one.
Auto attack spacing just goes up with attack speed. Quick tip.
Not even really getting the living artilleries out from the pack either. 4-0-1, and he cannot be the Kog'Maw that needs to carry this. Phantom Dancer will definitely be good assistance to getting and chunking through Meteos and Balls right now. He has the Blade of the Ruined King, but still all eyes on Piglet as he picks up that red buff to help his spacing out a little bit.
Is he ever going to finish Phantom Dancer? All right, finally.
Okay.
He completes it. Still no Last Whisper.
He was waiting till you said so.
Would have to be his next item, I'd imagine. Cloud9 can be patient with this as well if they need to be. 2 waves of super minions, and Team Liquid only has 1 person who can clear those minion waves, and it's Kog'Maw. If Kog'Maw clears a minion wave, the 3rd inhibitor falls. Cloud9 just needs to be patient.
The clock is ticking as the minions enter the base in both top and mid wave.
Oh, sneaky.
By himself in a very scary spot. Does get hit by Quas there off of the ultimate. He's gonna die immediately, and it looks like Cloud9 may have to rethink this fight. Dominate's coming out quick. He's the one with the Blood Boil and the Wild Growth on, so he tries to continue initiating, but there's not enough chase, and it looks like Cloud9, even with losing one of their damage threats, can still keep going. But make sure everybody's on the same page first.
Fighting with the minion waves as best they can. Cloud9
Yeah.
sticking around with no sneaky here.
No
Phoenix
sneaky, no
went over
Baron.
to try and handle the supers.
That's what they were waiting for. Cannot get enough damage from Phoenix to clear the waves, and they have gotten Winions to take out one of the Nexus turrets. Bottom wave will be cleared a little bit easier with that inhibitor being up, but a great time play, if you will. Very timely.
This is a
by
tense
Cloud9.
one. Team Liquid holding on. Quas with a great move there, taking initiative, taking matters into his own hands when he sees Sneaky split up. I didn't hear who that was for.
Yeah. I heard there was a chant for someone.
I mean,
Got quiet, and then I
it
got
sounded like a
quieter.
rally.
Let's go. Someone.
Yeah.
Go League of Legends.
Well, we're definitely going to get more due to the result of this game. It looks like Cloud9 wants to push it to a game 4. We're going to get another series out of this one if they can keep putting their foot down this strong. The Righteous Glory finished up recently by Lemon Nation to continue these fights. And even though Piglet's finishing up all of his damage, he's only going to be eating more with that Thorn Mail onto Balls now. So not even getting easier as they get to this later.
He's gone double lifesteal this early in the build because
That's
he
true.
knows he
Yeah,
has
it's
to
gonna
fight
hurt.
through the Hecarim. But as far as actually trying to get back in the driver's seat for Team Liquid here, without their base to help manage minion waves, since all their buildings are dead,
Yeah.
they're in a real tough place. It does feel like Cloud9 still just needs to be patient here. Control the area around the Baron pit, and then just take the Baron.
Man, to see how much that put a kink in the idea of Team Liquid at champion
Balls get
select.
caught.
Oh dear. That's the vision on him. Phoenix
That's
is coming
all.
in with Whimsy. 5 seconds of speed there. Forced on the onslaught of Shadows to get out. This is going to be Baron going down. They take down Dominate with the help of High over the wall, firing some of those missiles. And remember this, Lemon's a little too tanky to take down. This fight went for Cloud9 last time they was on the base. Piglet dies immediately. A Cathian surprise is going to take down High. It actually does not take him down. He has a sliver of health.
GG.
That's going to be it. Amazing.
They power their way through this one. Clean up some extra kills here on Quas. And they are going to take this.
You look at the damage of Team Liquid, though, and the damage of Cloud9. These protect the carry strategies are so one-dimensional. At this point, if you can't win a team fight, you can't do much. And every time they ended up trying to team fight, Cloud9 took them down. Sneaky is huge. Next inhibitor turret is going down. This should be game.
With their backs against the wall and a stutter step in Champion Select, Team Liquid fall here in Game 3. 12-8, 38 minutes in. Cloud9. Always, right? Ban that guy out.
They kind of force them, kind of bait them, let them go for the Lulu mid.
Yeah.
Right.
And
literally the almost same composition.
High has control of the mid lane.
Boom.
That was pretty big. The fact that High had control of the mid lane on that Corki. Yes, Cloud9 won that game. I hate to be that guy that harkens back to Champion Select. I'm still surprised that Team Liquid locked in Kog'Maw with Corki on the board, because they have had success with the exact Corki Kog'Maw and the other things around it, team composition in the past. And it's not like Cloud9 is going to take Kog'Maw with no protection. It could have been an easy last pick to lock it in. And because the Corki got taken away from them, they lost that extra dimension in their team comp. They were overly tanky, single source of damage, and Cloud9 split pushed them to death.
Well, with that win now, Cloud9 are on the board. Gentlemen, the fans are happy. They were cheering for Cloud9 as they came out. I guess it gave them a little boost of power. So right now we're going to send it over to the analyst desk to walk us through their first win of the series.
Thank you, Riv and Cloud9, making me a liar there. I get to join the table of liars, the liars, desk. Losers, whatever you want to call it.
How does it feel to be the head of the loser desk?
I mean, the head of the losers is better than being just a loser, right? I guess. I'll take it. Anyway, let's talk about Cloud9's victory here, because we were actually kind of pushing them towards maybe putting more pressure on his sneaky shoulders, grabbing that Kog'Maw for him, and going into that, hyper carry ADC kind of a team comp. Well, they do the opposite. They give it away, and they still come out with the victory.
Well, it's interesting. I know I floundered around a whole lot when you're like, what should C9 do? And I'm like, it's like 17 things they could do. They went with the, hey, balls, go be crazy one. Right, because he did great in game 1. He beat up Quas there, and he just managed to follow through on it. And I know you were like the entire game, like, oh my God, Balls is huge. He's getting bigger and bigger. He's like up 100 CS this game. He was like level 18 for everyone else. And right at the very end, you heard the commentators say it, getting split pushed to death, right? Like, you have only one threat. It's only the Kog'Maw, and Hecarim's going to keep applying pressure and keep making life difficult. C9 got a Baron off of it. And then they just kind of kept control. They kept a gold lead, and there was really no easy way in for the Kog'Maw-based composition, because there's too many things going on. You can't react to all of them.
And something I liked, the adaptation there, was they didn't ban the Lulu. They left it open. They basically baited Team Liquid into picking this comp, because as soon as they get Lulu, they're going to go Juggermaw full on. And then Meteos just started ganking bottom. He put the pressure in the lane that they had that was winning and just shut that down. He's like, all right, immediately push that out. And then CS advantage across the board. High was able to keep even and a little bit ahead of Phoenix at some points.
Yeah.
And the fact that he picked a very safe champion for him, I think is something that Cloud9 needs to continue to do this series. Because on Lissandra, he was having basically no impact and falling behind. Yeah. On Corki, you can have like pretty moderate, even no impact, but he'll still stay up in CS. He'll stay safe, and I think that's really good for High.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I think like the two biggest things this game that happened for Cloud9 that was really important is, first of all, they got high on a pressuring mid lane champion, Corki. I feel like Corki's like his best champion right now in the meta, where he's pressuring Phoenix in. Phoenix isn't on his best champions, and when Phoenix isn't on that Azir, that Vlad, that Urgot, he doesn't have that pressure that he usually does on those champions, and he's not like doing as well. And the other thing is Meteos got that bottom lane pressure off. Even though he was playing Sejuani, he got Sneaky ahead. He got him snowballed so that they could just keep pressuring and snowball the game with all that split push and just constantly farming up while Team Liquid couldn't do anything with their carry comp. And I think that Corki pick is just going to be very important for the series.
Yeah, looking at Team Liquid and how they seem to be caught off guard with that Corki pickup. We talked about the possibility of them having to pivot into that Sion pick. And I mean, we can't, obviously we can't confirm that. You see them here on your screens. They're clearly talking about the loss that they just got handed, and they're going to have to regroup and try and come back and make it a 3-1. But without knowing whether or not the Lulu was always intended to go mid, I have to wonder, when Phoenix was applying so much pressure in the mid lane and really having a handle on that matchup, they put him on to Lulu, and he does struggle a little bit against that Corki.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of squandered resources here, right? Like, Phoenix hard carried game 2. He was like the reason they won. He dunked on lane, and then he absolutely crushed team fights. I want to see him on an impact champion. I think Team Liquid can reliably expect Phoenix to be a bigger threat than High, provided they give him a half-decent matchup. Lulu and a Corki, not really a great one. I want to see him with something actually much more aggressive, something that can make a whole bunch of plays. And there's more champions there. He can play Xerath, he's a good damage threat. He can play some Ahri, he can play some Zed himself, he can play Cassiopeia. All these are very good high-damage champions.
I think the biggest question for this game 4 is how deep is Phoenix's champion pool really? Because usually in a best of 5, you run one strategy, and you keep running that strategy until they beat it. And finally, Cloud9 found something that works. They banned out 3 mid champions from Phoenix. The question is, does Phoenix have a 4th champion? Does he have something that he's that strong on? Maybe it's Corki. Maybe they're going to take away Corki. I feel like the Lulu going mid instead of going top was not that impactful for Team Liquid.
Yeah, that's the thing, is they need pressure from that mid lane. They did have the Sion, but he got 4 levels behind, down 100 CS. Like, throwing a Lulu up in the top lane, that same situation is going to have a better time, right? If you're 100 CS down as Lulu, 4 levels down, you're like, oh, I'm still doing Lulu things. I'm still buffing the Kog'Maw, right? If they're mid laner, they could have picked pretty much anything in that situation, and it would have been a little bit better for them because they would have had another threat because it was all on Piglet's shoulders.
Yeah, honestly, so we talk about things on Piglet's shoulders, and, you know, you can see single threat comps
Like,
work.
I'm thinking about him, like, an Orianna would have been okay, too.
Sure, just
right?
a damage dealing, like, semi-support.
Yeah.
Just, and I agree. Yeah, I mean, I do like seeing teams diversify. Again, and at the very beginning, we talked about C9, how they diversified a little bit. Balls was a big split push threat, got them Baron. That's huge, right? And against a Nunu team, dear God, like, the levels of awesome there are pretty high. But it was cool to see C9, like, have everyone pitch in, right? So much of this game is on Sneaky's shoulders, and Sneaky is still performing. Even in losses, I feel like Sneaky's score lines and contributions are quite high. But he crushed the bottom lane, and he got help, so good job everyone else, and then crushed bot lane even harder. High won his lane, sick. Balls won his lane, also sick. And so everyone here is contributing from C9. And like you were talking about how deep is Phoenix's champion pool? You know, can he be brought down? Well, High got brought up, right? We're like, all right, coming into playoffs, High can play Liss and High can play Zed. And we saw Liss get stomped. We saw Zed basically getting preemptively counterpicked. Well, Corki's here, though, by the way. And, like, if High can keep putting in these performances and going 10% above Phoenix, then this is almost an easy series for C9.
We're almost seeing the number of power players on each team shift as we saw the pick and ban phase alter, right? Because you get rid of all of what we said was Phoenix's power champions there in the mid lane, and then you take the Corki away from him, you're relegating him to someone that isn't going to be a playmaker, if anything, and then also someone that he might not be quite as comfortable on. In the meantime, you therefore boost High's performance. Yeah. Someone who in the previous games had already played, and we said, he didn't play so great on his first Corki game, wasn't that impressive. But when you give him the edge in that mid lane, he can use that to his advantage and strengthen their team. So I feel like for Team Liquid, their challenge now is to get back to that multi-threat strategy. Because in that game, they were a single threat.
And here's the thing about Liquid. Best of 5s are what they love. We constantly talk about Team Liquid, how they have a million strategies out there. When they played CLG, they played 3 different comps. Here, they've played roughly 4 different comps here. Okay, Juggernaut's not the comp. Toss it out. You got 2 more games to play. Whatever. They're going to have other things to play here. I'm so confident that Team Liquid have other comps to play. The question is now just momentum, right? Does it crack at the seams? Maybe. Like, we saw them, summer split against LMQ. They started 2-0, then they lost 3 in a row. This is always a possibility.
Lastly, again, as we have Team Liquid back up on your screen, Zion, momentum. Freak just touched on it. They started up 2-0. They've been in this situation before and had it run back against them 3-2. I mean, these discussions right now, you've been in this scenario as well. What are we talking about here? What do you ignore as a team, and what do you focus on in order to make sure you can come back in with the right mindset to pull out a win?
I think what a lot of people don't realize, the momentum is literally one of the biggest, if not the biggest factor going into the long series, where it closes up like 2-0, 2-1, like 2-2. The pressure's on, the pressure's mounting. Like, do you have somebody to bring the team back up, to focus in on what's important? Like, you don't want those doubts in the back of your mind, like, are we actually going to lose this? Like, are we actually good enough as a team? You need to be as a team, and you need to unite yourselves, and that's really hard to do sometimes when you're losing games like that and you're not really sure what happened.
All right, well, we saw them there finish up their discussions. Hopefully that means they are all on the same page and they're ready to go. Cloud9, though, have kept the series alive with that important win. After the break, we'll see if they can keep the momentum on their side, rather, in Game 4. Don't go anywhere. 2015 Spring Playoffs and Game 4 between Team Liquid and Cloud9. Right now, the series stands at 2-1 for Team Liquid, and they are within arm's reach of making history by securing their first appearance in a playoff finals. So the big question is, how are they going to do that?
I think they need to take some of the weight off of Piglet's shoulders. I did not like the Protect the Cog comp. I want to see Team Liquid able to play around Phoenix and play around Quas. Quas is routinely given the junk lane. It's like, just deal with it. Go try to farm and try to survive. That's okay, but they can't do that to Quas and to Phoenix. Phoenix hard carried game 2 on Azir. I want to see him get maybe a lane counter pick, maybe a hard carry, maybe an assassin, but something that allows Phoenix to shine because he is great in the playoffs so far. Get him off the Lulus.
Yeah, but that last comp they ran was kind of their bread and butter, the Protect the Piglet that they've been recently using to great success, pretty much just stomping people with it. And it didn't work out there. And I think a lot of that was the Sion pick into the Hecarim and then not having Phoenix on something that's supplemental damage. So I want to see them change that, possibly still run the Lulu top, though.
Now, when we move into this matchup, Cloud9, Team Liquid, Zion, which lane are you looking for to make the big difference? Which lane is going to be the deciding factor in this game?
When you look at the series, you see a lot of times that the solo lanes are determined by how the draft goes. So when Hai gets that Corki, he's the one pressuring mid lane. When Phoenix is on Azir, he's the one pressuring mid lane. Whoever's on Hecarim is pressuring top lane, but then bottom lane always comes down to the jungle pressure and how the jungle pressure affects who gets ahead. Is it going to be Piglet or is it going to be Sneaky? And I think it's going to come down to who pressures bottom lane better in game. And the solo lanes are already going to be determined by draft, I feel.
All right, well, we'll see how everything goes here. Team Liquid again ahead 2-1 in the series. We're going to throw it over to the caster desk to get us onto the rift. But first, Phoenix says in good times and bad, Team Liquid rely on X Special to be their voice of reason.
저랑 돔은 약간 자만 그런 거 할 수 있는 캐릭터긴 한데 그때마다 엑스페셜이 컴다운하고 자꾸 계속 경기 남았다고 집중하라고 계속 긴장 풀지 말라고 계속 엑스페셜이 도와줍니다, 옆에서.
I feel like that's one of those things that easily backfires, like when Fnatic tells Huni not to yell and then he's just screaming his head off all game. It's one of those things you could kind of mitigate.
I mean, Piglet even did say in the video feature we got to see at the start of the day how he's been through it all. So he knows what it's like to be up in a series and have it go all the wrong direction. So a little bit of a fact check here for these guys. They got to make sure they do not get reverse swept in this series.
Well, we'll see what they have coming into this game. Team Liquid definitely thrown off the mark a little bit with the picks and bans of Cloud9 last time. So we'll see if they can right that wrong and if Cloud9 can still get the comfort champions that Team Liquid wants to play on. They did a very nice job last game and throughout the game. There wasn't much falter that we saw in games 1 and 2 from Cloud9. See if they now can keep that momentum.
I don't expect a ban change from Team Liquid.
No, absolutely not.
I feel like the bans weren't the issue last game. It was the order in which they drafted. Now with the side swap as well, should add an interesting new dynamic to these pick and ban phases. Cloud9 might end up keeping their bans the same from Game 3 as well, if they decide to Urgot last ban here.
There is the Rumble. Balls will not get that, and Hecarim goes out. This leaves the Lulu up, the possibility for that composition once again, but also more. Still have Sion.
I don't think that Hai plays Urgot.
It leaves it open for Team Liquid and Phoenix to do it. But this could be another one of these bans. A lot of times, you come into these best-of-5 series with a set of assumptions about what the other team is strong on.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's true, sometimes it is not true. They planned on letting them get through the Lulu. A lot of times when Cloud9 lets you get one of your favorite picks, it's because they have something for it.
Right.
They tried it last time with Lulu. Now they're trying with the Urgot, which, see if they can go 2 for 2 on that.
Almost got Liquid to get the entire team they wanted instead of just a pick. They played that one in the mind games really, really well.
First pick, blind pick, Urgot.
Yep, and Cloud9 is definitely taking their time as well. They know this is going to be a longer game. They need a tank as well that can stick in that fight, and Sneaky's going to take his Lucian this game as well. A lot of comfort in that.
Yeah, Cloud9 going back to their old mainstay, the Maokai in the top lane, the most reliable of tanks for the top lane for Balls. I don't know about this one because Team Liquid are already showing, because they have first pick Urgot, that it flexes the possibility of doing a full tank team where every member on the team is an unviable target. Even their DPS coming from the mid lane is going to get fairly tanky in the late game. With the Lulu added on top, they will be able to add shields on top of shields here. So Cloud9 are going to have some way to crack through and actually kill someone.
Team Liquid can do the same thing here that they did last game, but just a better variation.
Exactly. They actually have damage this time.
Yeah, they can just
with the Urgot.
They could bring Kog'Maw, Janna with their last 2 picks.
Very easily.
Better initiation, better poke damage, better damage overall, and also having Phoenix on someone who can bully lane.
And this time, Cloud9 do not have the Hecarim to work with for balls. They don't have that pressure. Maokai is not someone who creates a foothold for you on the map.
Great pickup in Gragas as well. Can really stop Phoenix or whoever tries to get those ults in from Urgot. Nice disengage there. We were saying earlier, not a lot of junglers bringing that, but it is going to be coming from Gragas in the recent pickups. So Cloud9 getting quite a composition here. Meteor sporting the Clarity Cleanse.
So
Zen moment for him.
I actually do like Gragas over Sejuani for Cloud9, even though I see why Cloud9 were willing to give up the Sejuani here, because when you're facing the Urgot, you can actually attack Urgot fairly early in the game. And Gragas does give you a bit more pressure early on.
Well, there's the pickup, Jack. You said the Janna, what would be the AD carry, and it looks like Piglet wants to try Ballista this game. 10 seconds to lock that in. It looks like it's what Team Liquid will stick with as Piglet looks to his left and right to confirm with the rest of his team. And Peter.
So he's going with the shorter range this time around. But even if they do get to the point where they have a lead and they want to start sieging up, they do have Urgot poke under the turret. But the Cloud9, they do have that hard engage that they're looking for. I mean, if you can get a good Gragas ultimate and split up a team like this that relies on shields for your AD carry, Urgot can create the chaos needed to crack through, buff the AD carry composition.
It's a bit different
by
than the last
splitting
game,
them up.
though. Yeah, definitely try and split them up a bit. Maybe that's why he has Kalista to either get back or get out of those fights afterwards. I've never been a huge fan of Kalista against Maokai. If Maokai gets your click on him,
kind of click.
Then Hai could put damage from range.
There's the Braum. That was
Cloud9 just builds up their tank wall to go with double AD.
Getting the shout from the crowd, and they do get the Braum.
Yeah.
That was the chant you were hearing as well. Haven't seen this too much from Lemonation this season, but he has brought it out.
Yeah, pretty much double AD versus double AD here with substantial front lines. The extra support for Team Liquid, though, rather than the guaranteed flank teleport that Cloud9 values so highly.
A lot of discussion.
I think a lot really does hinge on which mid laner does get the early lead this time around. Because Urgot can very quickly take over again.
Right.
If Urgot gets to the power point early with the tier already stacking up, transform that, and you can start building into the Frozen Heart, then it's really, really hard. Once he transforms to Muramana, the damage is going to spike through the roof.
Those Acid Hunters in the early game really going to affect Hai's spacing. We'll see what he can do in the mid lane. There is one last hug to the coaches as they make their way to the
One
path.
last! There could be another one.
There could be.
Hey,
that's right.
What are you doing? Don't sell me short.
That's right. It's game 4, not game 5 yet. I'm getting a little ahead of myself. But now that you have seen the team comps, let us know who you think has the edge. Tweet either hashtag TLWin or hashtag C9Win at LOL Esports, and we will tally up those votes shortly. You can even vote from here in the studio. Whip out your phones, get those down. Also take all the pictures and selfies, as CB says, to put them on the social medias. We're going to be going into game 4 now. It's Team Liquid. Now on the blue side, Cloud9 coming from the red side as we enter game 4.
Very, very similar here, except for a bit more disengaged for Team Liquid and a bit more hard engage for Cloud9, which has pretty much been the story for these two teams.
The other thing that's been the story has been Sneaky carrying Cloud9 this year versus Piglet's resurgence as a big-time AD carry for them. And in all of these games this series, there has been a specific lead early game for one of the AD carries. Whoever takes the better jungle camp, whichever team has a better strategy from level 1 to get their bottom lane level 2 first, has typically come out ahead.
But Jat, there are 4 AD carries in this game. So the mid lane,
whole new ball game.
Yeah, exactly. The mid lane, so mid and bottom, obviously. All right, so with the initial exchange there, Hai did get the advantage from his skill shot dodge on Phoenix. So early edge to Cloud9.
Oh, interesting. So both of those guys back. High goes for the potions of health, and it's going to be 2 mana pots for Phoenix here. So he definitely wants to go aggressive, shooting out all those acid hunters in the lane. It's going to be a nice advantage for him.
Wow.
Or
Again,
keep him safe.
both teams
They keep calling the swaps.
Exactly. Both teams with the line of scrimmage wards, but both teams with the called swaps top. Let's see here. They're definitely going to start Gromp for Team Liquid. It looks like Sneaky's positioned at the Krugs, but Lemonation's
take the small
making
Krug.
his way down to stop
Lemonation
instead.
might be trying to harass them off Gromp.
Can he stop it by himself?
He can stop them from doing Gromp.
Yeah.
But,
right?
Yeah, but what does it cost, though? Is not that much.
Yeah, this will give gives Cloud9 a slight experience edge because Sneaky takes the small Krug and then runs to lane as long as he doesn't lose
He's down
too many
200 HP for that, though, on the 80 carry. And they're down HP on the support.
How heavily do you value level 2 is the question. Cloud9, pretty highly. But if they're low in health...
Let's call it phone in Crepo here. Talk to us about the Lucian level 2 power spike.
Phone a friend.
Is it worth?
Can he even get it is the other question.
We'll have to see. Well, it's a telegraph when you come to lane, right? If you're going to have less health, then the other team knows they need to push that level 2 since you have the advantage. And it looks like they may just even out here on this. A few more CS, and they're going to get it first.
Get it.
No.
Yeah.
Not a problem. It doesn't look like anything's really going to come of it with the amount of room they've given each other here in this
level
lane.
2.
Da-da-da.
Success.
Ooh, that Howling Gale engage. You got to watch out for that. So just 3 minutes, a little bit of love taps from this top lane, which is the duo, as like you guys said, matched up again here. So we may see more pressure from the junglers in the mid.
Yeah, especially since Team Liquid with the Kalista, they get the extra defensive vision of the sentries up and down. Piglet's already got 2 on patrol right now. So if Meteos makes his way up there, not only does he have to sneak his way past the sentries, but it's fairly easy for the top blue side here of Team Liquid to just ward that single spot and get that early warning system. All right.
Oh.
How good at Metal Gear Solid are you, Meteos?
Well, it saw the barrel, so
yeah,
one can infer that Gragas is there.
He got lit up.
Oh, Quas. Giving Balls a hell of a time here in lane. Not going to be able to force the flash as he waits on that cooldown, but still pushing him out is going to cause for that teleport to be called back into lane. So won't need any pressure for Quas. This frees up Dominate a little bit, and we'll see where he puts his first aggression. Right now he's in base, picking up a Trailblazer as well as some wards.
Yeah, as far as the jungle matchup goes, the longer that I Will Dominate exists in a no-gank world, the better it is for him. Meteos, obviously, with Gragas, stronger early dueling and ganking properties. That's why Dominate's gone back to pick up some wards early on. But this is that Urgot vulnerability we talked about in Champ Select, and whether or not Meteos could make an early game count.
Yeah, I don't know how vulnerable he is, though, like in the middle of the lane there. It's actually an even exchange.
Wow.
Even though High was resisted.
He just won it.
If you go aggressive like that and you chase him off the minion wave, then it puts High right next to the ranged minions and the cannon minion. So, not a successful gank right there.
You can see Phoenix prioritized drinking both of those mana potions here, and he's kind of baiting High into this one. Dominate just over the edge. That's going to be the quick Valkyrie out.
Now, just burning a Valkyrie is actually a more effective gank with the increase in mana for that one than the Gragas pass by. It's a trap that you fall into a lot of times as a jungler. If you're just in position and you're like, you know what, I'm ready to go for this gank. You try and force one. Not only can your mid laner take an unfavorable trade, but also it kind of gives them false confidence to stay up in the lane, and then oftentimes the second gank comes around from your opponent, and your mid laner's like, I lost all of my pressure. I thought I was ahead because I got the early gank.
When helping goes wrong, that's what it is. That false sense of security,
super
close
close
played
fan
into the
vote.
situations. Yeah, every game so far. We had the 45-55 vote the other time as well, even closer. Cloud9 fans definitely getting behind them. As I said, they were cheering quite hard, even down 0-2 as they come out for the third game. So they still have momentum from their fans.
All right. So Meteos knows that there's a ward right here. So you can still commit and just run straight past the ward because he's got a Braum to set him up.
Good
Gets the
stick.
stun, another
they
stun.
do. Concussive blows into up that Winter's bite onto Piglet. The flash, the hit, the kill, and it goes over to Sneaky for first blood. Couldn't have been better.
Expert Braum play right there from Lemonation. It actually would have been funny if we did call Crapple because that's one of his favorite moves for Braum. Talks about it all the time.
Flash Q because it's already there.
But
You just Q flash, and then you kill him. And that's basically what happened there. Piglet didn't want to burn his flash early, thinking he could get level 6 power spikes.
Hello, that's
Can
the
he hit the
resistance
boss
is the
bomb?
Phoenix. A few more.
Boss bomb.
The mana's gone, though. He's only got auto attacks left. Phoenix, can he do it? One last missile with the flash. Misses for High, and both of them get out by the skin of their teeth.
High still has heal, but he's low on mana here. Oh no, he has Ignite. Excuse me, I was looking at Sneaky.
Yeah, really close trade right there. Phoenix trying to use that armored magic resist from the swap to outduel him, but was
Pressure.
unable to. Still with the early tier on Urgot, though.
Whoa. Seeing low mana on balls here, figure he can get a bit more damage in that advantage in lane. And that's what we've seen both times we've been down here. Quas getting pushed out in a bit of a skirmish between, Balls getting pushed out by Quas in a bit of a skirmish.
Yeah, with that Lulu, early Chalice buy, really good laning experience versus Maokai.
Yeah.
With the magic resistance and constant glitter lance spam.
Hey man, the Thene's a lot nicer after that little buff it got. Going back towards it. A little bit of a support battle in the river as Meteos goes ahead and preps this blue buff.
So that first blood translated into a boots advantage for Sneaky. Plus, with the way that he has the lane positioned, this is actually going to be fairly difficult for Piglet returning to lane because Sneaky can just crop that minion wave and keep it at the turret.
Yeah.
They have a long lane to work with. He has the move speed advantage and double summoners burned from Piglet in the last fight. Lemonation still has flash. He can pull off that flash Q, the Q flash, excuse me, that we were talking about.
I mean, as Sneaky has gone in this series, Cloud9 has followed. When Sneaky is ahead, the team plays with a lot of confidence and has been able to make plays here. Piglet and the rest of Team Liquid is kind of been the same for him.
Love this pink ward buy here for the top lane. They know that they do have pressure now, and so they've got a pink ward in the tri-bush. Constantly keeps Team Liquid guessing, is Meteos going to return up here? Right now, though, he's not there. And Dominate is the one who's level 6 and actually made his way to the top lane.
That was a sick dodge.
Dodge both the W from Lucian and the shot, and it's the pink ward here that would try to set up. They're waiting for Cloud9 to aggress. They're maybe even hoping to get a gank.
Sneaky has to dodge this Sedge ult. If he use Relentless Pursuit forward,
getting a little bit aggressive here. You can almost
showing it
arise suspicion right there.
Let's see if he shoots an Ardent Blaze into the brush. That would.
Yeah, he should. He should scout it with something. Just the way Piglet postured at the end of that.
Q?
There you go. Very heady
Snipped
play.
it out.
I like how we have the Manor crowd, too. They didn't say anything. They didn't say anything until it hit.
Oh.
Not giving anything away. Yeah, not giving anything away.
Whoa. All right.
Good form. Good form, guys.
Small CS leads in lanes. Phoenix with one of those leads because of moves like that over and over again. Just a bit of a lead on High. Nothing to write home about. But that lead for Sneaky doing very well. 81 to 66 in that lane. Kind of countered by Quas's advantage over Balls at 90 to 72. So coming out of this laning phase, I don't see too much of an advantage for either team with it being quite even.
What's kind of curious about this series is the number of times Meteos has tried to gank mid.
Yeah.
It's not a lane he ganks, generally speaking, throughout the entirety of the regular season. Cloud9 either ganks for Sneaky or for Balls, but this series, several failed ganks.
Here's the high roams, though, that we were waiting to see. This one looks like it will be rewarded.
It's on the wrong side of the lane here.
Yeah, was waiting for a few of the cooldowns so he could get through with the
Vanjack.
shield. The Whimsy goes through. Vengeful Maelstrom along with a bit of extra damage as it's picked up by the Twisted Advance of Ball.
High back to his old ways. Meteos able to gank mid, get High the lane pressure, shove the wave, roam down bottom. They actually pressure the lane that Balls is in for once. He actually got the killing blow on that too.
Yep.
Little bit suboptimal there, as they would really like to accelerate the Corki power spike. But Maokai, not too shabby himself.
Both flashes blown there in the bottom lane, so we may see a rinse and repeat coming in. Piglet taking some damage from the culling here on Sneaky. That's about the
really pressured.
Yeah, it's about the rest of the mana that he has, but they now
lose the turret here actually. Just based on Piglet overstaying right there, hoping to hit an item breakpoint, but just sitting on 900 gold. Now still running back to try and get later CS. Piglet does not want to base, but he's keeping himself in this really troublesome position in lane.
Looks like they may want to bait a fight in, seeing the low mana there, saying Sneaky's going to stay, maybe we can stay. Here comes Dominic.
Anytime you do have them dual lane sitting around like that, it calls attention, should call attention of both junglers. Meteos just returned to base though to try and purchase his full Cinder Hulk with the Sight Stone. So Cloud9 should be communicating with him. Ooh,
jeez,
that last shot might bait.
Oh!
Yeah.
What's going? Because Piglet Fate Call X-Special here. No, X-Special flashes forward. They still have the Fate's Call to keep the fight going. Are they going to use it on Lemon Nation? No, they decide to back off.
That was either a very subtle bait from Piglet standing there for the pass-through damage, or just very unfortunate for Cloud9, because having that actually go through and hit Piglet, I feel like was the last tick there that caused Sneaky to get baited and stick around.
And Piglet is still there.
Kill.
Call. Fate's Call. Whee! Yep.
And he timed it for the Grog Assault too.
Fantastically played. Cool heads by the duo lane of Team Liquid. Definitely putting themselves near the top of the list for duo lanes. They were saying on the analyst desk, these guys have been showing up when it matters.
Yeah.
And answers my question. I said, will Team Liquid really figure out what happened, why this synergy happened coming into the playoffs? And it seems like they have a pretty right idea as how to keep it going.
Well, Phoenix in the mid lane. Remember, because of the early ganks in mid lane, both mid laners had to back very quickly as well. That actually benefits Urgot, because he got to pick up the tier right on the first back after the first ganks came through, and they both had to go back. So the tier was picked up very early for this Urgot in the mid lane. And he's been able to absorb all of the ganks that Meteos has thrown at him and come out with a CS lead.
He's actually stacked that 400 already, up towards 13 minutes, so it actually will be fully stacked quite quick.
Team Liquid does a really peculiar swap here. Piglet with the roam onto Balls, who they know has no flash.
Good eye on that.
They might just go for this.
The Rend, not enough to take him down. Oh! Help picks! Help indeed! What a play from Quas to finish that one off.
Now for the Dragon.
Over. Now
gonna be a fight.
Indeed, and they are not going to be able to do this with Balls. One of the guys who needs to mitigate the damage coming in. Still starting it off well. Sneaky gets a good tag on some damage there, but it is still Team Liquid picking up the Dragon. No contest from Cloud9, and they're still coming in very slow here to continuously want this fight.
They're going to be flanking around here. Phoenix burned his flash.
Meteos has ult now.
They have to disengage. Fate's Call as well if they really need to even get out of something. Phoenix does not have any summoners or an ultimate. That's the hit of Glacial Fissure. Winter's Bite's going to lock him down in the concussive blows. And in that elongated chase, they do find one.
They burn Teleport, and they only get the kill trade out of it. So it was 1-for-1 kills. The Dragon went down. Well, they actually still have pressure bottom.
The turret will be the question here. If Cloud9 can go up 2 turrets to 0, it would be a pressure ed, which is the game
risky
has
dive.
Been playing. It would be a risky dive as well.
Low health, low mana on a few members here, especially for Cloud9. But they still want, the minions are quite far off. I can't see them staying here for too much longer. Maybe 2 of them to finish off this turret. But Liquid holds strong for the time being. And it looks like Cloud9 is going to give off a bit of the pressure.
I actually like the rotation here from high to go up to the mid lane and try and shove that in before Phoenix can get back. See if he can actually get that damage on mid lane turret. No, he'll just leave it.
Really odd play by Phoenix in that fight. He flashed to swap high away from his, maybe Team Liquid could have pulled something positive out of that, but once Phoenix burned all of his cooldowns for nothing, really, it made Team Liquid go on the retreat. When all is said and done, though, they didn't lose the turret, they did get the kill on the Balls, and they did control the Dragon.
And they didn't even have to use their teleport for it.
Right.
So, teleport advantage for Team Liquid.
Very tense game we have here.
Trying to get these wards cleared, or just put on their side.
Reaper ran out.
Nope, not able to grab it. So that one goes to the side of Cloud9, hopefully being able to use that for another engage as they pressure this bottom turret a little bit more. It's going to be Sneaky and Lemon to try and finalize that one. looking at how the lanes panned out, CS leads coming in for Team Liquid pretty much across the board except for that AD carry lane. And it's a good 40 CS at the top and 20 in the mid. Good damage from Phoenix onto High as he stacks that Muramana now out, so it's coming off his attacks as well. And that tier is only going to finish up faster. Now he's sitting on 548. Even before 20 minutes, he might have that Muramana.
That would be scary.
That would be so scary.
Talk about him getting
spike.
that early tier because of the prevalence of early ganks for them right now. Cloud9 does have that early turret lead, but because of the CS discrepancy, it's not giving them much of a gold lead. As far as being patient with a Lulu type composition, this is not, it doesn't play nearly the same way as Team Liquid's last team comp did, where they had the Psy on top with the Kog'Maw protection. This is a much more mobile, yet still shieldy team comp.
And much better here to have the Lulu in Quasa's hand. This is not a Lulu that got denied in lane. This is a Lulu who bullied.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just absolutely bullied the Maokai.
And that's with High coming down to kill him.
Nice. Still get the support. You're not hoping that Quas is going to provide a ton of damage, but now being up, I think he's going to be able to do that as well. 2 for 1 in that pickup since he's playing well this game. Looks like more pressure towards the bottom lane. A few ward clears here from Meteos, and he may continue that after they get the scuttle control here. He's going to go through the wall again and possibly try to come around the backside, or actually just go for it.
Well, Dominate's on his way down as well.
Great read.
Trying to mirror.
Or half a read. He didn't read it for that long. Now he needs to turn around. Fate's call plays it safe there, and Dominate will have enough time to clear wards now in the river, which Meteos just placed. Very back and forth as both teams are trying to find the next edge, because I think it's going to catapult one of these teams into the lead.
I'm actually kind of worried for Ball's ability to CS up in that top lane. No turrets left. He's got one pink ward to rely on. The only thing going for him, though, there's no wards for Quas to actually continue to try and shove. So without the deep vision here for Team Liquid, Quas remembers the last gank from High. Knows that he's a bit of a acidic duck there. The all-in from Maokai. Maokai is great at setting up ganks with the twisted advance, so he backs off, lets Balls actually shove the lane, and decide where to go from there. Looks like down the river.
Just a bit of a magnet here into the bottom lane. So Sejuani would be here for a counter. You can tell Meteos kind of knows that. That's why he threw the barrel in but didn't jump over the wall. Game of chicken these junglers are playing, asking each other to show first and commit.
Well, they do have a minute, exactly 54 on both Dragon and Baron, as it ticks down together. We'll see what jungler has the better coverage. Right now, Dominate, when he was clearing those wards, as Meteos ventured bottom, has the upper hand coverage. Right now, Dominate, when he was clearing those wards, as Meteos ventured bottom, has the upper hand there, and it looks like you're going to get a little focus as well. That's going to be nice to keep clearing it, and it should be their Dragon. Right back for now.
It's really going to depend on who preps that first. There's pretty minimal ward coverage on that side of the jungle. Both top laners have teleport. Heavily depends on who is shopped at the right times. Piglet completed his Infinity Edge,
Phoenix
which is a very
at
unstandard Kalista build.
704.
Not quite in time for the Dragon.
Almost going to transform.
Just before 20. Dang.
And he's recalling.
They're kind of giving up Dragon pressure by this recall timing.
Yeah, Dominate back now. Phoenix back here. It doesn't seem like they're putting too much priority on it, but at least maybe with the teleport and the fight being able to go long.
Trinity Force comes ready to roll, so
Cloud9's down to tango right now.
Yep, they are.
Phoenix in the base, so Team Liquid maybe just give this one up.
In the fight, Piglet got a bit of an eye there off of the ghost he sent out.
Now, what Team Liquid would like to do here is put enough pressure to actually force the teleport from Balls.
Right.
That would probably be as much as they want to get out of it, but they flirt around with the idea, not able to exert enough pressure.
They'd have to push mid.
Cloud9 are able to get away with the Dragon without burning the teleport.
Team Liquid caught between two different ideas there, trying to stop the Dragon versus trying to push mid. They had to push mid from the get-go. Cloud9 trying to make the rotation, and I think they might do it here.
They funnel up for a pretty good Sedge ulti. You can tell they're hesitant about walking and committing all the way to the secondary turret there, but Team Liquid do back off. More mana should come up in the next couple of waves here for Phoenix.
Or in the next second.
There it is. Boom.
Next one wave.
Next spell.
So a huge burst for Phoenix. he doesn't even turn it on right away. He's kind of holding it, making sure he has mana if he does get engaged on. But he knows that power spike is there, calls it to the team. We'll see if they try to act on this. Those teleports are still up for both sides. Looks like there may be some bottom love here.
The other thing that I do want to point out for this game, the adaptation Cloud9 have made, Balls this time is gone Rod of Ages, Maokai. This is the
Instead
time
of the Righteous
where
Glory,
he brings, yeah, and this is after a Righteous Glory game, so the surprising AoE magic damage that Maokai can bring is going to be there this time around for Cloud9.
I don't think Cloud9 wanted to fall into that trap
It's
of
still
not
stacking
having enough
up
damage.
Yeah, it's only on 4 stacks right now, so it's going to be a while. Whoa!
Did not swap him in with turret aggro. So High is trying to make an escape.
I think he's cut off here.
Team Liquid has a few friends.
Wait. He pulls the back. He tries to give him the okie doke, but he cannot.
Should have tried to kill a small wolf there. Grab
CS, quick!
grab somebody.
Could have shot the wolves, figured out where everybody was sentry-wise. And,
that was just a really good
yeah
from Phoenix, though.
Good collapse by the team Liquid to get that one out on High. And right now, they're still playing a bit of defense. Even off of that, they're not pushing off of their turrets just yet, rather. But a very close game at 32K apiece as the duo lanes, again, matched up and going head-to-head.
And the turret pressure is kind of remaining for Cloud9. They are putting a lot of damage on these outer Team Liquid turrets, and it also manifests in Sneaky's CS in this game. He is significantly ahead of Piglet. He's got almost 400 gold off of his Avarice Blade, which he bought very early, and is the only reason Cloud9 is even in gold at this point because of the gold the Avarice Blade has been accumulating. It's just such a close game. Gold, turrets, kills, dragons.
So a lot is going to depend on the skill shots from especially the junglers. These are two of the biggest effects for the team fight that is about to break out here. And they're actually both fairly easy to hit. The Gragas ultimate is a bit more difficult to pull off. And we've seen what happens when Sejuani ultimates go wide. So,
a whole bunch of nothing.
Yeah, nothing happens. So definitely going to have to keep our eyes on the junglers here. A lot of pressure on their shoulders.
We also have to keep in mind of how much gold these guys will have in their inventories at any given time, because the back timings are very critical, especially when they're trying to keep turrets alive. For instance, Piglet really wants to finish what looks like a Blade of the Ruin King, I think, or would he be going for a Hurricane yet?
Yeah.
We're going to find out really soon.
Right.
Since he's taken the turret, now has a window to go back to base. But it's both the item power spikes and when they're going back to deal with the turret pressure.
Yeah, there's a lot of gold.
1,600 gold on 3 people.
Right.
So Team Liquid actually needs to make a couple of shopping trips before they can be as strong as Cloud9 currently is. There's 2 of them. Phoenix is the last one.
And with Cloud9 having High with the blue buff right now, he can keep up the pressure on Phoenix and try and keep him at the lane. You know, this turret's extremely low. They should probably keep pressuring that mid lane, try and deny him the back, and see if they can get the objective out of it. But they don't really call any extra members over, just Meteos hanging in the area, and I don't know if that's enough to break through, Janna spam shields on this turret.
Yep.
Especially leads, though, this is Cloud9's chance. If they push hard, they can get that turret.
They might get
They pinged it, yeah, they're definitely going for it. Couple of turret pickups here.
Great
Pretty big influx of gold.
That's what happens, though, when Team Liquid sends people back to shop. All 3 of them shopped right there. Piglet shopped, lost a turret. Phoenix shopped, lost a turret. Now will you get something back? These are the things that can decide these super close games, is whether or not they have a way to rotate back up when people shop.
Cloud9 are actually almost at the point they can force it too, because the Rod of Ages, 7 stacks is fine for that. It's pretty good. He's almost ready to roll. The thing is, they might be waiting on Meteos to complete the Righteous Glory. That is a huge item for them, and it does guarantee a much easier Gragas ultimate to land, so they can split up the team, take somebody out before they really get to use the synergy of those shields and of the Janna reset. If they can kill someone before X Special resets the fight, Cloud9 can chain that.
It almost does seem like they need, for Cloud9's perspective, a really clean initiation.
Well, because they do have Righteous Glory now.
And Quas has his death cap is the thing. So if Quas is in the right spot in a team fight, at this point in the game, I wonder if Cloud9 has the damage. Well, speaking of damage, Last Whisper completed onto Sneaky. These guys with really, really high farm numbers for this pace in the game.
A scary instance in this initiation. Right now, Sneaky 2-1-0, trying to be big. We heard Xpecial saying that's the guy they need to shut down, so good focus on him.
They can actually pressure this really heavily.
Make the fights easier. This will definitely be a turret down for Team Liquid. They're able to pressure with 5 strong in the mid lane as Sneaky was farming in the top. 13 seconds on Dragon.
Ooh, this is something very important, though. Those wards are really deep for Cloud9. They can actually teleport in with the Twisted Advance behind. You really have to keep your eyes out. This is one of the reasons why Cloud9 always first pick the Maokai, because they can get those guaranteed flanks off of those deep wards.
Positioning here by Liquid for that Dragon. It does not look like Cloud9 wants to push through. Looks like they're going to kind of sit on the Baron side and say one or the other, but I don't know if there's enough damage there for them to do that.
It is about the catch.
Very tense.
It's the threat of the Baron. When Cloud9 does feel desperate in these games, oftentimes they will run for the Baron. It's paid off in some instances, it's backfired in others, but Team Liquid makes a distinctive move towards Dragon while Cloud9 goes Baron. It's going to be a close contest. They're really far behind of trying to run this one down is Team Liquid.
Able to crush it down. It's only 1,000 health on Baron. That's going to be Meteos' easily.
Disengage.
And I cannot see Phoenix getting what he wants on this one. Dominate goes in. He has not thrown out the ultimate yet. They are holding on to everything they have. Getting the Xpecial heal. Now they want it. It's on to Elimination. They're going to try to keep going for this one. Hits it. And Dominate is going strong. You can see Pete. He is standing on his feet, watching the team get the kills that they need. High goes down now. That's the initiation that Team Liquid needed, wanted. Fate's call! Xpecial gets the Howling Gale. Elimination goes down now as Quas is going to be the other one to finalize that. And there is the excitement as Team Liquid pushes through on this fight. We were going to say whoever got it would get a huge advantage, and that might be Team Liquid.
Well, that's the thing, because they got the Baron. We've seen this trade before. Cloud9 will take a Baron and Team Liquid will take kills. It's all about what you can do afterwards. Yeah. The kills equalize the gold, but now the objectives can push them over the top.
I feel like there was a split second there, too. After Cloud9 finished the Baron, Balls actually postures forward instead of just trying to hightail it out of there. Maybe a little bit of moment of indecisiveness there for Cloud9. Let's see, though. They still have 1 Baron buff left. They have 2 Baron buff left. Excuse me.
Sneaky does a lot of damage, but they have to respect the Urgot. They don't take turrets after the Baron fight.
Not letting them back. They're going to try to get as much out of this as they can. And it's going to have to maybe be some home guard buys that gets Team Liquid back to save this turret.
These are the Baron minions, too. These are the people that kept the Baron buff.
Great job by Cloud9 to keep rushing down the mid lane, stopping Team Liquid from getting all the resources that they need off the fountain. Sneaky on the turret. Balls tries to route the backside here to make sure nobody can pressure. And Cloud9 makes moves knowing that they just got their backs against the wall, keeping themselves in the game nicely. So with the Baron pushing a little bit more on the sides, it looks like they save everything off of what could have been a push here from Team Liquid, and now forced back. Top turret is in their eyes.
Since Balls and Sneaky lived through that fight, they can still power these minions, and Team Liquid is caught playing catch-up here. Piglet pushing down the bottom wave, but will not be here when this wave meets the turret. They do have to respect the Sejuani ultimate, though, knowing that they lost the last team fight.
It was such a good schedule, too, by Dominate to hold on to that as long as he did.
Yeah, that is what Dominate is so good at. Remember the COG series, he held on to the entire fight for them to basically win this series on a Sejal.
We also saw the power of the shield spamming from Team Liquid. The reason he was able to hold on to his ult for so long, the health bar was not pressured because they were just spamming shields on the front line for so long. Let's take a look at it here. So, okay, so let's see if there is a window where they can possibly escape. I feel like right now, if they speed boost off of the crab and run, if they pieced out right there, then they might have been able to run up the river.
What happens here, though, is Cloud9 has the Baron buff. If they ace a fight, they win the game.
True.
Cloud9 does like to go for home runs. That's where it all fell apart, though. Dominate finds 3. Phoenix swaps high backwards as well. And at this point, Piglet also had a little bit of indecision there, but he eventually turns around, tries to flash for more distance on the Fate's call, and Team Liquid does pick a few kills up on the backside.
I like Quas. He finished up high in the back lane, flashes over to get another kill as well. The Lulu doing a lot of work. This is not just there for the ultimate, there for peeling. Quas is taking kills.
You know, not your second support, Lulu. This
no.
Carry Lulu.
He bullied his lane, and he's picking up kills in the team fights.
That's the thing. I love when players look for the next kill instantly. You know you got one, go for the next one. It's coming up. And now with another needlessly large rod, he is going to be put out some power. Actually looks like he's buying himself a Zanya's to even be more of a nuisance here and can't die at all. Liquid pushing down the mid lane. So back and forth. Only about 500-700 gold separate these two teams right now.
So we're getting to the point in the game where this is the reason why people complain about Urgot so much. He's got the Mermind Transform, the Frozen Heart, and the Black Cleaver. He shreds everybody's armor, he pokes for days, and he won't run out of mana.
Plus he's fast.
Yeah, he's got 4 legs, man, skittering around like a...
Help
See how
picks,
much poke he can
or
get.
rather Whimsy making him very, very quick. And that 5 seconds could be the initiation to grab someone. Righteous Glory goes off.
They might be exposed to a Sedge ult from the side. It just depends on how willing Dominant is to throw it out. Very rarely does Owl Dominant actually like to initiate a fight with that, but instead use it in the midst of a battle.
So I feel like the Righteous Glory is best used for Meteos to get in position to punish Phoenix for positioning so far forward like that. When Phoenix postures ahead of the entire team, if you can cast and you knock him forward, the rest of the team back, that's the window that Cloud9 are looking for. I feel like that was the pop of the Righteous Glory right there. It wasn't just for the face slamming engage. He's looking for a good Gragas ultimate.
Yeah, what's interesting to me is even after Cloud9 took that Baron and lost the kills and pushed the turret, it is Team Liquid who is dictating where this game goes. Cloud9 is very respectful of Team Liquid's poke right now, and Team Liquid is in position to be able to take this Dragon number 3. Cloud9 is kind of acceptant of the fact that Team Liquid hit some very important power spikes, and because of Quas's Lulu, has an immense amount of power in these team fights until Sneaky can get to a point where he can slice through those shields. When he gets Blade of the Ruin King, it gets closer to that. That's when they were able to do it last game against the Kog'Maw team, and that might be where Cloud9 has to do it yet again.
Well, we can definitely see that the Lulu works for Team Liquid, but last game, the audible call did not make that happen. This time, everything working out for Team Liquid and Cloud9, and that is going to be the swap onto High. He is now focused by Dominate, but Phoenix is also getting the hit. Nice Monsoon, but it pushes Cloud9 actually towards Phoenix a little bit more. He tries to stay alive. Meteos should take him down. Now the focus is onto Special. He's left way too far in the middle.
Meteos can't finish him.
And everybody gets out. You're right. He
run,
can't.
fat boy, run!
Just get out of here. He's going to try to do his damnedest. Oh, misses the body slam. If only his belly was a bit bigger. That's going to be the hit. It's going to take a lot to drop Phoenix on this one. And Team Liquid now pushing a little bit towards that Dragon area. Quas can't do much for his teammates.
All of Phoenix's troubles, and he just gives Cloud9 the kill on the person they want right there. Cloud9 finding a fight while Quas was off pushing, and they could not formate the right team fight. Looks like Cloud9 takes this Dragon.
They really want that game 4, and it's looking better and better.
Man, all
5, I should say.
Every single
Team
Liquid fan is getting a little antsy now. Reverse sweeps are very, very, very sad for a team to experience one time.
Twice.
But getting flashbacks here. Now, once again, though, the Righteous Glory. This is why it's such a... Not only does it combine with Cinderhulk so well with the increased health that it gives after the buff, but that guaranteed engage where he can position himself right in Phoenix's face for that cask.
And that last fight was actually forced because Quas was off split pushing and TP'd in late. Well, now Quas was out dealing with the minion wave, and he doesn't even have teleport. Cloud9 rushing onto this Baron, trying to force Team Liquid into them. Quas is very fast, though. Lulu moves quickly. They're all here.
Sneaky has Blade. They're going to rip through it.
Man, they know exactly where everyone's coming from. A 5v5 right outside of Baron. This could be the one to really turn the tide of the game. Very low health bars for C9, but the finalizing kills are now coming up for them. And that's going to be 1 down. Phoenix falls to the ground. That's Lemon Nation down, but 2 more fall on Team Liquid side. Quas is taking a culling to the backside, but the full culling cannot strike. And he stays alive with Piglet, enough to maybe thwart and keep poking at Cloud9, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Oh, and Sneaky with the elevation advantage in that fight, jumped up onto the ramparts, up over that cliff, and was still able to constantly DPS the front line there. Really well played team fight from Cloud9. Let's see what they get back. Empowered recalls, they do lose that on 1 turret, though.
Couple team fights in a row now, Cloud9 has been able to win, and a lot of it just has to do with how well they're playing them. Watch the ultimate from Meteos' Gragas after Phoenix swaps. It's what Kobe talked about before. He swaps in, now that they're in danger, throw out the Gragas ultimate, and knock everyone back. 3 of the main damage dealers get pushed back, buying critical time for Sneaky to use that ramp over the top of the wall and rain damage down. Yep. Lays the fight just long enough for the re-engage from Cloud9, and they take it cleanly.
In the world of the point-and-click hard CC tanks,
it's the skill shot.
Disengage, right? Disengage is... They're so few and far between. There's basically Janna and Gragas, right?
Yeah.
Meteos really carrying that team fight. All of Cloud9 coming together, though. They get off Baron just in time, regroup right after. Game 5.
Game 5.
It's headed that way, boys.
Very much so.
And girls.
The biggest gold lead we've seen here coming in this game is in favor of Cloud9 now as they start to put their foot down. Locket's finished up as well for them. Looking for even more defense. Lemonation's going to get himself a frozen heart as well. And they are almost going to be unstoppable in these fights. They're just completely rolling over the HP bars alone of Team Liquid.
And High very strong right now, able to cut through, almost forcing Team Liquid to try an initiation right here against this Baron buff team. Piglet's Kalista has not been able to cut through these tanks in the slightest, despite going as DPS heavy as a build as he can for single targets. This is dire situation in Game 4 here for Team Liquid. We are on pace for a 5th and deciding match. See if Team Liquid can withstand these Corki missiles.
Yeah, they're poking through the nerfed shield of the side lane secondary turrets here. Not as big as before, but that is a massive shield provided by Janna and Lulu.
So level 16 on Phoenix as well extends the range of his position reverser. He might catch someone off guard and get a longer range position reverser than they expect. High has to respect that 800 plus range ultimate from Urgot.
Yeah, Phoenix is getting some poke of his own down. Yes.
Better than the coach shot, I would say.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Wonder who that guy was rooting for. Couldn't quite tell.
Quas now to clear the top lane. Yeah, a little bit of
Wave
control,
management.
but they can't do much to the bottom. They do have to try and get that wave management down, and it's starting to cost them greatly across the map. Minute 45 onto Dragon. Now an easy back here from Cloud9 to get a textbook control of that as they come back out.
Speaking of catching people off guard with the position reverser, QSS finished on Sneaky now. That's huge for Cloud9. He got the 4 main DPS items completed first. Now he has the QSS for either a good Sejuani ultimate from Dominate or position reverser.
Even if he just gets polymorphed, being able to get back on the field as quickly as possible.
Let's just go ahead.
That covers them all. No
Let's
reason
just go
to
ahead and say it
anymore of the CCs. Oh, that's a great catch.
Meteos, not where he wants to be. Quas is already on that side. Should be able to get that slow in. Not a lot. Only providing a few hundred per glitter lance. The rest of the team, though, they got enough. Pulls it in. Phoenix able to grab that kill, and now some objectives may be pressured with 49 seconds down on Meteos.
That is a great catch, but talking about minion wave, control here. They haven't really been able to push any out. Dragon's not going to be up for a while, so really what Team Liquid should spend this time doing is getting down preparation for the next objective. Vision around this Dragon so they can create the team fight that they need, try and get a Sejul in one of these corridors maybe, force Cloud9 to have to fight through the fog of war.
Yeah. Well, with the way that Meteos' death timer is working, the Dragon will be up before he can lend support to that objective.
Alright, so they will just give it up then. There will be no face checking today, or there shouldn't be.
Interesting magic penetration build by High as well. Realizing the Corki scales on multiple metrics, goes Void Staff. He was building towards this in his last Corki game as well. It's not the Luden's Echo Corki that we're used to, but maybe that'll be his last item.
It's like, what? Corki needs armor penetration? Yes. Corki needs magic penetration? Check. Got them all right.
Just needs that brutalizer so he has flat armor penetration.
What kind of damage do I deal?
All of it.
All kinds. Ooh, interesting move here. The top wave, that should be a turret for Cloud9.
Quas keeps even a little bit late on those foot pushes.
Even with, a member not on the field here, Cloud9 are able to turn a free Dragon into a trade.
Well, they're trying for an initiation. They know Gragas isn't there.
Cancel?
Whoa, he went all the way in.
He does not cancel.
No, he says, leave me here, I'm a tree. But I think he's going down there. Nobody even wants to enter this fight, except for Meteos.
Whoa,
Meteos is here. The Monsoon blows him apart. We also got the Quicksilver Sash to try and save Sneaky on that one. And it looks like they are going deep on this one, guys. Right into the face of Team Liquid. Dominate's going back and forth. He can't do much in the fight. He's just trying to be a presence. And that's going to cost him his life with the Ignite coming in from High. That's a takedown there. Xpecial's going to take a few shots here. here. Winter's Bite locks him down, and that is going to be enough for a double kill on High and the inhibitors to start going down.
Balls knew what he was doing the whole time. The delayed teleport was nothing but a bait. We're going to game 5.
That was such an amazing initiation. What a false sense of security given to Team Liquid there by that teleport. Going into 5 people, Balls comes out valiantly and still alive somehow from that situation. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 games for Team Liquid. Then Cloud9 brings 2 of their own to the table, and we got
hit some team fight winning ultimates there. Meteos had just more of them, right? This Gragas ultimate, he uses it for the disengage. The best way to tank is to not take any damage at all. You knock away all the DPS, they're not doing damage for a couple of seconds while they're not there.
Gotta remember that one. All right, we're going to game 5 now, ladies and gentlemen. So we're gonna go ahead to see what our analysts make of Cloud9 series tying win.
Thank you, Riv. Series time. We're going to game 5. I'm excited. I don't know if you guys are excited. We're all wrong, but we're excited, which is great. Let's break this down. First, let's talk about the fact that they C9 drops the Urgot ban.
Yeah.
They pick Corki into it, and it plays pretty well, right? I wouldn't say it was like an overwhelming, win for High in the mid lane, but it plays pretty well, and that's got to bode well for them going into Champion Select in Game 5 here, knowing that they can drop that and still keep that Azir ban, which kind of threw them for such a loop in Game 2.
Yeah, I actually want to see Team Liquid finally make adaptations. Chat was talking about it in picks and ban, or he's talking about the ban specifically after the game, saying, well, C9 just keeps loosening it up. Like, you know what? You can have Urgot. You can have Lulu. Oh, we're still beating this. This is great. I want to see Team Liquid adapt. I understand the plan of their bans. They're banning the carry top laners. They're banning the carry junglers. Well, guess what? The tank tops, the tank junglers are working anyway. How about you start pressuring High again, right? You saw what happened when High got outlaned. Phoenix hard carried the team. I want to see this stressed again. This is one of the cleanest wins that Team Liquid had, was when they got to win the mid lane matchup. I want to see them emphasize this.
And I actually like what Team Liquid's doing. What C9's doing with pressuring the lane that Sneaky's in once again. And then Meteos, every time he had a free moment, he'd show up middle. And Dom did put some pressure middle, but Meteos and him basically showed up at the same time every time from that mid lane.
And they put balls on that Maokai. He plays it well, that point and click target tank. We saw in that last fight there.
Fight.
Oh my goodness. That's those attack speed runes there doing work, right? Just heal after heal after heal. And yeah, it does seem that this top lane tank form is working out, so they're okay now. Cloud9 has found a little comfort in not having to put him on a carry. They can put that weight onto Ball's shoulder, get high on something that he can make a little bit of an impact with. And Meteos, too, with the playmaking abilities from the Gragas ult and things like that. You see Cloud9 on your screen right here, tying it up 2-2. I mean, what is this conversation like right now? You're going into Game 5. There's a lot of hype around this. How do you get, I mean, in terms of what you're going to do, right, in terms of picks and bans is one thing. How you're going to keep your emotions in check is another. And then how you're going to execute mechanically is a third. I mean, there's so much pressure on this game right now. They've never not made a finals.
Well, Zion touched on it before. Momentum is huge. Cloud9 just won the last 2 games back-to-back. They're coming into this full swing. They're very confident. And also, they're blue side right now, so they can actually drop their Hecarim ban. They can pick that up first pick. They've shown that if they leave Sejuani, Lulu, Urgot open, they have answers to it. So Cloud9's conversation is probably a lot more optimistic right now than Liquid's.
Yeah, I have to wonder then, and Zion, I'm going to throw this to you. When we look over on Liquid's side, do they just get rid of that Corki? Or do they pick it in their first rotation, rather? If they give up the Hecarim, do they just get rid of that Corki? Because as Freak mentioned, maybe the trick is getting high onto an uncomfortable champion and setting up a good matchup for Phoenix in the mid lane.
Well, I think like the 2 winning formulas for C9 this whole series has been get high on that comfort champion where he can pressure and be relevant. And that's Corki right now. I think Corki is his best champion right now. And Team Liquid should not let him get that champion. And another thing that's happening is there's that fight between like the bottom lanes, like Sneaky and Lemon and Piglet and Xpecial, and it's which jungler can pressure more. And you're seeing Meteos just come out on top and getting the ganks off, getting Sneaky rolling, and it's really paying off. And you're seeing them snowball the game from that bottom lane advantage, while High is just on that consistent mid laner, Corki, who's so hard to push out.
Yeah, and I think actually there is a lot of onus on Team Liquid to get ahead in lanes, because C9, to their credit, have managed to keep their heads clear throughout the series. Their shot calling has largely been very strong. Their overall map plays, they're just a little bit faster. They're a little bit ahead of Team Liquid over and over again. They're constantly creating pressure. Right, those Baron plays are really tough calls, and yet all those Baron calls have been right. Every single C9 Baron call, they got Baron. They more or less get out cleanly. They could have chosen to get out of the fight sooner, but like every single Baron call has been good. C9 are sharp, and they're making good calls.
They're very crisp, too, because
Yes.
the Baron, Team Liquid shows up like 2-3 seconds afterwards.
Yes.
It's just so quick, and the fact that everybody's respecting the shot call and going for it immediately.
We've got Liquid on your screen here. Let's kind of touch on maybe
Yeah,
what their conversation is like in response to this clean C9 rotation.
Right, so what I was going for here is the onus is on Team Liquid to win in their lanes. They need to get these matchups that are good. They need to say, look, you know what? Like you're seeing the early AD carry picks, right? Like the Lucian first round for C9 last game. You're seeing him getting Corki. Yes, tax High's champion pool, remove his comfort champions here, make these lanes go well, because when you go to the mid-game rotational play, if you're not outclassing them composition-wise, it's not going to be good for Team Liquid.
Zion,
Find the lanes.
CLG, one of the other teams that is praised for their rotational game, their ability to win games without having to take too many fights. Cloud9 has clearly illustrated that they can do the same thing. So Team Liquid here, is this a warding issue? When we talk about these Baron calls, you actually mentioned that C9 loves to do this. Every time a team goes for Dragon when you're about 25, 30 minutes of the game, C9 will just put the pressure on the Baron. How do you avoid that?
Well, I mean, that's always a strategy C9 goes for, where it's like, oh, when the 3rd Dragon is up, like, let's just go for Baron. And I feel like C9 as a whole, their communication is just better than Team Liquid's. Like, they've been a team for like 3 years. I mean, they're down 0-2. Everybody's like, is C9 just going to lose again? Are they going to get 3-0'd for the first time? But no, they just came back because they're a team that's kept the same roster for 2 years, and they just work so well together, and you really see that coming out.
So you just saw Dominate on your screen talking quite a bit, and I think we have to look to him as one of the players on this team. We talk so often about how emotionally charged he is, and that he's an emotional player, right? When things are going well, he gets hyped, he gets pumped, and that kind of, emanates from him to his teammates, and they perform better as a team. I think a lot's going to be riding on both him and Xpecial as 2 of the veterans and 2 of the more emotionally charged players to really get their team rolling here in this 5th game.
Yeah, it's really interesting, the dynamic of Team Liquid right now, because, again, Mark told me this in the morning. He's like, yeah, if we win game 1, the mental block is gone. We feel like we can beat Team Liquid here. Sorry, we feel like we can beat C9. And I was like, okay, the big leaders for that are Piglet and Phoenix. And they were, right? Game 1 and 2 were carried by Piglet and Phoenix, respectively. And then you start falling back, and you're right, it comes down to the veterans here, like, guys, come on, we know we can do this. And this is now the new mental block for Team Liquid, by the way, is we did this last split. We did the 2-0 to 0-3. Like, here's the new mental block of, are you guys going to choke in Game 5 again?
Right. And this, so yeah, it's kind of like familiar territory for Team Liquid, but it's unfamiliar territory for C9 still. I mean, they are fighting their way back from this 0-2 deficit. Again, I'm speaking in terms of the NALCS. As we know, they've gone to Worlds and played 5-game series
well,
there.
They played 5 in the finals as well last time against TSM.
Yeah, starting down 0-2, though, in the semifinals is not a position they've ever been in.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, regardless, when we look at C9, right, they're in territory that is a little bit unfamiliar to them, but they're on their way back. Momentum's in their favor here, right? So let's look at what they need to do. Like, we so often say, Zion, you were mentioning that you kind of do what works until the other team beats it. Are you willing to risk it all there on the 5th game that you just repeat the same strategy? Or do you feel like Game 5 asks for something special?
I feel like they might change something up, but I feel like Team Liquid is a team that does not play very well when like the momentum is not on their side. Like I think Piglet, Dom, and Phoenix are all very emotional players, and I feel like this Game 5 is going to be really rough for Team Liquid.
Yeah.
All right.
You could even see in the body language there, that's a lot of things that have changed very rapidly. Before they were very confident. There you could see a lot of uncertainty, a lot of second guessing going on there in the body language.
I think momentum is kind of the name of the game here, and whether or not these players can get themselves mentally prepared for this 5th game. The series is all tied up, and when we come back, we'll learn who will advance to the playoff finals with the all-important Game 5 between Cloud9 and Team Liquid. The Cloud9, Team Liquid, Freak. What are we looking for in this Game 5 to determine who moves on to the finals?
It's hard because there's so many important factors in this Game 5, but the one, I think, easy to point out thing for me is the mid lane one-on-one, and specifically the champs, like that revolves around it. Team Liquid are red side here. They get a guaranteed counter pick for the mid lane, and I think they should use it. They should make sure they get Phoenix a matchup that he can beat high on. Some of that's going to be bans, some of that's going to be counter picks, but I want to see Phoenix win his one-on-one if I want to see Team Liquid win this.
All right, that's Team Liquid. What does C9 do, Zion, to secure their victory?
Well, like I said, the biggest thing is momentum, and C9 is riding on a high tide of momentum right now. They've got, like, they were down Game 3, they're down 0-2, and whatever was said between the coaches and the players that brought them back to 2-0, after that deficit, I have to applaud them because they made a great comeback, and they're at the Game 5, and it's up to Team Liquid now to show something new, to show that they have what it takes to come back when their backs are against the wall, and Team Liquid hasn't really done that before. So I think C9 has, like, the easiest game of the series to play out, and I think Team Liquid just has to do something big in draft.
Yeah, and even with that 2-0 deficit or 0-2 down for C9, their calls were really crisp, and everybody was executing on it with full faith in their shot callers. So something here that I want to touch on is Meteos in the jungle, the pressure that he's going to have this game. If he can get some early kills off, I think he'll just crush Team Liquid. The fact that the momentum is against them, we could see them crumble this game if Meteos gets those really early ganks off.
All right, so C9 looking to remain slow and steady, execute properly on what they've found to work now in this series. Maybe Team Liquid having to switch it up a little bit. Let's throw it over to our casters to see how the semifinal plays out.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great hosting on the day, and we are about to jump into Game 5. And the mentality kind of has to be wiped clean, however you want to look at it. 0-0, 100 to 100, 1 million to 1 million. This is the final game right here, and thank God we haven't had to be here for a million games. Let's get into Game 5.
Think about how many curses Team Liquid are trying to break here. You know, they don't end up in 4th place all the time. Oh no, we get reverse sweeped all the time in the playoffs.
Yeah.
They want to make their stand right now, set the record straight. All right, though. So, Vladimir and Azir, not really big surprises there coming from Cloud9. Will the last one also be a Phoenix ban? The Urgot?
You know,
Corky.
They just had a ban to use.
Ah, so they're attacking high once again. Let's see. Lissandra's still up for him. Nobody has wanted to go towards the Zed, but with Urgot banned out.
Lucian. Lucian is the pick Team Liquid needs to make right here. I was actually thinking Cloud9 may want to pick an early Lucian just because of how dominant Sneaky has been on it and how Picklett has looked largely ineffective on his other AD carries that aren't Lucian. Sivir was okay for the move speed, but a totally different team comp.
Right.
Very high value Lucian pick right there. Just having to sacrifice the Hecarim and also attacking High's champ pool there.
See where they go with picks 2 and 3 here on Cloud9 side. This will show a little bit. AD carry is already picked, as well as jungler, so it's not something they have to prioritize. They also don't want to show too much as well with these. Could get the support. Obviously, Lemon Nation's been going for that Nautilus. We finally just saw a Braum after he spammed Nautilus basically the past 2 weeks and into playoffs. Definitely taking their time all the way down to that last bit, something we know Cloud9 to have a tendency to do to really almost put more pressure on the team they're playing against.
Yeah, double lock-in to come, giving as little time as possible to react.
Boom.
Lissandra it is. And no Azir against it this time. I'm wondering here what Phoenix wants to pull out as his counter pick, because I can still see the rest of Team Liquid's team comp fairly easily just boiling down to Jana Lulu still, just to allow more protection.
Yeah, definitely.
And a lot of it will be about what Phoenix decides to pick into this Lissandra. He has played so many different champions, but 3 bans targeted directly at him. Lissandra taken away from him. They might just wait until they can see the entire team comp in front of them, since I think the Janna and Lulu would be fairly telegraphed.
Yeah, keep the Lulu flexible.
Would they do Lulu mid against Lissandra?
I haven't seen too many North American mid players, but Xiaowei Xiao really have success on that Lulu mid lane. Other regions have, but haven't really gotten it from too many other champions, or rather players. Phoenix will lock that in. They have the Maokai as well for top lane, so that possibly the Lulu support in the end. So could that be special?
This This has been ridiculously popular in Asia, the support Kennen.
And banned every game.
Yeah, and it's been banned every game. You know, some people are like, yeah, probably top lane ban. It's very, very easily could be a support ban that's been let through this time around. And if they do decide to actually take the reverse matchup of last game and go Kalista, the Kennen-Kalista combo is a favorite. But no.
Oh, playing with my heart.
Not meant to be this time around. Instead, you get the Sivir plus the Hecarim, which is also a very, very good combination.
Looks like Team Liquid might be going with some really heavy initiation. I'm very skeptical of the Maokai pick for Team Liquid. They played it once the entire year and lost with it.
Yep.
And it's also a champion that Quas hasn't really played.
Also,
he plays everything except the Maokai for the most part.
Yeah, also it reduces the amount of threats that Team Liquid are really fielding here. This, again, reduces them down to, yes, we do have magic damage scattered about, but Piglet. This is once again going to be all on Piglet. Game 5, give it to Piglet. Can he make the three-pointer?
You got to say this is where we have seen him thrive and in past series of his historical play rather. So it could be a position that he loves to be in. Phoenix, you can see, a little antsy, wants to get into game. He is going to be on Lulu this time, switching up his champions back and forth as High goes back to that Lissandra. The analyst has said the mid lane is going to be a really big factor in this one. And if they match up again in those dual lanes, as we've been seeing, it could just be the mid lane that is the factor.
The other thing here is that Cloud9 this is an extremely mobile composition. Cloud9 can pull off picks all over the map. Not only do they have Sivir for chasing down entire teams, but also Gragas and Hecarim can create their own picks. And again, the deep wards, very important for Cloud9. We always mention it with balls, coming in with very timely flank teleports. This time around, maybe he builds home guards, maybe he doesn't. I guess we'll stop hyping that up because it wasn't really a big factor in the game that they actually won.
That kid in the yellow shirt certainly stands out.
Yes, he does.
He knows what he's doing.
You know what to wear in the crowd.
I'm gonna get my fame, my 5 minutes on camera.
And
hey guys, final hug.
The final hug.
Yeah. There you go.
Really though,
that's not the final.
I'm really concerned. I'm really concerned for Team Liquid here because of all the catch potential that Cloud9 has overall, and because of the limited number of threats they're running. It's again a one-threat team composition with Piglet, and not even as much support as usual.
Well, it all comes down to this. Let us know who you think is going to win the series. Tweet hashtag C9win or hashtag TLWin at LOL Esports, and we'll see how you're calling this game shortly. There has to be a winner out of this one. Somebody's facing Team Solo Mid or Team Impulse. And we're going to see who it is. Cloud9 versus Team Liquid. There can be no more than this game. Who will win?
Also remember, because of the Maokai pick, this is again Phoenix on the Lulu. This is the only champion that we have seen from Phoenix that has not really shown up.
Yeah.
He got beat by High in CS in the mid lane. Different matchup this time around, but not been Phoenix's best champion.
That's good portal control.
Dominate in good spirits, even after last game.
Oh!
Got him.
Twerks him with the dark side. That's going to be pretty aggressive in 70 countries around the world. We'll see if Meteos gets angry.
And they get the ward too.
Nice.
What's actually kind of surprising to me is even though Xpecial has the Biscuit upgrade, it went for a mana potion on Alistar. So, I mean, usually, you know, since the Biscuits give you instant...
Oh,
yeah, that was one of the curses that we were talking about. Team Liquid looking to break this time around.
Usually it's smell, sometimes sound that reminds you of a point in time in history. But this time it's the instance in general. Boy tweets being one of the members of the previous team that felt the curse.
And with the defensive line setup that you guys have been doing, they don't call each other's lane swaps this game. They don't meet in lane.
Good point.
We're actually going to have some 1v2 lanes Lemon, because they were able to kill that ward, can do a delayed harass here.
Yeah, I feel like Lemon thinks that the duo's bottom. So Cloud9 think that this is a regular duo doing the Gromp, and so he was going in to stop them. It's much harder to stop the 2 tanks, but he's getting some decent damage done. See if it costs him anything. It's going to cost him something.
Nope.
A potion. It'll cost him a potion.
He is just trying to be as big a jerk as possible right now.
Whether it's Lemon Nation pushing 2 people out or Lemon Nation controlling 2 people in their own jungle, he's done it both ways.
They collapse on him.
My work is not done
They're
yet.
admitting they're giving up a lot of pressure, and there's Meteos burning a flash!
No way.
Ignite used. Meteos, will he smite one of these? No.
All right. So they're still going back and forth. What
Smite
a
already.
jungle stop here.
No smite.
Still gonna
Smite
be
over that last
aggressive.
hit on the wall.
Level 2 for Dominate, so that helps him a little bit. He dives in on Meteos. What is going on right now?
You only get 5 hard leash resets on those wolves.
Sneaky's sneaky left lane as well, so he's not getting AD carry CS. They're going to have to stick this fight, and they really want to come out with kills. The 3v3 starts just 3 minutes in. High makes it a 4v3. Quas is very hurt. Flashes are down left and right, but that flash gets everybody in the right position. A 3-man pop. They get 2. They're going to start with a 3rd. They did not expect this, and Team Liquid is on the back foot 3 minutes in.
Game 5. Facing the reverse sweep. Wow.
Not how you want to start.
What a demoralizing opening for Team Liquid. Meteos is also going to take away the blue buff from Sejuani. Wow. This is an important camp for Sejuani.
As a disastrous and open as you can almost
might back
imagine.
up. What
Crazy.
Oh, he gets cold feet. Could have stuck around. Could have stolen it. Meteos, you even had smite.
He'll go away with an 1,800 gold lead for his team 3.5 minutes in and still be pretty happy about it.
Wussy.
Go for more.
Just kidding. That was fine.
Jeez. So basically Team Liquid didn't want to collapse back in for a while.
Hey,
and then you'd think, if you're Team Liquid, that being able to beat them to this spot is beneficial. But Balls is still level 1. I think everyone on Cloud9 is at least level 2 when they make it in here.
Traded.
Except for Lemon Nation.
What a body slam from Meteos. That opened the door for Lemon Nation to get out.
It's this body slam that he gets at the end with the flash. Total game changer. Allows High to land his AoE at the very end of that. It looked for a second like Team Liquid was going to get away with 3 people all staying alive until Meteos made that play.
Until the Meteos Nation body slammed. Body slam flashed, excuse me. It's way better to do body slam flash.
Special's trying to do it. He's saying, well, if you can do it, I'm going to try to do it better now. Puts himself in the jungle dangerously.
Yeah, I can take jungle camp too.
It looks like Meteos gives him a bit of room, but he knows his blue is not going anywhere. He's just taking a small camp, trying to deny a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's actually a good point. The mentality of Cloud9 after that early victory of 3 kills, they're like, we're not taking any risks. Yeah. Meteos is like, this blue buff's almost done. I'm not going to chance it. I'm leaving. So Cloud9, they're like, yes, we're going to take our big victory in the early game. Not going to try and overextend. However, if they continue to play super cautiously like that, Team Liquid, they're not going to let this one go away just because of a level 1 play. This is not a scrim where you restart after an early level 1 invade goes awry. This is game 5 playoffs.
But it would be.
It's actually the perfect example of why you don't want to surrender early on in those scrims, because you will be in a high-pressure situation where it matters, and you need to be able to turn this one around.
You mount a comeback. You chase them off the solo lane here. You get some early damage on this turret.
And you play off the only advantage you have left, which is Piglet. The only person who wasn't involved in that 4v4 skirmish that took up so much time, and now tied for the highest level in the game, is Piglet's Lucian, the thing they picked in the first rotation of their draft.
So, while it looks like Team Liquid are the ones doing a lot more right now, they're trading this for Dragon. Also, the bottom lane has remained frozen by Sneaky this entire time. He's not shoving the wave, he's just pruning it, last hitting, keeping it right in front of his turret. So yes, the early global gold does spike back up a little bit there for Team Liquid due to the turret, but Dragon buff taken, lane down bottom still frozen.
See what they do off of this. Obviously hearing the Dragon went over to Cloud9. They're still going to back. They don't decide to put the pressure on the top turret. Quas and Dominate will stay, however, to deny some resources in hard mode here at the beginning of the game for Team Liquid.
This is such a big
hard mode.
This is such another big thing that happened after that invade. Not a direct consequence, but balls on Hecarim, huge lead over Quas, gets to free farm at his second turret now too. And Team Liquid are going to have a hard time spending any extra cash to get Vision deep in that jungle to try and punish this either. They are really hurting for money right now, so grabbing any extra gold to try and get Vision down here and punish the Hecarim at his secondary turret, very difficult for them. You saw the pink ward already from Cloud9, but sneaky little ward here on the other side of the wall will give them a little bit of vision. Meteos, though, knows exactly what's up, smites the Wolf Camp to get the Wisp, added protection for the Hecarim, and that will be a very dangerous pony come the mid-game.
You got that right.
Especially if Team Liquid can't capitalize on any kills right now. Right now, those kills are prioritized on the perfect people. Got Meteos, High, and Sneaky all with one, trying to be aggressive here as they got early in the game and pick those up. So far, Team Liquid has played safe, knowing that they are so far behind. It could be very easy for Cloud9 to keep rolling these kills together and take an even bigger lead. They are very, very good at making small things work in their favor. So expect the lull here, gentlemen, until we get that dragon fight for somebody to really get antsy.
Yeah, and Team Liquid is kind of taking the time to mentally recover as well as trying to recover in the game, knowing that they've already lost 2 games in a row in this series.
It's like Special's time to shine. He said, calm down, guys.
Yeah, absolutely it's time to shine.
Don't worry,
Team Liquid's time to prove everyone wrong, but we've heard in the past, even the analyst desk was talking about it, when Piglet starts going on tilt, he admits he is prone to doing that. Losing one game, he thinks the first game of the series. Whoever wins that, they'll be able to take it, because if he wins the first game, he usually gets so confident and is able to win. But because Cloud9 was able to reverse that momentum, is Piglet now in that we are ruined mindset. It doesn't look like it yet, because he is actually the lone member who's still performing in this game. He was not involved in that catastrophe that happened in their jungle at the start of the game. It's going to be a big uphill battle, though, if they want to make it to the finals.
Well, right now, with the lanes matched up, they're obviously winning with the lead, so they get everything they want here to keep the lanes farming safely with no pressure from Team Liquid. Sneaky 76-70 as Piglet's doing a great job at staying under that turret. Also, we have to remember he was left alone in that whole top 4A, or jungle 4A in the bottom, farming top.
Yeah, speaking of farming top, 2-level advantage for balls. Level 8 Hecarim versus level 6 Maokai. That is very, very difficult, to say the least, for Quas, who has been such a huge boon for Team Liquid in this series. This time, it's balls with the upper hand, and he is using that upper hand.
Quas is at a huge risk of dying at some point in this lane. Not only the level advantage, the fact that Balls has Ignite on Hecarim, for one, just the nature of the champion in the top lane, and the fact that Balls has the ward control, but Quas does not.
Well,
pretty much all Meteos has to do is walk up there, and he'll at least burn a flash.
Yep.
Coming up right now, they've got the path laid out with Vision as well. Deep ward's already set up for him.
And he's freezing him out again.
Another interesting thing with Quas is he'll have those games where he just goes off with the Fizz or something in the top lane. Last game, Lulu, but then not be able to carry the game. It doesn't seem like they organized for him to really have that effect outside.
Easy steal. Meteos already used Smite. Something or Dominate already used Smite.
Plagued them a bit, and yeah, it should be pretty easy. He gets it. Well, Meteos, thank you. No. Okay,
clean.
Yeah, he does. That's just bomb. He's on
clean steal, Jack. Clean steal.
Yeah. He just had to sneeze on it one last time. Oh, bottom lane, Sneaky. That's the Ignite down on
Quas!
him. A great teleport from Quas' spell shield.
My.
Wait, okay, he did down the arcade smash. Touchdown. Sabling picks up that kill, and it is going to be the 3v2 now. Very low health bars, and Ball's going a little too hard on this one. Lemon Nation doesn't even want to get too close. Onslaught of Shadows for defense, and the anchor toss to the turret as well.
Are you kidding me, Quas? Down, pressured in the top lane, getting beat up, equalizes everything with a teleport, able to secure a kill for himself, and Balls tries to answer so they don't even have to work with that teleport disadvantage.
40 CS down in the top
huge.
lane. Very big to be able to make that play.
And with the wave pushing against him, the thing that Balls was freezing up there, is he's not able to prune that CS properly.
No.
It will still be a giant wave that Balls gets to clean up.
I think he might be able to catch it. I think he'll probably be able to catch it before it hits turret.
That's actually going to be really huge. That's almost a 20 minion wave up there. Could end up even increasing his CS advantage over Balls.
Let's see this one more time, because the teleport's definitely in favor. Quas was in base, as he had all the time to look at the fight.
X Special, knowing he needed to make a play, preemptively flashes there. I can't believe Sneaky.
It was a good
It's the
sidestep
sap move that ended up killing him.
Sneaky almost escaped. He did everything he possibly could, but
yeah. And then we know the finish of that one. Balls not being able to land a good ultimate. And basically X Special with the crowd control doing it just right.
Remain calm, guys.
They're still not out of this game. The gold lead that happened from the early game is pretty much stagnant. The biggest lingering advantage is the Hecarim versus the Maokai. So Quas will just have to find ways to sneak farm, or they can just funnel everything onto Piglet and Phoenix and hope those guys with the Lucian Lulu synergy can take it. They're hoping that, I think they want to dive here.
They might just get Lemon Nation. I don't think Sneaky's going to be able to get there in time. Once they see he's there alone, this is going to be quickly activated. Dominate trying to be the catalyst here for the rest of the team. Doesn't look like he's going to use ult.
He's got ult.
Yeah. So at least they got the ult out of Lemon. Nicely done there. That turret's going to be theirs in the bottom lane, so Team Liquid gaining a little bit more ground.
Uh-oh.
Despite that pressure early from Cloud9.
Balls needs to run very quickly. They will trade turrets for this, most likely. But if Team Liquid ends up picking up a dragon after this turret trade, they're pretty much back in the game.
It was a really strong move there for Team Liquid. Even after the fiasco that happened early, able to keep their heads in the game, time the dragon, make their play bottom at the same time. So trade turrets, nobody goes down, but coming out with the added benefit, dragon is available. Nobody's gone down yet. No, he can back off.
Yeah, this should be going down. A little more control here from Cloud9. As you were saying, Kobe, Team Liquid not able to do too much after taking that turret in the top lane.
No.
Oh, wait a minute. They decide to go off the turret. The objective is now Quas. Cut down the tree, get a little bit more gold, and it looks like they will do so. Turret went down during that fight as well, so they're just making the best of the situation.
Curious Quas. So hard to respect the initiation potential of a Gragas, though. Body slam flash to extend, doesn't even land it perfectly, but he gets the distance to knock him back with the ultimate. Quas would have had to be at his second turret if he wanted to avoid a gank like that. But with that being said, he should have been farther back, and he pays the price.
Yeah, sorry, jinxed it. Dominate, though, looking to make a move of his own. Heads mid.
Frozen tomb from high. Nobody was really around him to keep that initiation going. Was it lane pressure? Cost him his life.
So the ultimate flash on Sejuani, really reliable. Comes out way quicker, cutting the animation, takes down high. Cloud9, though, going to defend the turret.
Great collapse there by Team Liquid. Weren't really sure if they were going to get that engagement, but it played out perfectly for them. We'll see if they can keep working these, though. Cloud9 is in position to stop the wave pushes after these kills that Team Liquid's able to get. Just that bottom turret now, and top turret for them as they're looking to crack the egg open in the middle here.
127 to 44.
Almost triple.
Top lane CS.
Another wave and Hecarim could be triple without CS there.
Mid lane, though.
Troubling, but then you look at the mid lane and the AD carry, and they are in the favor of Team Liquid. And Maokai, while he does need to be a tank line, is not completely core to this Team Liquid team composition. We talk about what types of priorities Team Liquid runs. They had that one game where Phoenix and Quas were the priority, but when they are successful, it is a Piglet priority team comp for the most part. Here, they do have a large tank line, a lot of crowd control. Maokai can add to that crowd control, and as long as Piglet continues to have a good game, Team Liquid is still in it.
Well, right now, the top lane is once again pushing towards Cloud9.
Jeez.
And Balls is headed up that way. So this is going to be an interesting choice. Does he continue to freeze it and deny CS? I feel like he should, and have the rest of Cloud9 just ward defensively and take the extra lane of farm and experience and soak it up as long as you can.
Yeah.
Because look who's not benefiting from it now. It's Piglet. He's actually the one stuck in the jungle because Quas is down bottom soaking up the one lane. So Team Liquid, they only have 2 lanes of farm to distribute among their team. and everybody wants their hands on it.
This is reminiscent, I'm sure Zion Spartan remembers, of the game COG had against Gravity, where the Hecarim was 100 CS up on his opponent, 200 to 100.
Yeah.
This game has a chance of being even more lopsided than that, Hecarim versus Maokai, because of the way the waves are being manipulated.
Yeah, and what you have to do when you're faced with that problem, when you're Team Liquid, is you have to force the issue somewhere else on the map. Right now, they're trying to do it mid, but I don't see that working against Gragas Lissandra wave clear. So Cloud9, they have made the call. They're just soaking up 3 lanes versus 2 lanes of income here, and Team Liquid are just having to deal with it. They're having to bite the bullet.
It is really hurting them.
All doing everything to farm that out. Looking back, what could Team Liquid actually have done different to get that lane in their favor? So it's not just crushing into balls all the time. He's getting all that free farm.
A lot of this has to do with the level 1. It goes that far back, only because he's so much weaker than Balls. He can never shove out that lane 1v1 at this point. Right now, I feel like Team Liquid should be giving this farm to Lucian. Cut your losses. Quas will not be a factor this game. At least allow Piglet to be a factor. And that looks like what they're doing now.
Yeah. And for sure, he's definitely not going to go Rod of Ages now.
Right.
That would
so
be
far gone.
Suicidal.
Might stack it by the time the game's over.
They continue to give Quas some of this garbage farm down in the bottom lane. If Team Liquid does not get a turret off of this...
There's gold in them Nar minions, chat.
One man's trash is another man's treasure, guys. So we'll see. High able to clear this out. Blue buff for them in the mid lane. But like you were saying, they are giving all that to Quas, trying to make him bigger, putting priority into that. Well, it looks like Piglet's going to be clearing up the jungle camps for himself. That's where he's getting his resources. Divvying things up.
Goes the late rush.
A little excursion into the Cloud9 red side jungle, huh? Dragon is coming up in a minute, but I don't see them winning a team fight without a miraculous ultimate Alistar combo as well.
Unless they can make it not about Hecarim. If they find a way of getting Hecarim away from that team fight, that's where the majority of Cloud9's advantage is. It's a 2,000 gold lead between top laners, Hecarim over Maokai. You find a 4v4 or a 5v4 and Team Liquid would have an edge. That being said, Cloud9 has teleport.
Yeah. Funny thing about top laners.
Still no home guard.
Yeah, I was going to say. Still forgoing the boots on that home guard enchant. Maybe knowing it's not initiation time for them, getting everything they want here with a small 3,000 gold lead, but we know when Cloud9 has that lead, it can go quite far. Elimination, just one more hit. Enough to grab that out. Breathing room for the bottom turret, but that's culling being used out as High pushes the mid lane as well with the help of elimination. AD carries are left to duke it out here in the bottom lane. That CS has been quite close.
So tricky right now. If Cloud9 wins a team fight, it comes as close as they can get to clinching the series. Whereas if Team Liquid wins a team fight, that makes them back in the game. This time Hecarim
they funneled into the corridor.
They're in the corridor, but they're going through it.
Missed the hook, but they still want to fight. High gets popped up. He can't really do much just yet in the fight, and he's still getting knocked around, only throwing Qs in. It doesn't matter. This front line is huge from Cloud9. Dropping Dominate, Quas, and Phoenix. There's really no assist to come now for X Special. A triple kill for Balls, and more than 100 CS up now. He is going to be 4-0.
Yeah, just make it not about Hecarim.
Yeah, as Hecarim crushes the team fight. That's exactly what Team Liquid did not want, and exactly what Cloud9 was going for. Piglet was not even in that fight until the end. He actually had to flash over a wall just to become part of that fight. Balls and that Hecarim.
Hasn't shown it too much, but he pulls it out for the playoffs.
Hey, give credit where credit's due. Lemonation and that Nautilus pick.
Yeah.
Level 1, he was fighting a one-man war. For about 2 minutes straight in the enemy jungle.
That's chapter 2 of Lemonation's notebook, is how to mess with 2v1s very well.
Lemonation going where no support has gone before. All right, well this is, as you said.
Blam!
There's Piglet, dashes into the wall, then has to flash over it. Doesn't even matter, no one even bothers to target him. They clean up the rest of the team around him.
High held his ultimate so long in that fight, make sure it got the right person. You know when you have enough time to just hold your ults while you're surrounded by the enemy, things are going real well. Cloud9's got to be feeling very confident right now. 22 minutes in, things have been going well for the first minute of this game 5.
With a lead like that, all you have to do is wait for your opponents to group up and then just smash your...
Oh, they're going for him.
They're trying to smash Kobe. Smash indeed. Oh,
Here
frozen
comes
tomb for himself. That's the tomb he will lie in.
Nope. Wait, there he
Phoenix
is.
got that kill for himself. Quas with the teleport in. It's not going to work like it did the first time.
But neither is Piglet. So
Boom! Dominate Arctic Assault into the 2 big guys. Elimination and balls. That disengages the fight a bit. And Meteos is going to get a mid push on to slow things down.
I don't know what Balls was really trying to do with that teleport. As we said, he's forgone
The home guard boots.
home guard boots yet again. And without Sneaky there to speed him up, the plays will not be made today. So he still has a 3-level advantage, extra item and a half.
125 CS lead.
Let's see if he squanders it, because right now, multiple people headed up top
4
lane.
levels.
I feel like it would take 3 people. 2 people would probably still die to him.
Agreed.
We have the chance. We will get to see. 3-2 in turrets. Looking at the inventories here, with those boots being passed up, that Righteous Glory is built quite fast onto Meteos. Maybe that's the way they're kind of using this, with Balls able to finish his items faster and not get to that home guard. Who knows? They sure do. And it seems to be working out for him right now. 8-5, 23 minutes in. Dragon's not yet on the board, but I'm sure it's going to gate one of our next fights here, as Team Liquid has not been winning the straight-up fights.
They don't have the ability to anytime soon either.
They get a perfect pick, pretty much.
No, yeah, exactly. And the pick has to come from just poor judgment from Cloud9.
Yeah,
it has to be a mistake, because Team Liquid's team, they were not building this team trying to come up with picks. They're building this team for team fight, and when they all group up and they buff up Piglet, and they've got this crazy front line, and they can set up their battle lines, everybody's in their place, and they can have a standard fight. This is not a team that's built to come from behind or to pick people off or to split push.
Liquid setting up some wards to make sure they see every portion of the map that Cloud9 can enter their jungle. Right now, they know about this as well. Looks
Careful
like
there, buddy.
Cloud9 is actually giving themselves the opening to make those picks here as they get some clears down. Now on to Quas. This is what they could get. If High has enough damage to cancel it out along with Balls, they do, and it goes over to High. This is going to be top lane pressure with a minion wave just on their heels.
Picking on Maokai.
Yep.
May as well. Cloud9 closer and closer to getting their 4th consecutive appearance in an LCS split final. It was looking rough for a while there, going down 2-0 to Team Liquid, but they have come storming back in this series. Especially at the start of this game, picking up 3 kills. Team Liquid trying to hold on desperately, but that advantage continues to grow for Cloud9.
And this is almost one of those moments I think anybody's been in that plays a game. When you're losing that game, you need to win. Any play that goes bad hits your mentality so hard. You didn't want that to happen. You want to change that fight immediately. You're always pondering about the last thing. And Team Liquid is working through all of that right now. And silent comms is one of the scariest things. Hopefully, they are still keeping up and up on those and getting the shot calls that they need. Still not afraid to kind of get some pressure into the jungle of C9. Hopefully it pays off for him.
One of the hallmarks of this series has been Cloud9's Baron control.
Yeah.
So right now, Team Liquid has to check. Oh, he is caught out.
The crush in. What can Meteos do across the wall? He's got Piglet on the back line. Phoenix already flashed out and defensively used Wild Growth on himself. And Balls now in the middle, just spinning around like a helicopter. Quas taking a bunch of damage. X-Special is now soloed out there. And Cloud9 has the chance to look left and right in this fight and decide who they want. It's just that easy for him right now.
Whoa, he smites the wolf. He's alive.
He is. Oh, he missed the wall, though. But that gives Phoenix a little bit more time outside the base, which is going to give Cloud9 more time to fight in it.
A tale of 2 carries, though, in that fight. Sneaky was jumped on, as was Piglet, but the tank lines are so very different for these teams right now, as well as the farm levels. Piglet goes down to Meteos. Sneaky tanks it up and cleans the fight.
See that one more time. What an engage.
High, I really thought High was going to get the ult off on Piglet, but he did at least get the flash out. At this point, though, the Gragas, this base damage Gragas and the Cinder Hulk burn is going to be enough to take down AD carry.
Yeah, he just kills him.
Wha-blam!
Again, the body slam flash from Meteos. No reaction available. And we all know the end of this tale. Hey, wait a second. He's got Trailblazer.
Just about.
Yep. We have a lot of good action sounds this, this series.
What happens when you get 3 casters?
Spicing things
More
up.
action sounds. I also have to just say,
Yeah.
this Cloud9 team with Sneaky has revolved around him so heavily, but this game it's going more around the top lane and the action that Lemon Nation was able to create early on in the match. Again, with the Blade of the Ruin King, and now the Sivir ult. The options for Team Liquid are just shrinking ever more.
That pickup on Hecarim for Balls has been so good, knowing he would get the Rumble ban over and over, and almost objective-esque. When Hecarim comes flying through, he's like a big human equalizer. You can't stand in the way, you don't want to be there, and he can kind of do the same thing and be very disruptive.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, just on the edge there. I'm pretty sure Pix got hit by that anchor. Phoenix getting out, the wild growth goes down, and they're going to try to keep this fight going. Balls on the back line, so tanky. A 3v1. Yeah. He can still take down Piglet, and he takes him in for lunch. Meteos going to be helping to get that one with Sneaky. Balls gets out alive somehow in this fight with the Spirit of the Dread heal and the potion that he popped.
I retract my previous statements.
You should, sir.
Not 3 people, but 4 people are required to take down the Hecarim.
Holy moly.
And you never know, the more gold he gets, the more people it takes to take him down.
Big special is forced to watch. The timer is given to them, but is that even enough? It's so far in the favor of Cloud9 right now. A 13,000 gold lead and just about a 130 CS lead now from Quas. Or rather, Balls on that Hecarim over Quas.
All right.
Righteous glory from Meteos. He goes flying in at the start. They actually locked down a tank, which...
What better peel can you have? Alistar and Maokai.
Oh, man. That hurts.
Get out of there. Oh, he missed the...
Balls just
Maokai
marking his
missed the Q.
territory anywhere he goes.
That last miscue, that could have been it, man. Quasi could have had that kill.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Vengeance.
But did not. So this is now going to be tough for Team Liquid here. Very much so against the ropes, and some final breaths to be taken. Cloud9 really... I mean, they'd have to make multiple mistakes in a row for the amount of lead they've given themselves here in this game, and it's crazy to see that they went from such falter in the first game and back and forth to Sneaky diving into a dragon fight alone, and we were like, what's going on? And they've corrected pretty much everything in those games.
Cooler heads prevail sometimes. Cloud9, veterans in the LCS, the same roster 2 years running.
Yeah,
this is their
one of the few.
4 split with exactly the same starting 5 in every single LCS game.
Team Liquid have to not let this series get in their head either.
Yep.
Second time for reverse sweep playoffs. This is just the first split though. You still get circuit points. They can still make their end game goal. The end goal here for this team has always been, ever since they recruited Piglet, has been 4 Worlds.
Right. They can't be sad as well. To make so many changes on a team and still be able to produce the same result is still pretty damn good in such a high level of play. And right now, back against the wall, as I've been saying, as Cloud9 is knocking on the front door, a 13,000 gold lead is going to be what they are punching Team Liquid in the face with here if they get across those stairs.
Yeah, well, Balls does have his Hecarim ult. They might decide to do a dive with the second cannon minion soon to be arriving, as well as the turret to go down to a couple of shots from Sneaky. This may be Team Liquid's last stand.
There it is, Jat. You called it. Righteous Glory goes down. Hecarim ult has not been used yet. However, as he flies to the back line, Piglet, 75% damage immediately, but they got to watch out for the Nexus turrets, destroying those resistances. Meteos is now under it, but they're able to clean house, and it looks like they are going to be able to take Game 5. The reverse sweep for Cloud9 as the base is open. The base is theirs, and they persevered after losing 2 straight games. Liquid is still trying to put their foot down for the last push here at Cloud9. They're going to be able to do only so little before Cloud9 finishes that last Nexus turret.
Even the Nexus turrets could not keep Balls away from zoning Piglet right there. 5-0-7 Hecarim. The Nexus is about to fall.
Cloud9 coming back with 3 straight wins. The champion select of Game 3 being a huge boon for them and playing on the mentality of Team Liquid. Cloud9 take down Team Liquid to move on. Takes their spot, and we will see now, will Cloud9 face Team Solo Mid or Impulse tomorrow? We can see quite dejected looks from Team Liquid after so much work, persevering through a season that showed them probably some of the most trouble of any team, and able to come out very strong when it counted. But in the end, it's not even a too little too late. It's just they couldn't find that right moment for themselves.
Couldn't finish.
Yeah, they just couldn't finish because they had what it took. Phoenix, very strong point for the team, at times the backbone of what was going on during the compositions, along with Dominate and the executions there. Definitely a higher ceiling than what we've seen for Liquid, and Cloud9 now to look to climb as well to their ceiling as they move on. It's going to be difficult, very difficult indeed. It's been a strong League of Legends North American Championship Series split.
Guaranteed top 2 finish for Cloud9 despite all the difficulties they have gone through as well. From week to week, looking terrible versus looking like they're back in form.
And yet another finals.
Yeah.
They make their way there.
It's getting tougher and tougher for them.
You couldn't get much tougher than this.
Sighs of relief left and right. Smiles on the faces now, but definitely a game they're going to have to go back and watch. Not very glaring mistakes came out of those first 2 games as Team Liquid took their wins. So definitely something Cloud9